Someone came into the bathroom. Bean couldn't see who it was because of the fog. Nobody greeted him. Everybody else must have finished here and gone back to get ready. The newcomer walked through the fog past the opening in Bean's shower stall. It was Wiggin. Bean just stood there, covered with soap. He felt like an idiot. He was in such a daze he had forgotten to rinse, was just standing in the fog, lost in his thoughts. Hurriedly, he moved under the water again. "Bean?" "Sir?" Bean turned to face him. Wiggin was standing in the shower entrance. "I thought I ordered everybody to get down to the gym." Bean thought back. The scene unfolded in his mind. Yes, Wiggin had ordered everybody to bring their flash suits to the gym. "I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else." Everybody's nervous before their first battle. Bean hated that. To have Wiggin see him doing something stupid. Not remembering an order. Bean remembered everything. It just hadn't registered. And now he was patronizing him. Everybody's nervous. "You weren't," said Bean. Wiggin had already stepped away. He came back. "Wasn't I?" "Bonzo Madrid gave you orders not to take your weapon out. You were supposed to just stay there like a dummy. You weren't nervous about doing that." "No," said Wiggin. "I was pissed. Better than nervous." Wiggin started to leave, then returned again. "Are you pissed?" "I did that before I showered," said Bean. Wiggin laughed. Then his smile disappeared. "You're late, Bean, and you're still busy rinsing. I've already got your flash suit down in the gym. All we need now is your ass in it." Wiggin took Bean's towel off its hook. "I'll have this waiting for you down there, too. Now move." Wiggin left. Bean turned the water off, furious. That was completely unnecessary, and Wiggin knew it. Making him go through the corridor wet and naked during the time when other armies would be coming back from breakfast, that was low, and it was stupid. Anything to put me down. Every chance he gets. "Bean, you idiot, you're still standing here. You could have run down to the gym and beaten him there. Instead, you're shooting your stupid self in the stupid foot. And why? None of this makes sense. None of this is going to help you. You want him to make you a toon leader, not think of you with contempt. So why are you doing things to make yourself look stupid and young and scared and unreliable? And still you're standing here, frozen." "I'm a coward." The thought ran through Bean's mind and filled him with terror. But it wouldn't go away. "I'm one of those guys who freezes up or does completely irrational things when he's afraid. Who loses control and goes slack-minded and stupid. But I didn't do that in Rotterdam. If I had, I'd be dead. Or maybe I did do it. Maybe that's why I didn't call out to Poke and Ashiel when I saw them there alone on the dock. He wouldn't have killed her if I'd been there to witness what happened. Instead, I ran off until I realized the danger she was in. But why didn't I realize it before? Because I did realize it, just as I heard Wiggin tell us to meet in the gym. Realized it, understood it completely, but was too cowardly to act, too afraid that something would go wrong. And maybe that's what happened when Ashiel lay on the ground and I told Poke to kill him. I was wrong and she was right. Because any bully she caught that way would probably have held a grudge, and might easily have acted on it immediately, killing her as soon as they let him up. Ashiel was the likeliest one, maybe the only one that would agree to the arrangement Bean had thought up. There was no choice. But I got scared. "Kill him," I said, because I wanted it to go away. And still I'm standing here. The water is off. I'm dripping wet and cold, but I can't move. Nikolai was standing in the bathroom doorway. "Too bad about your diarrhea," he said. "What? I told Ender about how you were up with diarrhea in the night. That's why you had to go to the bathroom. You were sick, but you didn't want to tell him because you didn't want to miss the first battle. I'm so scared I couldn't take a dump if I wanted to, said Bean. He gave me your towel. He said it was stupid of him to take it. Nikolai walked in and gave it to him. He said he needs you in the battle, so he's glad you're toughing it out. He doesn't need me. He doesn't even want me. Come on, Bean, said Nikolai. You can do this. Bean toweled off. It felt good to be moving, doing something. I think you're dry enough, said Nikolai. Again, Bean realized he was simply drying and drying himself over and over. Nikolai, what's wrong with me? You're afraid that you'll turn out to be just a little kid. Well, here's a clue. You are a little kid. So are you. So it's okay to be really bad. Isn't that what you keep telling me? Nikolai laughed. Come on. If I can do it, bad as I am, so can you. Nikolai, said Bean. What now? I really do have to crap. I sure hope you don't expect me to wipe your butt. If I don't come out in 3 minutes, come in after me. Cold and sweating, a combination he wouldn't have thought possible, Bean went into the toilet stall and closed the door. The pain in his abdomen was fierce, but he couldn't get his bowel to loosen up and let go. What am I so afraid of? Finally, his alimentary system triumphed over his nervous system. It felt like everything he'd ever eaten flooded out of him at once. Time's up, said Nikolai. I'm coming in. At peril of your life, said Bean. I'm done, I'm coming out. Empty now, clean, and humiliated in front of his only real friend, Bean came out of the stall and wrapped his towel around him. Thanks for keeping me from being a liar, said Nikolai. What? About your having diarrhea? For you, I'd get dysentery. Now that's friendship. By the time they got to the gym, everybody was already in their flash suits, ready to go. While Nikolai helped Bean get into his suit, Wiggin had the rest of them lie down on the mats and do relaxation exercises. Bean even had time to lie down for a couple of minutes before Wiggin had them get up. 06:56. 4 minutes to get to the battle room. He was cutting it pretty fine. As they ran along the corridor, Wiggin occasionally jumped up to touch the ceiling. Behind him, the rest of the army would jump up and touch the same spot when they reached it. Except the smaller ones. Bean, his heart still burning with humiliation and resentment and fear, did not try. You do that kind of thing when you belong with the group. And he didn't belong. After all his brilliance in class, the truth was out now. He was a coward. He didn't belong in the military at all. If he couldn't even risk playing a game, what would he be worth in combat? The real generals exposed themselves to enemy fire. Fearless, they had to be, an example of courage to their men. Me? I freeze up, take long showers, and dump a week's rations into the head. Let's see them follow that example. At the gate, Wiggin had time to line them up in tunes, then remind them. Which way is the enemy's gate? Down, they all answered. Bean only mouthed the word. Down. Down, down, down. What's the best way to get down off a goose? What are you doing up on a goose in the first place, you fool? The gray wall in front of them disappeared, and they could see into the battle room. It was dim. Not dark, but so faintly lighted that the only way they could see the enemy gate was the light of Rabbit Army's flash suits pouring out of it. Wiggin was in no hurry to get out of the gate. He stood there surveying the room, which was arranged in an open grid with 8 stars, large cubes that served as obstacles, cover, and staging platforms, distributed fairly evenly, if randomly, through the space. Wiggin's first assignment was to C-tune. Crazy Tom's tune. The tune Bean belonged to. Word was whispered down the file. Ender says slide the wall. And then, Tom says flash your legs and go in on your knees. South wall. Silently they swung into the room, using the handholds to propel themselves along the ceiling to the east wall. They're setting up their battle formation. All we want to do is cut them up a little, make them nervous, confused, because they don't know what to do with us. We're raiders. So we shoot them up, then get behind that star. Don't get stuck out in the middle. And aim. Make every shot count. Bean did everything mechanically. It was habit now to get in position, freeze his own legs, and then launch with his body oriented the right way. They'd done it hundreds of times. He did it exactly right. So did the other 7 soldiers in the tomb. Nobody was looking for anyone to fail. He was right where they expected him to be, doing his job. They coasted along the wall, always within reach of a handhold. Their frozen legs were dark, blocking the lights of the rest of their flash suits until they were fairly close. Wiggin was doing something up near the gate to distract Rabbit Army's attention, so the surprise was pretty good. As they got closer, Crazy Tom said, "Split and rebound to the star. Me north, you south." It was a maneuver that Crazy Tom had practiced with his tune. It was the right time for it, too. It would confuse the enemy more to have 2 groups to shoot at, heading different directions. They pulled up on handholds. Their bodies, of course, swung against the wall, and suddenly the lights of their flash suits were quite visible. Somebody in Rabbit saw them and gave the alarm. But C was already moving, half the tune diagonally south, the other half north, and all angling downward toward the floor. Bean began firing. The enemy was also firing at him. He heard the low whine that said somebody's beam was on his suit, but he was twisting slowly and far enough from the enemy that none of the beams was in one place long enough to do damage. In the meantime, he found that his arm tracked perfectly, not trembling at all. He had practiced this a lot, and he was good at it. A clean kill, not just an arm or leg. He had time for a second before he hit the wall and had to rebound up to the rendezvous star. One more enemy hit before he got there, and then he snagged a handhold on the star and said, "Bean here." "Lost 3, said Crazy Tom. "But their formation's all gone to hell." "What now?" said Dag. They could tell from the shouting that the main battle was in progress. Bean was thinking back over what he had seen as he approached the star. "They sent a dozen guys to this star to wipe us out," said Bean. "They'll come around the east and west sides." They all looked at him like he was insane. How could he know this? "We've got about 1 more second," said Bean. "All south," said Crazy Tom. They swung up to the south side of the star. There were no rabbits on that face, but Crazy Tom immediately led them in an attack around to the west face. Sure enough, there were rabbits there, caught in the act of attacking what they clearly thought of as the back of the star, or as Dragon Army was trained to think of it, the bottom. So to the rabbits, the attack seemed to come from below, the direction they were least aware of. In moments, the 6 rabbits on that face were frozen and drifting along below the star. The other half of the attack force would see that and know what had happened. "Top," said Crazy Tom. To the enemy, that would be the front of the star, the position most exposed to fire from the main formation, the last place they'd expect Tom's tune to go. And once they were there, instead of continuing to attempt to engage the strike force coming against them, Crazy Tom had them shoot at the main rabbit formation, or what was left of it. Mostly disorganized groups hiding behind stars and firing at dragons coming down at them from several directions. The 5 of them in C-Tune had time to hit a couple of rabbits each before the strike force found them again. Without waiting for orders, Bean immediately launched away from the surface of the star so he could shoot downward at the strike force. This close, he was able to do 4 quick kills before the whining abruptly stopped and his suit went completely stiff and dark. The rabbit who got him wasn't one of the strike force. It was somebody from the main force above him. And to his satisfaction, Bean could see that because of his firing, only 1 soldier from C-Tune was hit by the strike force sent against them. Then he rotated out of view. It didn't matter now. He was out. But he had done well. 7 kills that he was sure of, maybe more. And it was more than his personal score. He had come up with the information Crazy Tom needed in order to make a good tactical decision, and then he had taken the bold action that kept the strike force from causing too many casualties. As a result, Seatoon remained in position to strike at the enemy from behind. Without any place to hide, Rabbit would be wiped out in moments. And Bean was part of it. I didn't freeze once we got into action. I did what I was trained to do, and I stayed alert, and I thought of things. I can probably do better, move faster, see more. But for a first battle, I did fine. I can do this. Because Seatoon was crucial to the victory, Wiggin used the other 4 Toon leaders to press their helmets to the corners of the enemy gate and gave Crazy Tom the honor of passing through the gate, which is what formally ended the game, bringing the lights on bright. Major Anderson himself came in to congratulate the winning commander and supervise cleanup. Wiggin quickly unfroze the casualties. Bean was relieved when his suit could move again. Using his hook, Wiggin drew them all together and formed his soldiers into their 5 Toons before he began unfreezing Rabbit Army. They stood at attention in the air, their feet pointed down, their heads up. And as Rabbit unfroze, they gradually oriented themselves in the same direction. They had no way of knowing it, but to Dragon, that was when victory became complete. For the enemy was now oriented as if their own gate was down. Bean and Nikolai were already eating breakfast when Crazy Tom came to their table. Ender says instead of 15 minutes for breakfast, we have until 07:45, and he'll let us out of practice in time to shower. That was good news. They could slow down their eating. Not that it mattered to Bean. His tray had little food on it, and he finished it immediately. Once he was in Dragon Army, Crazy Tom had caught him giving away food. Bean told him that he was always given too much, and Tom took the matter to Ender, and Ender got the nutritionists to stop overfeeding Bean. Today was the first time Bean ever wished for more, and that was only because he was so up from the battle. Smart, said Nikolai. What? Ender tells us we've got 15 minutes to eat, which feels rushed, and we don't like it. Then right away he sends around the Toon leaders, telling us we have till 07:45. It's only 10 minutes longer, but now it feels like forever. And a shower. We're supposed to be able to shower right after the game, but now we're grateful. And he gave the Toon leaders the chance to bring good news, said Bean. Is that important? Asked Nikolai. We know it was Ender's choice. Most commanders make sure all good news comes from them, said Bean, and bad news from the Toon leaders. But Wiggin's whole technique is building up his Toon leaders. Crazy Tom went in there with nothing more than his training and his brains and a single objective: strike first from the wall and get behind them. All the rest was up to him. Yeah, but if his Toon leaders screw up, it looks bad on Ender's record, said Nikolai. Bean shook his head. The point is that in his very first battle, Wiggin divided his force for tactical effect, and Seatoon was able to continue attacking even after we ran out of plans because Crazy Tom was really, truly in charge of us. We didn't sit around wondering what Wiggin wanted us to do. Nikolai got it and nodded. Bacana. That's right. Completely right, said Bean. By now everybody at the table was listening. And that's because Wiggin isn't just thinking about battle school and standings and Merida like that. He keeps watching vids of the second invasion. Did you know that? He's thinking about how to beat the buggers. And he knows that the way you do that is to have as many commanders ready to fight them as you can get. Wiggin doesn't want to come out of this with Wiggin as the only commander ready to fight the buggers. He wants to come out of this with him and the Toon leaders and the seconds, and if he can do it, every single one of his soldiers ready to command a fleet against the buggers if we have to. Bean knew his enthusiasm was probably giving Wiggin credit for more than he had actually planned, but he was still full of the glow of victory. And besides, what he was saying was true. Wiggin was no Napoleon, holding on to the reins of control so tightly that none of his commanders was capable of brilliant independent command. Crazy Tom had performed well under pressure. He had made the right decisions, including the decision to listen to his smallest, most useless-looking soldier. And Crazy Tom had done that because Wiggin had set the example by listening to his toon leaders. You learn, you analyze, you choose, you act. After breakfast, as they headed for practice, Nikolai asked him, "Why do you call him Wiggin?" "'Cause we're not friends," said Bean. "Oh, so it's Mr. Wiggin and Mr. Bean, is that it?" "No. Bean is my first name." "Oh, so it's Mr. Wiggin and who the hell are you?" "Got it." Everybody expected to have at least a week to strut around and brag about their perfect one-lost record. Instead, the next morning at 06:30, Wiggin appeared in the barracks, again brandishing battle orders. "Gentlemen, I hope you learned something yesterday, because today we're going to do it again." All were surprised, and some were angry. It wasn't fair. They weren't ready. Wiggin just handed the orders to Fly Molo, who had just been heading out for breakfast. "Flash suits!" cried Fly, who clearly thought it was a cool thing to be the first army ever to fight 2 in a row like this. But Hot Soup, the leader of D-Toon, had another attitude. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" "I thought you needed the shower," said Wiggin. "Yesterday, Rabbit Army claimed we only won because the stink knocked them out." Everybody within earshot laughed. But Bean was not amused. He knew that the paper hadn't been there first thing when Wiggin woke up. The teachers planted it late. "Didn't find the paper till you got back from the showers, right?" Wiggin gave him a blank look. "Of course. I'm not as close to the floor as you." The contempt in his voice struck Bean like a blow. Only then did he realize that Wiggin had taken his question as a criticism, that Wiggin had been inattentive and hadn't noticed the orders. So now there was one more mark against Bean in Wiggin's mental dossier. But Bean couldn't let that upset him. It's not as if Wiggin didn't have him tagged as a coward. Maybe Crazy Tom told Wiggin about how Bean contributed to the victory yesterday, and maybe not. It wouldn't change what Wiggin had seen with his own eyes. Bean malingering in the shower. And now Bean apparently taunting him for making them all have to rush for their second battle. Maybe I'll be made Toon Leader on my 30th birthday, and then only if everybody else is drowned in a boat accident. Wiggin was still talking, of course, explaining how they should expect battles any time. The old rules were coming apart. "I can't pretend I like the way they're screwing around with us, but I do like one thing, that I've got an army that can handle it." As he put on his flash suit, Bean thought through the implications of what the teachers were doing. They were pushing Wiggin faster and also making it harder for him. And this was only the beginning. Just the first few sprinkles of a snot storm. Why? Not because Wiggin was so good he needed the testing. On the contrary, Wiggin was training his army well, and the battle school would only benefit from giving him plenty of time to do it. So it had to be something outside battle school. Only one possibility, really. The bugger invaders were getting close, only a few years away. They had to get Wiggin through training. Wiggin. Not all of us. Just Wiggin. Because if it were everybody, then everybody's schedule would be stepped up like this. Not just ours. So it's already too late for me. Wiggin's the one they've chosen to rest their hopes on. Whether I'm Toon Leader or not will never matter. All that matters is, will Wiggin be ready? If Wiggin succeeds, there'll still be room for me to achieve greatness in the aftermath. The League will come apart. There'll be war among humans. Either I'll be used by the IF to help keep the peace, or maybe I can get into some army on Earth. I've got plenty of life ahead of me. Unless Wiggin commands our fleet against the invading buggers and loses, then none of us has any life at all. All I can do right now is my best to help Wiggin learn everything he can learn here. The trouble is, I'm not close enough to him for me to have any effect on him at all. The battle was with Petra Arkanian, commander of Phoenix Army. Petra was sharper than Karn Karbi had been. She also had the advantage of hearing how Wiggin worked entirely without formations and used little raiding parties to disrupt formations ahead of the main combat. Still, Dragon finished with only 3 soldiers flashed and 9 partially disabled. A crushing defeat. Bean could see that Petra didn't like it either. She probably felt like Wiggin had poured it on, deliberately setting her up for humiliation. But she'd get it soon enough. Wiggin simply turned his Toon leaders loose, and each of them pursued total victory as he had trained them. Their system worked better, that's all, and the old way of doing battle was doomed. Soon enough, all the other commanders would start adapting, learning from what Wiggin did. Soon enough, Dragon Army would be facing armies that were divided into 5 Toons, not 4, and that moved in a free-ranging style with a lot more discretion given to the Toon leaders. The kids didn't get to battle school because they were idiots. The only reason the techniques worked a second time was because there'd only been a day since the first battle, and nobody expected to have to face Wiggin again so soon. Now they'd know that changes would have to be made fast. Bean guessed that they'd probably never see another formation. What then? Had Wiggin emptied his magazine, or would he have new tricks up his sleeve? The trouble was, innovation never resulted in victory over the long term. It was too easy for the enemy to imitate and improve on your innovations. The real test for Wiggin would be what he did when he was faced with slugfests between armies using similar tactics. And the real test for me will be seeing if I can stand it when Wiggin makes some stupid mistake and I have to sit here as an ordinary soldier and watch him do it. The 3rd day, another battle. The 4th day, another. Victory, victory. But each time, the score was closer. Each time, Bean gained more confidence as a soldier, and became more frustrated that the most he could contribute, beyond his own good aim, was occasionally making a suggestion to Crazy Tom, or reminding him of something Bean had noticed and remembered. Bean wrote to Dymac about it, explaining how he was being underused and suggesting that he would be getting better trained by working with a worse commander, where he'd have a better chance of getting his own Toon. The answer was short. Who else would want you? Learn from Ender. Brutal, but true. No doubt even Wiggin didn't really want him. Either he was forbidden to transfer any of his soldiers, or he had tried to trade Bean away and no one would take him. It was free time of the evening after their 4th battle. Most of the others were trying to keep up with their classwork. The battles were really taking it out of them, especially because they could all see that they needed to practice hard to stay ahead. Bean, though, coasted through classwork like always, and when Nikolai told him he didn't need any more damned help with his assignments, Bean decided that he should take a walk. Passing Wiggin's quarters, a space even smaller than the cramped quarters the teachers had, just space for a bunk, 1 chair, and a tiny table, Bean was tempted to knock on the door and sit down and have it out with Wiggin once and for all. Then common sense prevailed over frustration and vanity, and Bean wandered until he came to the arcade. It wasn't as full as it used to be. Bean figured that was because everyone was holding extra practices now, trying to implement whatever they thought it was Wiggin was doing before they actually had to face him in battle. Still, a few were still willing to fiddle with the controllers and make things move on screens or in holodisplays. Bean found a flat-screen game that had, as its hero, a mouse. No one was using it, so Bean started maneuvering it through a maze. Quickly, the maze gave way to the wall spaces and crawl spaces of an old house, with traps set here and there, easy stuff. Cats chased him. Ho-hum. He jumped up onto a table and found himself face to face with a giant. A giant who offered him a drink. This was the fantasy game. This was the psychological game that everybody else played on their desks all the time. No wonder no one was playing it here. They all recognized it, and that wasn't the game they came here to play. Bean was well aware that he was the only kid in the school who had never played the fantasy game. They had tricked him into playing this once, but he doubted that anything important could be learned from what he had done so far. So screw him. They could trick him into playing up to a point, but he didn't have to go further. Except that the giant's face had changed. It was a shield. Bean stood there in shock for a moment. Frozen. Frightened. How did they know? Why did they do it? To put him face to face with a shield, by surprise like that? Those bastards. He walked away from the game. Moments later, he turned around and came back. The giant was no longer on the screen. The mouse was running around again, trying to get out of the maze. No, I won't play. Ashiel is far away, and he does not have the power to hurt me. Or Poke either, not anymore. I don't have to think about him, and I sure as hell don't have to drink anything he offers me. Bean walked away again, and this time did not come back. He found himself down by the mess. It had just closed, but Bean had nothing better to do, so he sat down in the corridor beside the mess hall door and rested his forehead on his knees and thought about Rotterdam and sitting on top of a garbage can, watching Poke working with her crew and how she was the most decent crew boss he'd seen. The way she listened to the little kids and gave them a fair share and kept them alive, even if it meant not eating so much herself. And that's why he chose her, because she had mercy. Mercy enough that she just might listen to a child. Her mercy killed her. I killed her when I chose her. There better be a God, so he can damn Ashiel to hell forever. Someone kicked at his foot. Go away, said Bean. I'm not bothering you. Whoever it was kicked again, knocking Bean's feet out from under him. With his hands, he caught himself from falling over. He looked up. Bonzo Madrid loomed over him. I understand you're the littlest dingleberry clinging to the butt hairs of Dragon Army, said Bonzo. He had 3 other guys with him. Big guys. They all had bully faces. Hi, Bonzo. We need to talk, pinprick. What is this, espionage? Asked Bean. You're not supposed to talk to soldiers in other armies. I don't need espionage to find out how to beat Dragon Army, said Bonzo. So you're just looking for the littlest dragon soldiers wherever you can find them, and then you'll push them around a little till they cry? Bonzo's face showed his anger. Not that it didn't always show anger. Are you begging to eat out of your own asshole, pinprick? Bean didn't like bullies right now. And since, at the moment, he felt guilty of murdering Poke, he didn't really care if Bonzo Madrid ended up being the one to administer the death penalty. It was time to speak his mind. You're at least 3 times my weight, said Bean, except inside your skull. You're a second-rater who somehow got an army and never could figure out what to do with it. Wiggin is going to grind you into the ground, and he isn't even going to have to try. So does it really matter what you do to me? I'm the smallest and weakest soldier in the whole school. Naturally, I'm the one you choose to kick around. Yeah, the smallest and the weakest, said one of the other kids. Bonzo didn't say anything, though. Bean's words had stung. Bonzo had his pride, and he knew now that if he harmed Bean, it would be a humiliation, not a pleasure. Ender Wiggin isn't going to beat me with that collection of launchies and rejects that he calls an army. He may have psyched out a bunch of dorks like Karn and Petra. He spat her name. But whenever we find crap, my army can pound it flat. Bean affixed him with his most withering glare. Don't you get it, Bonzo? The teachers have picked Wiggin. He's the best ever. They didn't give him the worst army. They gave him the best army. Those veterans you call rejects, they were soldiers so good that the stupid commanders couldn't get along with them and tried to transfer them away. Wiggin knows how to use good soldiers, even if you don't. That's why Wiggin is winning. He's smarter than you, and his soldiers are all smarter than your soldiers. The deck is stacked against you, Bonzo. You might as well give up now. When your pathetic little salamander army faces us, you'll be so whipped you'll have to pee sitting down. Bean might have said more. It's not like he had a plan, but there was certainly a lot more he could have said. But he was interrupted. Two of Bonzo's friends scooped him up and held him high against the wall, higher than their own heads. Bonzo put one hand around his throat, just under his jaw, and pressed back. The others let go. Bean was hanging by his neck, and he couldn't breathe. Reflexively he kicked, struggling to get some purchase with his feet. But long-armed Bonzo was too far away for any of Bean's kicking to land on him. The game is one thing, Bonzo said quietly. The teachers can rig that and give it to their little Wiggin catamite. But there'll come a time when it isn't a game. And when that time comes, it won't be a frozen flash suit that makes it so Wiggin can't move. Comprendes? What answer was he hoping for? It was a sure thing Bean couldn't nod or speak. Bonzo just stood there, smiling maliciously as Bean struggled. Everything started turning black around the edges of Bean's vision before Bonzo finally let him drop to the floor. He lay there, coughing and gasping. What have I done? I goaded Bonzo Madrid, a bully with none of Achille's subtlety. When Wiggin beats him, Bonzo isn't going to take it. He won't stop with a demonstration either. His hatred for Wiggin runs deep. As soon as he could breathe again, Bean headed back to the barracks. Nikolai noticed the marks on his neck at once. Who was choking you? I don't know, said Bean. Don't give me that, said Nikolai. He was facing you. Look at the finger marks. I don't remember. You remember the pattern of arteries on your own placenta. I'm not going to tell you, said Bean. To that, Nikolai had no answer, though he didn't like it. Bean signed on as Carrot Graf and wrote a note to Dymac, even though he knew it would do no good. Bonzo is insane. He could kill somebody, and Wiggin's the one he hates the most. The answer came back quickly, almost as if Dymac had been waiting for the message. Clean up your own messes. Don't go crying to Mama. The words stung. It wasn't Bean's mess, it was Wiggin's. And ultimately, the teachers, for having put Wiggin in Bonzo's army to begin with. And then to taunt him because he didn't have a mother? When did the teachers become the enemy here? They were supposed to protect us from crazy kids like Bonzo Madrid. How do they think I'm going to clean this mess up? The only thing that will stop Bonzo Madrid is to kill him. And then Bean remembered standing there looking down at Achille, saying, You got to kill him. Why couldn't I have kept my mouth shut? Why did I have to goad Bonzo Madrid? Wiggin is going to end up like Poke. And it will be my fault again.
Chapter 16. Companion.
So you see, Anton, the key you found has been turned, and it may be the salvation of the human race.
But the poor boy, to live his life so small and then die as a giant.
Perhaps he'll be amused at the irony.
How strange to think that my little key might turn out to be the salvation of the human race. From the invading beasts, anyway. Who will save us when we become our own enemy again?
We are not enemies, you and I.
Oh, not many people are enemies to anyone. But the ones full of greed or hate, pride, fear, their passion is strong enough to lever all the world into war.
If God can raise up a great soul to save us from one menace, might he not answer our prayers by raising up another when we need him?
But, Sister Carlotta, you know the boy you speak of was not raised up by God. He was created by a kidnapper, a baby killer, an outlaw scientist.
Do you know why Satan is so angry all the time? Because whenever he works a particularly clever bit of mischief, God uses it to serve his own righteous purposes.
So God uses wicked people as his tools.
God gives us the freedom to do great evil if we choose. Then he uses his own freedom to create goodness out of that evil, for that is what he chooses.
So in the long run, God always wins.
Yes.
In the short run, though, it can be uncomfortable.
And when, in the past, would you have preferred to die instead of being alive here today?
There it is. We get used to everything. We find hope in anything.
That's why I've never understood suicide. Even those suffering from great depression or guilt, don't they feel Christ the Comforter in their hearts, giving them hope?
You're asking me?
God not being convenient, I ask a fellow mortal.
In my view, suicide is not really the wish for life to end.
What is it then?
That is the only way a powerless person can find to make everybody else look away from his shame. The wish is not to die, but to hide.
As Adam and Eve hid from the Lord.
Because they were naked.
If only such sad people could remember, everyone is naked. Everyone wants to hide. But life is still sweet. Let it go on.
You don't believe that the Formics are the beast of the apocalypse then, sister?
No, Anton. I believe they are also children of God.
And yet you found this boy specifically so he could grow up to destroy them.
Defeat them. Besides, if God does not want them to die, they will not die.
And if God wants us to die, we will. Why do you work so hard then?
Because these hands of mine, I gave them to God, and I serve him as best I can. If he had not wanted me to find Bean, I would not have found him.
And if God wants the Formics to prevail?
He'll find some other hands to do it. For that job, he can't have mine.
Lately, while the Toon leaders drilled the soldiers, Wiggin had taken to disappearing. Bean used his Carrot Graph log-on to find out what he was doing. He'd gone back to studying the vids of Mazer Rackham's victory, much more intensely and single-mindedly than ever before. And this time, because Wiggin's army was playing games daily and winning them all, the other commanders and many Toon leaders and common soldiers as well began to go to the library and watch the same vids, trying to make sense of them, trying to see what Wiggin saw. Stupid, thought Bean. Wiggin isn't looking for anything to use here in battle school. He's created a powerful, versatile army, and he'll figure out what to do with them on the spot. He's studying those vids in order to figure out how to beat the buggers. Because he knows now. He will face them someday. The teachers would not be wrecking the whole system here in battle school if they were not nearing the crisis, if they did not need Ender Wiggin to save us from the invading buggers. So Wiggin studies the buggers, desperate for some idea of what they want, how they fight, how they die. Why don't the teachers see that Wiggin is done? He's not even thinking about battle school anymore. They should take him out of here and move him into tactical school or whatever the next stage of his training will be. Instead, they're pushing him, making him tired. Us too. We're tired. Bean saw it especially in Nikolai, who was working harder than the others just to keep up. If we were an ordinary army, thought Bean, most of us would be like Nikolai. As it is, many of us are. Nikolai was not the first to show his weariness. Soldiers drop silverware or food trays at mealtimes. At least one has wet his bed. We argue more at practice. Our classwork is suffering. Everyone has limits. Even me. Even genetically altered Bean, the thinking machine. I need time to relubricate and refuel, and I'm not getting it. Bean even wrote to Colonel Graff about it, a snippy little note saying only, "It is one thing to train soldiers and quite another to wear them out." He got no reply. Late afternoon, with a half hour before mess call. They had already won a game that morning and then practiced after class, though the toon leaders, at Wiggins' suggestion, had let their soldiers go early. Most of Dragon Army was now dressing after showers, though some had already gone on to kill time in the game room or the video room, or the library. Nobody was paying attention to classwork now, but a few still went through the motions. Wiggin appeared in the doorway, brandishing the new orders. A second battle on the same day. "This one's hot, and there's no time," said Wiggin. "They gave Bonzo notice about 20 minutes ago, and by the time we get to the door, they'll have been inside for a good 5 minutes at least." He sent the 4 soldiers nearest the door, all young but not launchies anymore, they were veterans now, to bring back the ones who had left. Bean dressed quickly. He had learned how to do it by himself now, but not without hearing plenty of jokes about how he was the only soldier who had to practice getting dressed, and it was still slow. As they dressed, there was plenty of complaining about how this was getting stupid. Dragon Army should have a break now and then. Fly Molo was the loudest, but even Crazy Tom, who usually laughed at everything, was pissed about it. When Tom said, "Same day nobody ever do 2 battles," Wiggin answered, "Nobody ever beat Dragon Army either. This be your big chance to lose?" Of course not. Nobody intended to lose. They just wanted to complain about it. It took a while, but finally they were gathered in the corridor to the battle room. The gate was already open. A few of the last arrivals were still putting on their flash suits. Bean was right behind Crazy Tom so he could see down into the room. Bright light. No stars, no grid, no hiding place of any kind. The enemy gate was open, and yet there was not a salamander soldier to be seen. "My heart," said Crazy Tom. "They haven't come out yet either." Bean rolled his eyes. Of course they were out. But in a room without cover, they had simply formed themselves up on the ceiling, gathered around Dragon Army's gate, ready to destroy everybody as they came out. Wiggin caught Bean's facial expression and smiled as he covered his own mouth to signal them all to be quiet. He pointed all around the gate to let them know where Salamander was gathered, then motioned for them to move back. The strategy was simple and obvious. Since Bonzo Madrid had kindly pinned his army against a wall, ready to be slaughtered, it only remained to find the right way to enter the battle room and carry out the massacre. Wiggins' solution, which Bean liked, was to transform the larger soldiers into armored vehicles by having them kneel upright and freeze their legs. Then a smaller soldier knelt on each big kid's calves, wrapped one arm around his waist, and prepared to fire. The largest soldiers were used as launchers, throwing each pair into the battle room. For once, being small had its advantages. Bean and Crazy Tom were the pair Wiggin used to demonstrate what he wanted them all to do. As a result, when the first 2 pairs were thrown into the room, Bean got to begin the slaughter. He had 3 kills almost at once. At such close range, the beam was tight and the kills came fast. And as they began to go out of range, Bean climbed around Crazy Tom and launched off of him, heading east and somewhat up while Tom went even faster toward the far side of the room. When other dragons saw how Bean had managed to stay within firing range while moving sideways and therefore remaining hard to hit, many of them did the same. Eventually, Bean was disabled, but it hardly mattered. Salamander was wiped out to the last man, and without a single one of them getting off the wall. Even when it was obvious they were easy, stationary targets, Bonzo didn't catch on that he was doomed until he himself was already frozen, and nobody else had the initiative to countermand his original order and start moving so they wouldn't be so easy to hit. Just one more example of why a commander who ruled by fear and made all the decisions himself would always be beaten sooner or later. The whole battle had taken less than a full minute from the time Bean rode Crazy Tom through the door until the last salamander was frozen. What surprised Bean was that Wiggin, usually so calm, was pissed off and showing it. Major Anderson didn't even have a chance to give the official congratulations to the victor before Wiggin shouted at him, "I thought you were going to put us against an army that could match us in a fair fight." Why would he think that? Wiggin must have had some kind of conversation with Anderson, must have been promised something that hadn't been delivered. But Anderson explained nothing. "Congratulations on the victory, Commander." Wiggin wasn't going to have it. It wasn't going to be business as usual. He turned to his army and called out to Bean by name. "If you had commanded Salamander Army, what would you have done?" Since another dragon had used him to shove off in mid-air, Bean was now drifting down near the enemy gate, but he heard the question. Wiggin wasn't being subtle about this. Bean didn't want to answer, because he knew what a serious mistake this was, to speak slightingly of Salamander and call on the smallest dragon soldier to correct Bonzo's stupid tactics. Wiggin hadn't had Bonzo's hand around his throat the way Bean had. Still, Wiggin was commander, and Bonzo's tactics had been stupid, and it was fun to say so. "Keep a shifting pattern of movement going in front of the door," Bean answered, loudly, so every soldier could hear him. Even the salamanders, still clinging to the ceiling. "You never hold still when the enemy knows exactly where you are." Wiggin turned to Anderson again. "As long as you're cheating, why don't you train the other army to cheat intelligently?" Anderson was still calm, ignoring Wiggin's outburst. "I suggest that you remobilize your army." Wiggin wasn't wasting time with rituals today. He pressed the buttons to thaw both armies at once, and instead of forming up to receive formal surrender, he shouted at once, "Dragon Army dismissed." Bean was one of those nearest the gate, but he waited till nearly last so that he and Wiggin left together. "Sir," said Bean, "you just humiliated Bonzo, and he's—" "I know," said Wiggin. He jogged away from Bean, not wanting to hear about it. "He's dangerous," Bean called after him. Wasted effort. Either Wiggin already knew he'd provoked the wrong bully, or he didn't care. Did he do it deliberately? Wiggin was always in control of himself, always carrying out a plan. But Bean couldn't think of any plan that required yelling at Major Anderson and shaming Bonzo Madrid in front of his whole army. Why would Wiggin do such a stupid thing? It was almost impossible to think of geometry, even though there was a test tomorrow. Classwork was utterly unimportant now, and yet they went on taking the tests and turning in or failing to turn in their assignments. The last few days, Bean had begun to get less than perfect scores. Not that he didn't know the answers, or at least how to figure them out. It's that his mind kept wandering to things that mattered more. New tactics that might surprise an enemy. New tricks that the teachers might pull in the way they set things up. What might be, must be going on in the larger war to cause the system to start breaking apart like this? What would happen on Earth and in the IF once the buggers were defeated? If they were defeated. Hard to care about volumes, areas, faces, and dimensions of solids. On a test yesterday, working out problems of gravity near planetary and stellar masses, Bean finally gave up and wrote, 2 + 2 = BS2 + N. When you know the value of N, I'll finish this test. He knew that the teachers all knew what was going on, and if they wanted to pretend the classwork still mattered, fine, let them. But he didn't have to play. At the same time, he knew that the problems of gravity mattered to someone whose only likely future was in the International Fleet. He also needed a thorough grounding in geometry, since he had a pretty good idea of what math was yet to come. He wasn't going to be an engineer or artillerist or rocket scientist, or even, in all likelihood, a pilot. But he had to know what they knew better than they knew it, or they'd never respect him enough to follow him. Not tonight. That's all, thought Bean. Tonight I can rest. Tomorrow I'll learn what I need to learn. When I'm not so tired. He closed his eyes. He opened them again. He opened his locker and took out his desk. Back on the streets of Rotterdam, he had been tired, worn out by hunger and malnutrition and despair. But he kept watching, kept thinking, and therefore he was able to stay alive. In this army, everyone was getting tired, which meant that there would be more and more stupid mistakes. Bean, of all of them, could least afford to become stupid. Not being stupid was the only asset he had. He signed on. A message appeared in his display. See me at once. Ender. It was only 10 minutes before lights out. Maybe Wiggins sent the message 3 hours ago. But better late than never. He slid off his bunk, not bothering with shoes, and padded out into the corridor in his stocking feet. He knocked at the door marked Commander, Dragon Army. Come in, said Wiggin. Bean opened the door and came inside. Wiggin looked tired in the way that Colonel Graff usually looked tired. Heavy skin around the eyes, face slack, hunched in the shoulders, but eyes still bright and fierce, watching, thinking. Just saw your message, said Bean. Fine. It's near lights out. I'll help you find your way in the dark. The sarcasm surprised Bean. As usual, Wiggin had completely misunderstood the purpose of Bean's comment. I just didn't know if you knew what time it was. I always know what time it is. Bean sighed inwardly. It never failed. Whenever he had any conversation with Wiggin, it turned into some kind of pissing contest, which Bean always lost even when it was Wiggin whose deliberate misunderstanding caused the whole thing. Bean hated it. He recognized Wiggin's genius and honored him for it. Why couldn't he see anything good in Bean? But Bean said nothing. There was nothing he could say that would improve the situation. Wiggin had called him in. Let Wiggin move the meeting forward. Remember 4 weeks ago, Bean? When you told me to make you a toon leader? Eh? I've made 5 toon leaders and 5 assistants since then. And none of them was you. Wiggin raised his eyebrows. Was I right? Yes, sir. But only because you didn't bother to give me a chance to prove myself before you made the assignments. So tell me how you've done in these 8 battles. Bean wanted to point out how time after time his suggestions to Crazy Tom had made Seatoon the most effective in the Army. How his tactical innovations and creative responses to flowing situations had been imitated by the other soldiers. But that would be brag and borderline insubordination. It wasn't what a soldier who wanted to be an officer would say. Either Crazy Tom had reported Bean's contribution or he hadn't. It wasn't Bean's place to report on anything about himself that wasn't public record. Today was the first time they disabled me so early, but the computer listed me as getting 11 hits before I had to stop. I've never had less than 5 hits in a battle. I've also completed every assignment I've been given. Why did they make you a soldier so young, Bean? No younger than you were. Technically not true, but close enough. But why? What was he getting at? It was the teacher's decision. Had he found out that Bean was the one who composed the roster? Did he know that Bean had chosen himself? I don't know. Yes, you do. And so do I. No, Wiggin wasn't asking specifically about why Bean was made a soldier. He was asking why launchies were suddenly getting promoted so young. I've tried to guess, but they're just guesses. Not that Bean's guesses were ever just guesses, but then neither were Wiggin's. You're very good. They knew that. They pushed you ahead. Tell me why, Bean. And now Bean understood the question he was really asking. Because they need us, that's why. He sat on the floor and looked, not into Wiggin's face, but at his feet. Bean knew things that he wasn't supposed to know, that the teachers didn't know he knew, and in all likelihood there were teachers monitoring this conversation. Bean couldn't let his face give away how much he really understood. Because they need somebody to beat the buggers. That's the only thing they care about. It's important that you know that, Bean. Bean wanted to demand, why is it important that I know? Or are you just saying that people in general should know it? Have you finally seen and understood who I am? That I'm you, only smarter and less likable? The better strategist but the weaker commander? That if you fail, if you break, if you get sick and die, then I'm the one? Is that why I need to know this? Because, Wiggin went on, most of the boys in this school think the game is important for itself. But it isn't. It's only important because it helps them find kids who might grow up to be real commanders in the real war. But as for the game, screw that. That's what they're doing. Screwing up the game. Funny, said Bean. I thought they were just doing it to us. No, if Wiggin thought Bean needed to have this explained to him, he did not understand who Bean really was. Still, it was Bean in Wiggin's quarters having this conversation with him. That was something. A game 9 weeks earlier than it should have come. A game every day. And now 2 games in the same day. Bean, I don't know what the teachers are doing, but my army is getting tired, and I'm getting tired, and they don't care at all about the rules of the game. I've pulled the old charts up from the computer. No one has ever destroyed so many enemies and kept so many of his own soldiers whole in the history of the game. What was this? Brag? Bean answered as brag was meant to be answered. You're the best, Ender. Wiggin shook his head. If he heard the irony in Bean's voice, he didn't respond to it. Maybe. But it was no accident that I got the soldiers I got. Launchies, rejects from other armies, but put them together and my worst soldier could be a toon leader in another army. They've loaded things my way, but now they're loading it all against me. Bean, they want to break us down. So Wiggin did understand how his army had been selected, even if he didn't know who had done the selecting. Or maybe he knew everything, and this was all that he cared to show Bean at this time. It was hard to guess how much of what Wiggin did was calculated and how much merely intuitive. They can't break you. You'd be surprised. Wiggin breathed sharply, suddenly, as if there were a stab of pain, or he had to catch a sudden breath in a wind. Bean looked at him and realized that the impossible was happening. Far from baiting him, Ender Wiggin was actually confiding in him. Not much, but a little. Ender was letting Bean see that he was human, bringing him into the inner circle, making him... what? A counselor? A confidant? Maybe you'll be surprised, said Bean. There's a limit to how many clever new ideas I can come up with every day. Somebody's going to come up with something to throw at me that I haven't thought of before, and I won't be ready. What's the worst that could happen? Asked Bean. You'll lose 1 game. Yes, that's the worst that could happen. I can't lose any games. Because if I lose any... He didn't complete the thought. Bean wondered what Ender imagined the consequences would be. Merely that the legend of Ender Wiggin, perfect soldier, would be lost? Or that his army would lose confidence in him, or in their own invincibility? Or was this about the larger war, and losing a game here in battle school might shake the confidence of the teachers that Ender was the commander of the future, the one to lead the fleet, if he could be made ready before the bugger invasion arrived? Again, Bean did not know how much the teachers knew about what Bean had guessed about the progress of the wider war. Better to keep silence. I need you to be clever, Bean, said Ender. I need you to think of solutions to problems we haven't seen yet. I want you to try things that no one has ever tried because they're absolutely stupid. So what is this about, Ender? What have you decided about me that brings me into your quarters tonight? Why me? Because even though there are some better soldiers than you in Dragon Army, not many, but some, there's nobody who can think better and faster than you. He had seen. And after a month of frustration, Bean realized that it was better this way. Ender had seen his work in battle, had judged him by what he did, not by his reputation in classes or the rumors about his having the highest scores in the history of the school. Bean had earned this evaluation, and it had been given him by the only person in this school whose high opinion Bean longed for. Ender held out his desk for Bean to see. On it were 12 names. 2 or 3 soldiers from each tune. Bean immediately knew how Ender had chosen them. They were all good soldiers, confident and reliable, but not the flashy ones, the stunters, the show-offs. They were, in fact, the ones that Bean valued most highly among those who were not tune leaders. "Choose 5 of these," said Ender. 1 from each tune. They're a special squad, and you'll train them. Only during the extra practice sessions. Talk to me about what you're training them to do. Don't spend too long on any one thing. Most of the time, you and your squad will be part of the whole army, part of your regular tunes. But when I need you, when there's something to be done that only you can do. There was something else about these 12. These are all new. No veterans. After last week, Bean, all our soldiers are veterans. Don't you realize that on the individual soldier standings, all 40 of our soldiers are in the top 50? That you have to go down 17 places to find a soldier who isn't a dragon? What if I can't think of anything? Asked Bean. Then I was wrong about you. Bean grinned. You weren't wrong. The lights went out. Can you find your way back, Bean? Probably not. Then stay here. If you listen very carefully, you can hear the good fairy come in the night and leave our assignment for tomorrow. They won't give us another battle tomorrow, will they? Bean meant it as a joke, but Ender didn't answer. Bean heard him climb into bed. Ender was still small for a commander. His feet didn't come near the end of the bunk. There was plenty of room for Bean to curl up at the foot of the bed. So he climbed up and then lay still, so as not to disturb Ender's sleep. If he was sleeping. If he was not lying awake in the silence, trying to make sense of... what? For Bean, the assignment was merely to think of the unthinkable. Stupid ploys that might be used against them, and ways to counter them. Equally stupid innovations they might introduce in order to sow confusion among the other armies and, Bean suspected, get them sidetracked into imitating completely non-essential strategies. Since few of the other commanders understood why Dragon Army was winning, they kept imitating the nonce tactics used in a particular battle instead of seeing the underlying method Ender used in training and organizing his army. As Napoleon said, the only thing a commander ever truly controls is his own army. Training, morale, trust, initiative, command, and, to a lesser degree, supply, placement, movement, loyalty, and courage in battle. What the enemy will do and what chance will bring, those defy all planning. The commander must be able to change his plans abruptly when obstacles or opportunities appear. If his army isn't ready and willing to respond to his will, his cleverness comes to nothing. The less effective commanders didn't understand this. Failing to recognize that Ender won because he and his army responded fluidly and instantly to change, they could only think to imitate the specific tactics they saw him use. Even if Bean's creative gambits were irrelevant to the outcome of the battle, they would lead other commanders to waste time imitating irrelevancies. Now and then something he came up with might actually be useful. But by and large, he was a sideshow. That was fine with Bean. If Ender wanted a sideshow, what mattered was that he had chosen Bean to create that show, and Bean would do it as well as it could be done. But if Ender was lying awake tonight, it was not because he was concerned about Dragon Army's battles tomorrow and the next day and the next. Ender was thinking about the buggers and how he would fight them when he got through his training and was thrown into war, with the real lives of real men depending on his decisions, with the survival of humanity depending on the outcome. In that scheme, what is my place, thought Bean. I'm glad enough that the burden is on Ender, not because I could not bear it, maybe I could, but because I have more confidence that Ender can bring it off than that I could. Whatever it is that makes men love the commander who decides when they will die, Ender has that, And if I have it, no one has yet seen evidence of it. Besides, even without genetic alteration, Ender has abilities that the tests didn't measure for, that run deeper than mere intellect. But he shouldn't have to bear all this alone. I can help him. I can forget geometry and astronomy and all the other nonsense and concentrate on the problems he faces most directly. I'll do research into the way other animals wage war, especially swarming hive insects, since the formics resemble ants the way we resemble primates. And I can watch his back. Bean thought again of Bonzo Madrid, of the deadly rage of bullies in Rotterdam. Why have the teachers put Ender in this position? He's an obvious target for the hatred of the other boys. Kids in battle school had war in their hearts. They hungered for triumph. They loathed defeat. If they lacked these attributes, they would never have been brought here. Yet from the start, Ender had been set apart from the others. Younger but smarter, the leading soldier, and now the commander who makes all other commanders look like babies. Some commanders responded to defeat by becoming submissive. Karn Karby, for instance, now praised Ender behind his back and studied his battles to try to learn how to win, never realizing that you had to study Ender's training, not his battles, to understand his victories. But most of the other commanders were resentful, frightened, ashamed, angry, jealous, and it was in their character to translate such feelings into violent action, if they were sure of victory. Just like the streets of Rotterdam. Just like the bullies struggling for supremacy, for rank, for respect. Ender has stripped Bonzo naked. It cannot be borne. He'll have his revenge, as surely as Ashiel avenged his humiliation. And the teachers understand this. They intend it. Ender has clearly mastered every test they set for him. Whatever battle school usually taught, he was done with. So why didn't they move him on to the next level? Because there was a lesson they were trying to teach, or a test they were trying to get him to pass, which was not within the usual curriculum. Only this particular test could end in death. Bean had felt Bonzo's fingers around his throat. This was a boy who, once he let himself go, would relish the absolute power that the murderer achieves at his victim's moment of death. They're putting Ender into a street situation. They're testing him to see if he can survive. They don't know what they're doing, the fools. The street is not a test. The street is a lottery. I came out a winner. I was alive. But Ender's survival won't depend on his ability. Luck plays too large a role. Plus the skill and resolve and power of the opponent. Bonzo may be unable to control the emotions that weaken him, but his presence in battle school means that he is not without skill. He was made a commander because a certain type of soldier will follow him into death and horror. Ender is in mortal danger. And the teachers, who think of us as children, have no idea how quickly death can come. Look away for only a few minutes. Step away far enough that you can't get back in time, and your precious Ender Wiggin, on whom all your hopes are pinned, will be quite dead. I saw it on the streets of Rotterdam. It can happen just as easily in your nice, clean rooms here in space. So Bean set aside classwork for good that night, lying at Ender's feet. Instead, he had 2 new courses of study. He would help Ender prepare for the war he cared about with the buggers, but he would also help him in the street fight that was being set up for him. It wasn't that Ender was oblivious either. After some kind of fracas in the battle room during one of Ender's early free-time practices, Ender had taken a course in self-defense and knew something about fighting man-to-man. But Bonzo would not come at him man-to-man. He was too keenly aware of having been beaten. Bonzo's purpose would not be a rematch. It would not be vindication. It would be punishment. It would be elimination. He would bring a gang. And the teachers would not realize the danger until it was too late. They still didn't think of anything the children did as real. So after Bean thought of clever, stupid things to do with his new squad, he also tried to think of ways to set Boneso up so that, in the crunch, he would have to take on Ender Wiggin alone or not at all. Strip away Boneso's support. Destroy the morale, the reputation of any bully who might go along with him. This is one job Ender can't do. But it can be done.
Part 5. Leader. Chapter 17. Deadline.
I don't even know how to interpret this. The mind game had only one shot at Bean, and it puts up this one kid's face, and he goes off the charts with, what? Fear? Rage? Isn't there anybody who knows how this so-called game works? It ran Ender through a ringer, brought in those pictures of his brother that it couldn't possibly have had, only it got them. And this one, was it some deeply insightful gambit that leads to powerful new conclusions about Bean's psyche? Or was it simply the only person Bean knew whose picture was already in the Battle School files?
Was that a rant, or is there any particular one of those questions you want answered?
What I want you to answer is this question. How the hell can you tell me that something was very significant if you have no idea what it signifies?
If someone runs after your car, screaming and waving his arms, you know that something significant is intended even if you can't hear a word he's saying.
So that's what this was, screaming?
That was an analogy. The image of a shield was extraordinarily important to Bean.
Important positive or important negative?
That's too cut and dried. If it was negative, are his negative feelings because a shield caused some terrible trauma in Bean? Or negative because having been torn away from his shield was traumatic and Bean longs to be restored to him?
So, if we have an independent source of information that tells us to keep them apart...
Then either that independent source is really, really right...
or really, really wrong.
I'd be more specific if I could. We only had a minute with him.
That's disingenuous. You've had the mind game linked to all his work with his teacher identity.
And we've reported to you about that. It's partly his hunger to have control. That's how it began. But it has since become a way of taking responsibility. He has, in a way, become a teacher. He has also used his inside information to give himself the illusion of belonging to the community.
He does belong.
He has only one close friend, and that's more of a big brother, little brother thing.
I have to decide whether I can put a shield into Battle School while Bean is there, or give up one of them in order to keep the other. Now, from Bean's response to Ashil's face, what counsel can you give me?
You won't like it.
Try me.
From that incident, we can tell you that putting them together will be either a really, really bad thing or...
I'm going to have to take a long, hard look at your budget.
Sir, the whole purpose of the program, the way it works, is that the computer makes connections we would never think of and gets responses we weren't looking for. It's not actually under our control.
Just because a program isn't out of control doesn't mean intelligence is present, either in the program or the programmer.
We don't use the word intelligence with software. We regard that as a naive idea. We say that it's complex, which means that we don't always understand what it's doing. We don't always get conclusive information.
Have you ever gotten conclusive information about anything?
I chose the wrong word this time. Conclusive isn't ever the goal when we are studying the human mind.
Try useful. Anything useful?
Sir, I've told you what we know. The decision was yours before we reported to you, and it's still your decision now. Use our information or not. But is it sensible to shoot the messenger?
When the messenger won't tell you what the hell the message is, my trigger finger gets twitchy. Dismissed.
Nikolai's name was on the list that Ender gave him, but Bean ran into problems immediately. I don't want to, said Nikolai. It had not occurred to Bean that anyone would refuse. I'm having a hard enough time keeping up as it is. You're a good soldier. By the skin of my teeth, with a big helping of luck. That's how all good soldiers do it. Bean, if I lose one practice a day from my regular tune, then I'll fall behind. How can I make it up? And one practice a day with you won't be enough. I'm a smart kid, Bean, but I'm not Ender. I'm not you. That's the thing that I don't think you really get. How it feels not to be you. Things just aren't as easy and clear. It's not easy for me either. Look, I know that, Bean. And there are some things I can do for you. This isn't one of them. Please. It was Bean's first experience with command, and it wasn't working. He found himself getting angry, wanting to say screw you and go on to someone else. Only he couldn't be angry at the only true friend he had. And he also couldn't easily take no for an answer. Nikolai, what we're doing won't be hard. Stunts and tricks. Nikolai closed his eyes. Bean, you're making me feel bad. I don't want you to feel bad, Sinterklaas, but this is the assignment I was given, because Ender thinks Dragon Army needs this. You were on the list, his choice, not mine. But you don't have to choose me. So I asked the next kid, and he says, Nikolai's on this squad, right? And I say no, he didn't want to. That makes them all feel like they can say no. And they'll want to say no because nobody wants to be taking orders from me. A month ago, sure, that would have been true. But they know you're a solid soldier. I've heard people talk about you. They respect you. Again, it would have been so easy to do what Nikolai wanted and let him off the hook on this. And as a friend, that would be the right thing to do. But Bean couldn't think as a friend. He had to deal with the fact that he had been given a command and he had to make it work. Did he really need Nikolai? I'm just thinking out loud, Nikolai, because you're the only one I can say this to, but see, I'm scared. I wanted to lead a tune, but that's because I didn't know anything about what leaders do. I've had a week of battles to see how Crazy Tom holds the group of us together, the voice he uses for command. To see how Ender trains us and trusts us, and it's a dance. Tiptoe, leap, spin, and I'm afraid that I'll fail, and there isn't time to fail. I have to make this work, and when you're with me, I know there's at least one person who isn't halfway hoping for this smart little kid to fail. Don't kid yourself, said Nikolai. As long as we're being honest. That stung. But a leader had to take that, didn't he? No matter what you feel, Nikolai, you'll give me a chance, said Bean. And because you're giving me a chance, the others will too. I need loyalty. So do I, Bean. You need my loyalty as a friend in order to let you personally be happy, said Bean. I need loyalty as a leader in order to fulfill the assignment given to us by our commander. That's mean, said Nikolai. Said Bean. Also true. You're mean, Bean. Help me, Nikolai. Looks like our friendship goes only one way. Bean had never felt like this before. This knife in his heart, just because of the words he was hearing, just because somebody else was angry with him. It wasn't just because he wanted Nikolai to think well of him. It was because he knew that Nikolai was at least partly right. Bean was using his friendship against him. It wasn't because of that pain, however, that Bean decided to back off. It was because a soldier who was with him against his will would not serve him well, even if he was a friend. Look, if you won't, you won't. I'm sorry I made you mad. I'll do it without you. And you're right, I'll do fine. Still friends, Nikolai? Nikolai took his offered hand, held it. Thank you, he whispered. Bean went immediately to Shovel, the only one on Ender's list who was also from Seatoon. Shovel wasn't Bean's first choice. He had just the slightest tendency to delay, to do things half-heartedly. But because he was in Seatoon, Shovel had been there when Bean advised Crazy Tom. He had observed Bean in action. Shovel set aside his desk when Bean asked if they could talk for a minute. As with Nikolai, Bean clambered up onto the bunk to sit beside the larger boy. Shovel was from Cagnes-sur-Mer, a little town on the French Riviera, and he still had that open-faced friendliness of Provence. Bean liked him. Everybody liked him. Quickly, Bean explained what Ender had asked him to do, though he didn't mention that it was just a sideshow. Nobody would give up a daily practice for a something that wouldn't be crucial to victory. You were on the list Ender gave me, and I'd like you to... Bean, what are you doing? Crazy Tom stood in front of Shovel's bunk. At once, Bean realized his mistake. Sir, said Bean, I should have talked to you first. I'm new at this and I just didn't think. New at what? Again, Bean laid out what he had been asked to do by Ender. And Shovel's on the list? Right. So I'm going to lose you and Shovel from my practices? Just one practice per day. I'm the only toon leader who loses 2. Ender said 1 from each toon. 5 plus me. Not my choice. Merda, said Crazy Tom. You and Ender just didn't think of the fact that this is going to hit me harder than any of the other toon leaders. Whatever you're doing, why can't you do it with 5 instead of 6? You and 4 others, 1 from each of the other toons. Bean wanted to argue, but realized that going head-to-head wasn't going to get him anywhere. You're right. I didn't think of that. And you're right that Ender might very well change his mind when he realizes what he's doing to your practices. So when he comes in this morning, why don't you talk to him and let me know what the 2 of you decide? In the meantime, though, Shovel might tell me no, and then the question doesn't matter anymore, right? Crazy Tom thought about it. Bean could see the anger ticking away in him. But leadership had changed Crazy Tom. He no longer blew up the way he used to. He caught himself. He held it in. He waited it out. Okay, I'll talk to Ender. If Shovel wants to do it. They both looked at Shovel. I think it'd be okay, said Shovel, to do something weird like this. I won't let up on either of you, said Crazy Tom. And you don't talk about your wacko toon during my practices. You keep it outside. They both agreed to that. Bean could see that Crazy Tom was wise to insist on that. This special assignment would set the 2 of them apart from the others in Seatoon. If they rubbed their noses in it, the others could feel shut out of an elite. That problem wouldn't show up as much in any of the other toons, because there'd only be 1 kid from each toon in Bean's squad. No chat. Therefore, no nose-rubbing. Look, I don't have to talk to Ender about this, said Crazy Tom. Unless it becomes a problem. Okay? Thanks, said Bean. Crazy Tom went back to his own bunk. I did that okay, thought Bean. I didn't screw up. Bean, said Shovel. Eh? One thing. Don't call me Shovel. Bean thought back. Shovel's real name was Ducheval. You prefer 2 horses? Sounds kind of like a Sioux warrior. Shovel grinned. That's better than sounding like the tool you use to clean the stable. Ducheval, said Bean. From now on. Thanks. When do we start? Free time practice today. Bacana. Bean almost danced away from Ducheval's bunk. He had done it. He had handled it. Once, anyway. And by the time breakfast was over, he had all 5 on his toon. With the other 4, he checked with their toon leaders first. No one turned him down. And he got his squad to promise to call Ducheval by his right name from then on.
Graff had Dymac and Dap in his makeshift office in the battle room bridge when Bean came. It was the usual argument between Dymac and Dap. That is, it was about nothing, some trivial question of one violating some minor protocol or other, which escalated quickly into a flurry of formal complaints. Just another skirmish in their rivalry, as Dap and Dymac tried to gain some advantage for their protégés, Ender and Bean, while at the same time trying to keep Graf from putting them in the physical danger that both saw looming. When the knock came at the door, voices had been raised for some time, and because the knock was not loud, it occurred to Graf to wonder what might have been overheard. Had names been mentioned? Yes, both Bean and Ender. And also Bonzo. Had a Shields name come up? No. He had just been referred to as another irresponsible decision endangering the future of the human race, all because of some insane theory about games being one thing and genuine life and death struggles being another, completely unproven and unprovable except in the blood of some child. That was Dap, who had a tendency to wax eloquent. Graf, of course, was already sick at heart because he agreed with both teachers, not only in their arguments against each other, but also in their arguments against his own policy. Bean was demonstrably the better candidate on all tests. Ender was just as demonstrably the better candidate based on his performance in actual leadership situations. And Graf was being irresponsible to expose both boys to physical danger. But in both cases, the child had serious doubts about his own courage. Ender had his long history of submission to his older brother Peter, and the mind game had shown that in Ender's unconscious, Peter was linked to the Buggers. Graf knew that Ender had the courage to strike without restraint when the time came for it, that he could stand alone against an enemy without anyone to help him, and destroy the one who would destroy him. But Ender didn't know it, and he had to know. Bean, for his part, had shown physical symptoms of panic before his first battle, and while he ended up performing well, Graf didn't need any psychological tests to tell him that the doubt was there. The only difference was, in Bean's case, Graf shared his doubt. There was no proof that Bean would strike. Self-doubt was the one thing that neither candidate could afford to have. Against an enemy that did not hesitate, that could not hesitate, there could be no pause for reflection. The boys had to face their worst fears, knowing that no one would intervene to help. They had to know that when failure would be fatal, they would not fail. They had to pass the test and know that they had passed it, and both boys were so perceptive that the danger could not be faked. It had to be real. Exposing them to that risk was utterly irresponsible of Graf, yet he knew that it would be just as irresponsible not to. If Graf played it safe, no one would blame him if in the actual war Ender or Bean failed. That would be small consolation, though, given the consequences of failure. Whichever way he guessed, if he was wrong, everybody on Earth might pay the ultimate price. The only thing that made it possible was that if either of them was killed, or damaged physically or mentally, the other was still there to carry on as the sole remaining candidate. If both failed, what then? There were many bright children, but none who were that much better than commanders already in place who had graduated from battle school many years ago. Somebody has to roll the dice. Mine are the hands that hold those dice. I'm not a bureaucrat, placing my career above the larger purpose I was put here to serve. I will not put the dice in someone else's hands, or pretend that I don't have the choice I have. For now, all Graf could do was listen to both Dap and Dymac, ignore their bureaucratic attacks and maneuvers against him, and try to keep them from each other's throats in their vicarious rivalry. That small knock at the door, Graf knew before the door opened who it would be. If he had heard the argument, Bean gave no sign, but then that was Bean's specialty, giving no sign. Only Ender managed to be more secretive, and he, at least, had played the mind game long enough to give the teachers a map of his psyche.
Sir, said Bean.
Come in, Bean. Come in, Julian Delphiki, longed-for child of good and loving parents. Come in, kidnapped child, hostage of fate. Come and talk to the fates who are playing such clever little games with your life. I can wait, said Bean. Captain Dapp and Captain Dymac can hear what you have to say, can't they? Asked Graf. If you say so, sir. It's not a secret. I would like to have access to station supplies. Denied. That's not acceptable, sir. Graf saw how both Dapp and Dymac glanced at him, amused at the audacity of the boy. Why do you think so? Short notice. Games every day, soldiers exhausted and yet still being pressured to perform in class. Fine. Ender's dealing with it, and so are we. But the only possible reason you could be doing this is to test our resourcefulness. So I want some resources. I don't remember your being commander of Dragon Army, said Graf. I'll listen to a requisition for specific equipment from your commander. Not possible, said Bean. He doesn't have time to waste on foolish bureaucratic procedures. Foolish bureaucratic procedures. Graf had used that exact phrase in the argument just a few minutes ago, but Graf's voice had not been raised. How long had Bean been listening outside the door? Graf cursed himself silently. He had moved his office up here specifically because he knew Bean was a sneak and a spy, gathering intelligence however he could. And then he didn't even post a guard to stop the boy from simply walking up and listening at the door. And you do? Asked Graf. I'm the one he assigned to think of stupid things you might do to rig the game against us and think of ways to deal with them. What do you think you're going to find? I don't know, said Bean. I just know that the only things we ever see are our uniforms and flash suits, our weapons and our desks. There are other supplies here. For instance, there's paper. We never get any except during written tests when our desks are closed to us. What would you do with paper in the battle room? I don't know, said Bean. Wad it up and throw it around. Shred it and make a cloud of dust out of it. And who would clean this up? Not my problem, said Bean. Permission denied. That's not acceptable, sir, said Bean. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, Bean, but it matters less than a cockroach's fart whether you accept my decision or not. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, sir, but you clearly have no idea what you're doing. You're improvising, screwing with the system. The damage you're doing is going to take years to undo, and you don't care. That means that it doesn't matter what condition this school is in a year from now. That means that everybody who matters is going to be graduated soon. Training is being accelerated because the buggers are getting too close for delays. So you're pushing, and you're especially pushing Ender Wiggin. Graf felt sick. He knew that Bean's powers of analysis were extraordinary. So also were his powers of deception. Some of Bean's guesses weren't right, but was that because he didn't know the truth, or because he simply didn't want them to know how much he knew, or how much he guessed? I never wanted you here, Bean, because you're too dangerous. Bean was still making his case. When the day comes that Ender Wiggin is looking for ways to stop the buggers from getting to Earth and scouring the whole planet the way they started to back in the first invasion, are you going to give him some bullshit answer about what resources he can or cannot use? As far as you're concerned, the ship's supplies don't exist. As far as I'm concerned, said Bean, Ender is this close to telling you to fry up your game and eat it. He's sick of it. If you can't see that, you're not much of a teacher. He doesn't care about the standings. He doesn't care about beating other kids. All he cares about is preparing to fight the buggers. So how hard do you think it will be for me to persuade him that your program here is crocked, and it's time to quit playing? All right, said Graf. Dymac, prepare the brig. Bean is to be confined until the shuttle is ready to take him back to Earth. This boy is out of battle school. Bean smiled slightly. Go for it, Colonel Graf. I'm done here anyway. I've got everything I wanted here, a first-rate education. I'll never have to live on the street again. I'm home free. Let me out of your game right now. I'm ready. You won't be free on Earth, either. Can't risk having you tell these wild stories about battle school, said Graf. Right. Take the best student you ever had here and put him in jail because he asked for access to the supply closet and you didn't like it. Come on, Colonel Graf. Swallow hard and back down. You need my cooperation more than I need yours. Dymac could barely conceal his smile. If only confronting Graf like this were sufficient proof of Bean's courage. And for all that Graf had doubts about Bean, he didn't deny that he was good at maneuver. Graf would have given almost anything not to have Dymac and Dap in the room at this moment. It was your decision to have this conversation in front of witnesses, said Bean. What? Was the kid a mind reader? No, Graf had glanced at the two teachers. Bean simply knew how to read his body language. The kid missed nothing. That's why he was so valuable to the program. Isn't this why we pin our hopes on these kids? Because they're good at maneuver. And if I know anything about command, don't I know this? That there are times when you cut your losses and leave the field. All right, Bean. One scan through supply inventory, with somebody to explain to me what it all is. I thought you already knew everything. Bean was polite in victory. He did not respond to taunting. The sarcasm gave Graf a little compensation for having to back down. He knew that's all it was, but this job didn't have many perks. Captain Dymac and Captain Dap will accompany you, said Graf. One scan, and either one of them can veto anything you request. They will be responsible for the consequences of any injuries resulting from your use of any item they let you have. Thank you, sir, said Bean. In all likelihood, I won't find anything useful, but I appreciate your fair-mindedness in letting us search the station's resources to further the educational objectives of the battle school. The kid had the jargon down cold. All those months of access to the student data, with all the notations in the files, Bean had clearly learned more than just the factual contents of the dossiers. And now Bean was giving him the spin that he should use in writing up a report about his decision, as if Graf were not perfectly capable of creating his own spin. The kid is patronizing me. Little bastard thinks that he's in control. Well, I have some surprises for him, too. Dismissed, said Graf. All of you. They got up, saluted, left. Now, thought Graf, I have to second-guess all my future decisions, wondering how much my choices are influenced by the fact that this kid really pisses me off.
As Bean scanned the inventory list, he was really searching primarily for anything that might be made into a weapon that Ender or some of his army could carry to protect him from physical attack by Bonzo. But there was nothing that would be both concealable from the teachers and powerful enough to give smaller kids sufficient leverage over larger ones. It was a disappointment, but he'd find other ways to neutralize the threat. And now, as long as he was scanning the inventory, was there anything that he might be able to use in the battle room? Cleaning supplies weren't very promising, nor would the hardware stocks make much sense in the battle room. What, throw a handful of screws? The safety equipment, though. What's a deadline? Asked Bean. Dymac answered. Very fine, strong cord that's used to secure maintenance and construction workers when they're working outside the station. How long? With links, we can assemble several kilometers of secure deadline, said Dymac. But each coil unspools to 100 meters. I want to see it. They took him into parts of the station that children never went to. The decor was far more utilitarian here. Screws and rivets were visible in the plates on the walls. The intake ducts were visible instead of being hidden inside the ceiling. There were no friendly light stripes for a child to touch and get directions to his barracks. All the palm pads were too high for a child to comfortably use, and the staff they passed saw Bean and then looked at Dap and Dymac as if they were crazy. The coil was amazingly small. Bean hefted it. Light, too. He unspooled a few decameters of it. It was almost invisible. This will hold? The weight of 2 adults, said Dymac. It's so fine. Will it cut? Rounded so smoothly it can't cut anything. Wouldn't do us any good if it went slicing through things. Like spacesuits. Can I cut it into short lengths? With a blowtorch, said Dymac. This is what I want. Just one? Asked Dap, rather sarcastically. And a blowtorch, said Bean. Denied, said Dymac. I was joking, said Bean. He walked out of the supply room and started jogging down the corridor, retracing the route they had just taken. They jogged after him. Slow down, Dymac called out. Keep up, Bean answered. I've got a tune waiting for me to train them with this. Train them to do what? I don't know. He got to the pole and slid down. It passed him right through to the student levels. Going this direction, there was no security clearance at all. His tune was waiting for him in the battle room. They'd been working hard for him the past few days, trying all kinds of lame things. Formations that could explode in midair, screens, attacks without guns, disarming enemies with their feet, getting into and out of spins which made them almost impossible to hit but also kept them from shooting at anybody else. The most encouraging thing was the fact that Ender spent almost the entire practice time watching Bean's squad whenever he wasn't actually responding to questions from leaders and soldiers in the other tunes. Whatever they came up with, Ender would know about it and have his own ideas about when to use it. And, knowing that Ender's eyes were on them, Bean's soldiers worked all the harder. It gave Bean more stature in their eyes, that Ender really did care about what they did. Ender's good at this, Bean realized again for the 100th time. He knows how to form a group into the shape he wants it to have. He knows how to get people to work together, and he does it by the most minimal means possible. If Graf were as good at this as Ender, I wouldn't have had to act like such a bully in there today. The first thing Bean tried with the deadline was to stretch it across the battle room. It reached, with barely enough slack to allow knots to be tied at both ends. But a few minutes of experimentation showed that it would be completely ineffective as a tripwire. Most enemies would simply miss it. Those that did run into it might be disoriented or flipped around, but once it was known that it was there, it could be used like part of a grid, which meant it would work to the advantage of a creative enemy. The deadline was designed to keep a man from drifting off into space. What happens when you get to the end of the line? Bean left one end fastened to a handhold in the wall, but coiled the other end around his waist several times. The line was now shorter than the width of the battle room's cube. Bean tied a knot in the line, then launched himself toward the opposite wall. As he sailed through the air, the deadline tautening behind him, he couldn't help thinking, I hope they were right about this wire not being capable of cutting. What a way to end. Sliced in half in the battle room. That would be an interesting mess for them to clean up. When he was a meter from the wall, the line went taut. Bean's forward progress was immediately halted at his waist. His body jackknifed, and he felt like he'd been kicked in the gut. But the most surprising thing was the way his inertia was translated from forward movement into a sideways arc that whipped him across the battle room toward where D-Tune was practicing. He hit the wall so hard he had what was left of his breath knocked out of him. "Did you see that?" Bean screamed as soon as he could breathe. His stomach hurt. He might not have been sliced in half, but he would have a vicious bruise, he knew that at once, and if he hadn't had his flash suit on, he could well believe there would have been internal injuries. But he'd be okay, and the deadline had let him change directions abruptly in midair. "Did you see it? Did you see it? Are you all right?" Ender shouted. He realized that Ender thought he was injured. Slowing down his speech, Bean called out again, "Did you see how fast I went? Did you see how I changed direction?" The whole army stopped practice to watch as Bean played more with the deadline. Tying two soldiers together got interesting results when one of them stopped, but it was hard to hold on. More effective was when Bean had Ender use his hook to pull a star out of the wall and put it into the middle of the battle room. Bean tied himself and launched from the star. When the line went taut, the edge of the star acted as a fulcrum, shortening the length of the line as he changed direction. And as the line wrapped around the star, it shortened even more upon reaching each edge. At the end, Bean was moving so fast that he blacked out for a moment upon hitting the star. But the whole of Dragon Army was stunned at what they had seen. The deadline was completely invisible, so it looked as though this little kid had launched himself and then suddenly started changing direction and speeding up in mid-flight. It was seriously disturbing to see it. "Let's do it again, and see if I can shoot while I'm doing it," said Bean. Evening practice didn't end till 21:40, leaving little time before bed. But having seen the stunts Bean's squad was preparing, the army was excited instead of weary, fairly scampering through the corridors. Most of them probably understood that what Bean had come up with were stunts, nothing that would be decisive in battle. It was fun anyway. It was new. And it was Dragon. Bean started out leading the way, having been given that honor by Ender. A time of triumph, and even though he knew he was being manipulated by the system, behavior modification through public honors, it still felt good. Not so good, though, that he let up his alertness. He hadn't gone far along the corridor until he realized that there were too many salamander uniforms among the other boys wandering around in this section. By 21:40, most armies were in their barracks, with only a few stragglers coming back from the library or the vids or the game room. Too many salamanders, and the other soldiers were often big kids from armies whose commanders bore no special love toward Ender. It didn't take a genius to recognize a trap. Bean jogged back and tagged Crazy Tom, Vlad, and Hot Soup, who were walking together. "Too many salamanders," Bean said. "Stay back with Ender." They got it at once. It was public knowledge that Boneso was breathing out threats about what somebody ought to do to Ender Wiggin, just to put him in his place. Bean continued his shambling, easy-going run toward the back of the army, ignoring the smaller kids but tagging the other two toon leaders and all the seconds. The older kids, the ones who might have some chance of standing up to Boneso's crew in a fight. Not much of a chance, but all that was needed was to keep them from getting at Ender until the teachers intervened. No way could the teachers stand aloof if an out-and-out riot erupted. Or could they? Bean passed right by Ender, got behind him. He saw, coming up quickly, Petra Arcanian in her Phoenix Army uniform. She called out, "Oh, Ender." To Bean's disgust, Ender stopped and turned around. The boy was too trusting. Behind Petra, a few salamanders fell into step. Bean looked the other way and saw a few more salamanders and a couple of set-faced boys from other armies drifting down the corridor past the last of the dragons. Hot Soup and Crazy Tom were coming quickly, with more toon leaders and the rest of the larger dragons coming behind them, but they weren't moving fast enough. Bean beckoned and he saw Crazy Tom pick up his pace. The others followed suit. "Ender, can I talk to you?" said Petra. Bean was bitterly disappointed. Petra was the Judas, setting Ender up for Boneso. Who would have guessed? She hated Boneso when she was in his army. "Walk with me," said Ender. "It's just for a moment," said Petra. Either she was a perfect actress or she was oblivious, Bean realized. She only seemed aware of the other dragon uniforms, never as much as glancing at anybody else. She isn't in on it after all, thought Bean. She's just an idiot. At last, Ender seemed to be aware of his exposed position. Except for Bean, all the other dragons were past him now, and that was apparently enough, at last, to make him uncomfortable. He turned his back on Petra and walked away briskly, quickly closing the gap between him and the older dragons. Petra was angry for a moment, then jogged quickly to catch up with him. Bean stood his ground, looking at the oncoming salamanders. They didn't even glance at him. They just picked up their pace, continuing to gain on Ender almost as fast as Petra was. Bean took 3 steps and slapped the door of Rabbit Army Barracks. Somebody opened it. Bean had only to say, "Salamander's making a move against Ender," and at once rabbits started to pour out the door into the corridor. They emerged just as the salamanders reached them and started following along. Witnesses, thought Bean. And helpers, too, if the fight seemed unfair. Ahead of him, Ender and Petra were talking, and the larger dragons fell in step around them. The salamanders continued to follow closely, and the other thugs joined them as they passed. But the danger was dissipating. Rabbit Army and the older dragons had done the job. Bean breathed a little easier. For the moment, at least, the danger was over. Bean caught up with Ender in time to hear Petra angrily say, "How can you think I did? Don't you know who your friends are?" She ran off, ducked into a ladderway, scrambled upward. Karn Karby of Rabbit caught up with Bean. "Everything okay? I hope you don't mind my calling out your army. They came and got me. We seeing Ender safely to bed?" Karn dropped back and walked along with the bulk of his soldiers. The salamander thugs were now outnumbered about 3 to 1. They backed off even more, and some of them peeled away and disappeared up ladderways or down poles. When Bean caught up with Ender again, he was surrounded by his toon leaders. There was nothing subtle about it now. They were clearly his bodyguards, and some of the younger dragons had realized what was happening and were filling out the formation. They got Ender to the door of his quarters, and Crazy Tom pointedly entered before him, then allowed him to go in when he certified that no one was lying in wait. As if one of them could palm open a commander's door. But then the teachers had been changing a lot of the rules lately. Anything could happen. Bean lay awake for a while, trying to think what he could do. There was no way they could be with Ender every moment. There was classwork. Armies were deliberately broken up then. Ender was the only one who could eat in the commander's mess, so if Boneso jumped him there... But he wouldn't. Not with so many other commanders around him. Showers. Toilet stalls. And if Boneso assembled the right group of thugs, they'd slap Ender's toon leaders aside like balloons. What Bean had to do was try to peel away Boneso's support. Before he slept, he had a half-assed little plan that might help a little, or might make things work, but at least it was something, and it would be public, so the teachers couldn't claim after the fact, in their typical bureaucrat cover-my-butt way, that they hadn't known anything was going on. He thought he could do something at breakfast, but of course there was a battle first thing in the morning. Paul Slattery, Badger Army. The teachers had found a new way to mess with the rules, too. When badgers were flashed, instead of staying frozen till the end of the game, they thawed after 5 minutes, the way it worked in practice. But dragons, once hit, stayed rigid. Since the battle room was packed with stars, plenty of hiding places, it took a while to realize that they were having to shoot the same soldiers more than once as they maneuvered through the stars, and Dragon Army came closer to losing than it ever had. It was all hand-to-hand, with a dozen of the remaining dragons having to watch batches of frozen badgers, reshooting them periodically, and meanwhile frantically looking around for some other badgers sneaking up from behind. The battle took so long that by the time they got out of the battle room, breakfast was over. Dragon Army was pissed off. The ones who had been frozen early on, before they knew the trick, had spent more than an hour, some of them, floating in their rigid suits, growing more and more frustrated as the time wore on. The others, who had been forced to fight outnumbered and with little visibility against enemies who kept reviving, they were exhausted, including Ender. Ender gathered his army in the corridor and said, "Today you know everything. No practice. Get some rest. Have some fun. Pass a test." They were all grateful for the reprieve, but still, they weren't getting any breakfast today, and nobody felt like cheering. As they walked back to the barracks, some of them grumbled, "Bet they're serving breakfast to Badger Army right now." No, they got them up and served them breakfast before. No, they ate breakfast, and then 5 minutes later they get to eat another. Bean, however, was frustrated because he hadn't had a chance to carry out his plan at breakfast. He would have to wait till lunch. The good thing was that because Dragon wasn't practicing, Boneso's guys wouldn't know where to lie in wait for him. The bad thing was that if Ender went off by himself, there'd be nobody to protect him. So Bean was relieved when he saw Ender go into his quarters. In consultation with the other Toon leaders, Bean set up a watch on Ender's door. One dragon sat outside the barracks for a half-hour shift, then knocked on the door and his replacement came out. No way was Ender going to go wandering off without Dragon Army knowing it. But Ender never came out, and finally it was lunchtime. All the Toon leaders sent the soldiers on ahead and then detoured past Ender's door. Fly Molo knocked loudly. Actually, he slapped the door hard 5 times. "Lunch, Ender." "I'm not hungry." His voice was muffled by the door. "Go on and eat." "We can wait," said Fly. "Don't want you walking to the commander's mess alone." "I'm not going to eat any lunch at all," said Ender. "Go on, and I'll see you after." "You heard him," said Fly to the others. "He'll be safe in here while we eat." Bean had noticed that Ender did not promise to stay in his room throughout lunch. But at least Bonzo's people wouldn't know where he was. Unpredictability was helpful, and Bean wanted to get the chance to make his speech at lunch. So he ran to the mess room and did not get in line, but instead bounded up onto a table and clapped his hands loudly to get attention. "Hey, everybody!" He waited until the group went about as close to silent as it was going to get. "There's some of you here who need a reminder of a couple of points of IF law. If a soldier is ordered to do something illegal or improper by his commanding officer, he has a responsibility to refuse the order and report it. A soldier who obeys an illegal or improper order is fully responsible for the consequences of his actions. Just in case any of you here are too dim to know what that means, the law says that if some commander orders you to commit a crime, that's no excuse. You are forbidden to obey." Nobody from Salamander would meet Bean's gaze, but a thug in rat uniform answered in a surly tone. "You got something in mind here, Pinprick?" "I've got you in mind, Lighter. Your scores are pretty much in the bottom 10% in the school, so I thought you might need a little extra help." "You can shut your face hole right now. That's the help I need. Whatever Bonzo had you set to do last night, Lighter, you and about 20 others, what I'm telling you is if you'd actually tried something, every single one of you would have been out of battle school on his ass. Iced. A complete failure because you listened to Bonehead Madrid. Can I be any more clear than that?" Lighter laughed. It sounded forced, but then he wasn't the only one laughing. "You don't even know what's going on, Pinprick," one of them said. "I know Bonehead's trying to turn you into a street crew, you pathetic losers. He can't beat Ender in the battle room, so he's going to get a dozen tough guys to beat up one little kid. You all hear that? You know what Ender is. The best damn commander ever to come through here. He might be the only one able to do what Mazer Rackham did and beat the buggers when they come back. Did you think of that? And these guys are so smart, they want to beat his brains out. So when the buggers come, and we've only got puss brains like Bonzo Madrid to lead our fleets to defeat, then as the buggers scour the earth and kill every last man, woman, and child, the survivors will all know that these fools are the ones who got rid of the one guy who could have led us to victory." The whole place was dead silent now, and Bean could see, looking at the ones he recognized as having been with Bonzo's group last night, that he was getting through to them. "Oh, you forgot the buggers, is that it? You forgot that this battle school wasn't put here so you could write home to Mommy about your high standings on the scoreboard? So you go ahead and help Bonzo out, and while you're at it, why not just slit your own throats too, because that's what you're doing if you hurt Ender Wiggin. But for the rest of us, well, how many here think that Ender Wiggin is the one commander we would all want to follow into battle? Come on, how many of you?" Bean began to clap his hands slowly, rhythmically. Immediately, all the dragons joined in, and very quickly most of the rest of the soldiers were also clapping. The ones who weren't were conspicuous and could see how the others looked at them with scorn or hate. Pretty soon the whole room was clapping, even the food servers. Bean thrust both his hands straight up in the air. "The butt-faced buggers are the only enemy. Humans are all on the same side, Anybody who raises a hand against Ender Wiggin is a bugger lover." They responded with cheers and applause, leaping to their feet. It was Bean's first attempt at rabble-rousing. He was pleased to see that, as long as the cause was right, he was pretty damn good at it. Only later, when he had his food and was sitting with Seatoon, eating it, did Leiter himself come up to Bean. He came up from behind, and the rest of Seatoon was on their feet, ready to take him on before Bean even knew he was there. But Leiter motioned them to sit down, then leaned over and spoke right into Bean's ear. "Listen to this, Queen Stupid. The soldiers who were planning to take Wiggin apart aren't even here. So much for your stupid speech." Then he was gone. And a moment later, so was Bean, with Seatoon gathering the rest of Dragon Army to follow behind him. Ender wasn't in his quarters, or at least he didn't answer. Fly Molo, as A-Toon commander, took charge and divided them into groups to search the barracks, the game room, the vid room, the library, the gym. But Bean called out for his squad to follow him. To the bathroom. That's the one place that Bonzo and his boys could plan on Ender having to go eventually. By the time Bean got there, it was all over. Teachers and medical staff were clattering down the halls. Dink Meeker was walking with Ender, his arm across Ender's shoulder, away from the bathroom. Ender was wearing only his towel. He was wet, and there was blood all over the back of his head and dripping down his back. It took Bean only a moment to realize that it was not his blood. The others from Bean's squad watched as Dink led Ender back to his quarters and helped him inside. But Bean was already on his way to the bathroom. The teachers ordered him out of the way, out of the corridor. But Bean saw enough. Bonzo lying on the floor, medical staff doing CPR. Bean knew that you don't do that to somebody whose heart is beating. And from the inattentive way the others were standing around, Bean knew it was only a formality. Nobody expected Bonzo's heart to start again. No surprise. His nose had been jammed up inside his head. His face was a mass of blood, which explained the bloody back of Ender's head. All our efforts didn't amount to squat. But Ender won anyway. He knew this was coming. He learned self-defense. He used it, and he didn't do a half-assed job of it either. If Ender had been Poke's friend, Poke wouldn't have died. And if Ender had depended on Bean to save him, he'd be just as dead as Poke. Rough hands dragged Bean off his feet, pushed him against a wall. "What did you see?" demanded Major Anderson. "Nothing," said Bean. "Is that Bonzo in there? Is he hurt?" "This is none of your business. Didn't you hear us order you away?" Colonel Graff arrived then, and Bean could see that the teachers around him were furious at him, yet couldn't say anything, either because of military protocol or because one of the children was present. "I think Bean has stuck his nose into things once too often," said Anderson. "Are you going to send Bonzo home?" asked Bean. "'Cause he's just going to try it again." Graff gave him a withering glance. "I heard about your speech in the mess hall," said Graff. "I didn't know we brought you up here to be a politician. If you don't ice Bonzo and get him out of here, Ender's never going to be safe, and we won't stand for it." "Mind your own business, little boy," said Graff. "This is men's work here." Bean let himself be dragged away by Dymac. Just in case they still wondered whether Bean saw that Bonzo was dead, he kept the act going just a little longer. "He's going to come after me too," he said. "I don't want Bonzo coming after me." "He's not coming after you," said Dymac. "He's going home. Count on it. But don't talk about this to anyone else. Let them find out when the official word is given out. Got it?" "Yes, sir," said Bean. "And where did you get all that nonsense about not obeying a commander who gives illegal orders?" "From the Uniform Code of Military Conduct," said Bean. "Well, here's a little fact for you. Nobody has ever been prosecuted for obeying orders." "That," said Bean, "is because nobody's done anything so outrageous that the general public got involved. The Uniform Code doesn't apply to students, at least not that part of it. But it applies to teachers, said Bean. It applies to you. Just in case you obeyed any illegal or improper orders today. By, what, I don't know, standing by while a fight broke out in a bathroom? Just because your commanding officer told you to let a big kid beat up on a little kid? If that information bothered Dymac, he gave no sign. He stood in the corridor and watched as Bean went into the Dragon Army barracks. It was crazy inside. Dragon Army felt completely helpless and stupid, furious and ashamed. Bonzo Madrid had outsmarted them. Bonzo had gotten Ender alone. Where were Ender's soldiers when he needed them? It took a long time for things to calm down. Through it all, Bean just sat on his bunk, thinking his own thoughts. Ender didn't just win his fight, didn't just protect himself and walk away. Ender killed him, struck a blow so devastating that his enemy will never, never come after him again. Ender Wiggin, you're the one who was born to be commander of the fleet that defends Earth from the third invasion. Because that's what we need. Someone who will strike the most brutal blow possible, with perfect aim and with no regard for consequences. Total war. Me, I'm no Ender Wiggin. I'm just a street kid whose only skill was staying alive. Somehow. The only time I was in real danger, I ran like a squirrel and took refuge with Sister Carlotta. Ender went alone into battle. I go alone into my hidey hole. I'm the guy who makes big, brave speeches standing on tables in the mess hall. Ender's the guy who meets the enemy naked and overpowers him against all odds. Whatever genes they altered to make me, they weren't the ones that mattered. Ender almost died because of me. Because I goaded Bonzo. Because I failed to keep watch at the crucial time. Because I didn't stop and think like Bonzo and figure out that he'd wait for Ender to be alone in the shower. If Ender had died today, it would have been my fault all over again. He wanted to kill somebody. Couldn't be Bonzo. Bonzo was already dead. Ashiel. That's the one he needed to kill. And if Ashiel had been there at that moment, Bean would have tried. Might have succeeded, too, if violent rage and desperate shame were enough to beat down any advantage of size and experience Ashiel might have had. And if Ashiel killed Bean anyway, it was no worse than Bean deserved for having failed Ender Wiggins so completely. He felt his bed bounce. Nikolai had jumped the gap between the upper bunks. "It's okay," murmured Nikolai, touching Bean's shoulder. Bean rolled onto his back to face Nikolai. "Oh," said Nikolai. "I thought you were crying." "Ender won," said Bean. "What's to cry about?"
Chapter 18. Friend.
This boy's death was not necessary.
This boy's death was not foreseen.
But it was foreseeable.
You can always foresee things that already happened. These are children, after all. We did not anticipate this level of violence.
I don't believe you. I believe that this is precisely the level of violence you anticipated. This is what you set up. You think that the experiment succeeded.
I can't control your opinions. I can merely disagree with them.
Ender Wiggin is ready to move on to command school. That is my report.
I have a separate report from DAP, the teacher assigned to watch him most closely, and that report, for which there are to be no sanctions against Captain DAP, tells me that Andrew Wiggin is psychologically unfit for duty.
If he is, which I doubt, it is only temporary.
How much time do you think we have? No, Colonel Graff. For the time being, we have to regard your course of action regarding Wiggin as a failure, and the boy as ruined, not only for our purposes, but quite possibly for any other as well. So if it can be done without further killings, I want the other one pushed forward. I want him here in command school as close to immediately as possible.
Very well, sir. Though I must tell you that I regard Bean as unreliable.
Why? Because you haven't turned him into a killer yet?
Because he is not human, sir.
The genetic difference is well within the range of ordinary variation.
He was manufactured, and the manufacturer was a criminal, not to mention a certified loon.
I could see some danger if his father were a criminal, or his mother. But his doctor? The boy is exactly what we need as quickly as we can get him.
He is unpredictable.
And the Wigan boy is not.
Less unpredictable, sir.
Very carefully answered, considering that you just insisted that the murder today was not foreseeable.
Not murder, sir.
Killing, then.
The mettle of the Wigan boy is proved, sir, while Bean is not.
I have Dymack's report, for which, again, he is not to be
punished, I know, sir.
Bean's behavior throughout this set of events has been exemplary.
Then Captain Dymack's report was incomplete. Didn't he inform you that it was Bean who may have pushed Bonzo over the edge to violence by breaking security and informing him that Ender's army was composed of exceptional students?
That was an act with unforeseeable consequences.
Bean was acting to save his own life, and in so doing he shunted the danger onto Ender Wiggins' shoulders. That he later tried to ameliorate the danger does not change the fact that when Bean is under pressure, he turns traitor.
Harsh language.
This from the man who just called an obvious act of self-defense murder.
Enough of this. You are on leave of absence from your position as commander of Battle School for the duration of Ender Wigan's so-called rest and recuperation. If Wigan recovers enough to come to command school, you may come with him and continue to have influence over the education of the children we bring here. If he does not, you may await your court-martial on Earth.
I am relieved. Effective when?
When you get on the shuttle with Wigan. Major Anderson will stand in as acting commander.
Very well, sir. Wigan will return to training, sir.
If we still want him.
When you are over the dismay we all feel at the unfortunate death of the Madrid boy, you will realize that I am right, and Ender is the only viable candidate, all the more now than before.
I allow you that Parthian shot. And if you are right, I wish you Godspeed on your work with the Wigan boy. Dismissed.
Ender was still wearing only his towel when he stepped into the barracks. Bean saw him standing there, his face a rictus of death, and thought, he knows that Bonzo is dead, and it's killing him. "Oh, Ender," said Hot Soup, who was standing near the door with the other Toon leaders. "There going to be a practice tonight?" asked one of the younger soldiers. Ender handed a slip of paper to Hot Soup. "I guess that means not," said Nikolai softly. Hot Soup read it. "Those sons of bitches. 2 at once?" Crazy Tom looked over his shoulder. 2 armies? "They'll just trip over each other," said Bean. What appalled him most about the teachers was not the stupidity of trying to combine armies, a ploy whose ineffectiveness had been proved time after time throughout history, but rather the get-back-on-the-horse mentality that led them to put more pressure on Ender at this of all times. Couldn't they see the damage they were doing to him? Was their goal to train him or break him? Because he was trained long since. He should have been promoted out of battle school the week before. And now they give him one more battle? A completely meaningless one when he's already over the edge of despair? "I've got to clean up," said Ender. "Get them ready. Get everybody together. I'll meet you there at the gate." In his voice, Bean heard a complete lack of interest. No, something deeper than that. Ender doesn't want to win this battle. Ender turned to leave. Everyone saw the blood on his head, his shoulders, down his back. He left. They all ignored the blood. They had to. 2 fart-eating armies, cried Crazy Tom. "We'll whip their butts." That seemed to be the general consensus as they got into their flash suits. Bean tucked the coil of deadline into the waist of his flash suit. If Ender ever needed a stunt, it would be for this battle when he was no longer interested in winning. As promised, Ender joined them at the gate before it opened. Just barely before. He walked down the corridor lined with his soldiers who looked at him with love, with awe, with trust. Except Bean, who looked at him with anguish. Ender Wigan was not larger than life, Bean knew. He was exactly life-sized, and so his larger-than-life burden was too much for him. And yet he was bearing it. So far. The gate went transparent. 4 stars had been combined directly in front of the gate, completely blocking their view of the battle room. Ender would have to deploy his forces blind. For all he knew, the enemy had already been let into the room 15 minutes ago. For all he could possibly know, they were deployed just as Boneso had deployed his army, only this time it would be completely effective to have the gate ringed with enemy soldiers. But Ender said nothing, just stood there looking at the barrier. Bean had halfway expected this. He was ready. What he did wasn't all that obvious. He only walked forward to stand directly beside Ender at the gate. But he knew that was all it would take. A reminder. "Bean," said Ender, "take your boys and tell me what's on the other side of this star." "Yes, sir," said Bean. He pulled the coil of deadline from his waist, and with his 5 soldiers he made the short hop from the gate to the star. Immediately the gate he had just come through became the ceiling, the star their temporary floor. Bean tied the deadline around his waist while the other boys unspooled the line, arranging it in loose coils on the star. When it was about 1/3 played out, Bean declared it to be sufficient. He was guessing that the 4 stars were really 8, that they made a perfect cube. If he was wrong, then he had way too much deadline and he'd crash into the ceiling instead of making it back behind the star. Worse things could happen. He slipped out beyond the edge of the star. He was right, it was a cube. It was too dim in the room to see well what the other armies were doing, but they seemed to be deploying. There had been no head start this time, apparently. He quickly reported this to Ducheval, who would repeat it to Ender while Bean did his stunt. Ender would no doubt start bringing out the rest of the army at once, before the time clicked down to 0. Bean launched straight down from the ceiling. Above him, his tune was holding the other end of the deadline secure, making sure it fed out properly and stopped abruptly. Bean did not enjoy the wrenching of his gut when the deadline went taut, but there was a kind of thrill to the increase of speed as he suddenly moved south. He could see the distant flashing of the enemy firing up at him. Only soldiers from 1/2 of the enemy's area were firing. When the deadline reached the next edge of the cube, his speed increased again, and now he was headed upward in an arc that for a moment looked like it was going to scrape him against the ceiling. Then the last edge bit, and he scooted in behind the star and was caught deftly by his tune. Bean wiggled his arms and legs to show that he was none the worse for his ride. What the enemy was thinking about his magical maneuvers in mid-air, he could only guess. What mattered was that Ender had not come through the gate. The timer must be nearly out. Ender came alone through the gate. Bean made his report as quickly as possible. "It's really dim, but light enough you can't follow people easily by the lights on their suits. Worst possible for seeing. It's all open space from this star to the enemy side of the room. They've got 8 stars making a square around their door. I didn't see anybody except the ones peeking around the boxes. They're just sitting there waiting for us." In the distance, they heard the enemy begin catcalls. "Hey! We be hungry! Come and feed us! Your ass is dragging! Your ass is dragging!" Bean continued his report, but had no idea if Ender was even listening. "They fired at me from only 1/2 their space, which means that the 2 commanders are not agreeing and neither one has been put in supreme command." "In a real war," said Ender, "any commander with brains at all would retreat and save this army." "What the hell?" said Bean. "It's only a game." It stopped being a game when they threw away the rules. This wasn't good, thought Bean. How much time did they have to get their army through the gate? "So you throw them away too?" He looked Ender in the eye, demanding that he wake up, pay attention, act. The blank look left Ender's face. He grinned. It felt damn good to see that. Okay. Why not? Let's see how they react to a formation. Ender began calling the rest of the army through the gate. It was going to get crowded on the top of that star, but there was no choice. As it turned out, Ender's plan was to use another of Bean's stupid ideas, which he had watched Bean practice with his tune. a screen formation of frozen soldiers controlled by Bean's Toon, who remained unfrozen behind them. Having once told Bean what he wanted him to do, Ender joined the formation as a common soldier and left everything up to Bean to organize. "It's your show," he said. Bean had never expected Ender to do any such thing, but it made a kind of sense. What Ender wanted was not to have this battle. Allowing himself to be part of a screen of frozen soldiers, pushed through the battle by someone else, was as close to sleeping through it as he could get. Bean set to work at once, constructing the screen in 4 parts consisting of 1 Toon each. Each of Toons A through C lined up 4 and 3, arms interlocked with the men beside them, the upper row of 3 with toes hooked under the arms of the 4 soldiers below. When everybody was clamped down tight, Bean and his Toon froze them. Then each of Bean's men took hold of one section of the screen, and careful to move very slowly so that inertia would not carry the screen out of their control, they maneuvered them out from above the star and slowly moved them down until they were just under it. Then they joined them back together into a single screen, with Bean's squad forming the interlock. "When did you guys practice this?" asked Dumper, the leader of E-Toon. "We've never done this before," Bean answered truthfully. "We've done bursting and linking with one-man screens, but 7 men each? It's all new to us." Dumper laughed. "And there's Ender, plugged into the screen like anybody. That's trust, Bean, old boy." That's despair, thought Bean. But he didn't feel the need to say that aloud. When all was ready, E-Toon got into place behind the screen, and on Bean's command pushed off as hard as they could. The screen drifted down toward the enemy's gate at a pretty good clip. Enemy fire, though it was intense, hit only the already frozen soldiers in front. E-Toon and Bean's squad kept moving very slightly, but enough that no stray shot could freeze them. And they managed to do some return fire, taking out a few of the enemy soldiers and forcing them to stay behind cover. When Bean figured they were as far as they could get before Griffin or Tiger launched an attack, he gave the word and his squad burst apart, causing the 4 sections of the screen also to separate and angle slightly so they were drifting now toward the corners of the stars where Griffin and Tiger were gathered. E-Toon went with the screens, firing like crazy, trying to make up for their tiny numbers. After a count of 3, the 4 members of Bean's squad who had gone with each screen pushed off again, this time angling to the middle and downward, so that they rejoined Bean and Ducheval, with momentum carrying them straight toward the enemy gate. They held their bodies rigid, not firing a shot, and it worked. They were all small. They were clearly drifting, not moving with any particular purpose. The enemy took them for frozen soldiers if they were noticed at all. A few were partially disabled with stray shots, but even when under fire they never moved, and the enemy soon ignored them. When they got to the enemy gate, Bean slowly, wordlessly got 4 of them with their helmets in place at the corners of the gate. They pressed, just as in the end-of-game ritual, and Bean gave Ducheval a push, sending him through the gate as Bean drifted upward again. The lights in the battle room went on. The weapons all went dead. The battle was over. It took a few moments before Griffin and Tiger realized what had happened. Dragon only had a few soldiers who weren't frozen or disabled, while Griffin and Tiger were mostly unscathed, having played conservative strategies. Bean knew that if either of them had been aggressive, Ender's strategy wouldn't have worked. But having seen Bean fly around the star, doing the impossible, and then watching this weird screen approach so slowly, they were intimidated into inaction. Ender's legend was such that they dared not commit their forces for fear of falling into a trap. Only, that was the trap. Major Anderson came into the room through the teacher gate. "Ender," he called. Ender was frozen. He could only answer by grunting loudly through clenched jaws. That was a sound that victorious commanders rarely had to make. Anderson, using the hook, drifted over to Ender and thawed him. Bean was half the battle room away, but he heard Ender's words. So clear was his speech, so silent was the room. I beat you again, sir. Bean's squad members glanced at him, obviously wondering if he was resentful at Ender for claiming credit for a victory that was engineered and executed entirely by Bean. But Bean understood what Ender was saying. He wasn't talking about the victory over Griffin and Tiger armies. He was talking about a victory over the teachers. And that victory was the decision to turn the army over to Bean and sit it out himself. If they thought they were putting Ender to the ultimate test, making him fight 2 armies right after a personal fight for survival in the bathroom, he beat them. He sidestepped the test. Anderson knew what Ender was saying, too. "Nonsense, Ender," said Anderson. He spoke softly, but the room was so silent that his words, too, could be heard. "Your battle was with Griffin and Tiger." "How stupid do you think I am?" said Ender. "Damn right," said Bean silently. Anderson spoke to the group at large. "After that little maneuver, the rules are being revised to require that all of the enemy's soldiers must be frozen or disabled before the gate can be reversed." "Rules?" murmured Ducheval as he came back through the gate. Bean grinned at him. "It could only work once anyway," said Ender. Anderson handed the hook to Ender. Instead of thawing his soldiers one at a time, and only then thawing the enemy, Ender entered the command to thaw everyone at once, then handed the hook back to Anderson, who took it and drifted away toward the center, where the end-of-game rituals usually took place. "Hey," Ender shouted. "What is it next time? My army in a cage without guns, with the rest of the battle school against them? How about a little equality?" So many soldiers murmured their agreement that the sound of it was loud, and not all came from Dragon Army. But Anderson seemed to pay no attention. It was William B. of Griffin Army who said what almost everyone was thinking. "Ender, if you're on one side of the battle, it won't be equal no matter what the conditions are." The armies vocally agreed, many of the soldiers laughing, and Talo Momo, not to be outclassed by B, started clapping his hands rhythmically. "Ender Wiggin," he shouted. Other boys took up the chant. But Bean knew the truth. Knew, in fact, what Ender knew. That no matter how good a commander was, no matter how resourceful, no matter how well prepared his army, no matter how excellent his lieutenants, no matter how courageous and spirited the fight, victory almost always went to the side with the greater power to inflict damage. Sometimes David kills Goliath, and people never forget. But there were a lot of little guys Goliath had already mashed into the ground. Nobody sang songs about those fights because they knew that was the likely outcome. No, that was the inevitable outcome, except for the miracles. The buggers wouldn't know or care how legendary a commander Ender might be to his own men. The human ships wouldn't have any magical tricks like Bean's deadline to dazzle the buggers with, to put them off their stride. Ender knew that. Bean knew that. What if David hadn't had a sling, a handful of stones, and the time to throw? What good would the excellence of his aim have done him then? So yes, it was good. It was right for the soldiers of all 3 armies to cheer Ender, to chant his name as he drifted toward the enemy gate, where Bean and his squad waited for him. But in the end it meant nothing, except that everyone would have too much hope in Ender's ability. It only made the burden on Ender heavier. "I would carry some of it if I could," Bean said silently. "Like I did today. You can turn it over to me and I'll do it if I can. You don't have to do this alone." Only even as he thought this, Bean knew it wasn't true. If it could be done, Ender was the one who would have to do it. All those months when Bean refused to see Ender, hid from him, it was because he couldn't bear to face the fact that Ender was what Bean only wished to be. The kind of person on whom you could put all your hopes, who could carry all your fears, and he would not let you down, would not betray you. "I want to be the kind of boy you are," thought Bean. but I don't want to go through what you've been through to get there. And then, as Ender passed through the gate and Bean followed behind him, Bean remembered falling into line behind Polk or Sargent or Ashiel on the streets of Rotterdam, and he almost laughed as he thought, I don't want to have to go through what I've gone through to get here either. Out in the corridor, Ender walked away instead of waiting for his soldiers. But not fast, and soon they caught up with him, surrounded him, brought him to a stop through their sheer ebullience. Only his silence, his impassivity, kept them from giving full vent to their excitement. "Practice tonight?" asked Crazy Tom. Ender shook his head. "Tomorrow morning, then?" "No." "Well, when?" "Never again, as far as I'm concerned." Not everyone had heard, but those who did began to murmur to each other. "Hey, that's not fair," said a soldier from B-Toon. "It's not our fault the teachers are screwing up the game. You can't just stop teaching us stuff because—" Ender slammed his hand against the wall and shouted at the kid. "I don't care about the game anymore." He looked at other soldiers, met their gaze, refused to let them pretend they didn't hear. "Do you understand that?" Then he whispered, "The game is over." He walked away. Some of the boys wanted to follow him, took a few steps, but Hot Soup grabbed a couple of them by the neck of their flash suits and said, "Let him be alone. Can't you see he wants to be alone?" Of course he wants to be alone, thought Bean. He killed the kid today. And even if he doesn't know the outcome, he knows what was at stake. These teachers were willing to let him face death without help. Why should he play along with them anymore? Good for you, Ender. Not so good for the rest of us, but it's not like you're our father or something. More like a brother. And the thing with brothers is you're supposed to take turns being the keeper. Sometimes you get to sit down and be the brother who is kept. Fly Molo led them back to the barracks. Bean followed along, wishing he could go with Ender, talk to him, assure him that he agreed completely, that he understood. But that was pathetic, Bean realized. Why should Ender care whether I understand him or not? I'm just a kid, just one of his army. He knows me. He knows how to use me, but what does he care whether I know him? Bean climbed to his bunk and saw a slip of paper on it. Transfer. Bean. Rabbit Army. Commander. That was Karn Karby's army. Karn was being removed from command? He was a good guy. Not a great commander, but why couldn't they wait till he graduated? Because they're through with this school, that's why. They're advancing everybody they think needs some experience with command, and they're graduating other students to make room for them. I might have Rabbit Army, but not for long, I bet. He pulled out his desk, meaning to sign on as Carrot Graf and check the rosters. Find out what was happening to everybody. But the Carrot Graf login didn't work. Apparently they no longer considered it useful to permit Bean to keep his inside access. From the back of the room, the older boys were raising a hubbub. Bean heard Crazy Tom's voice rising above the rest. You mean I'm supposed to figure out how to beat Dragon Army? Words soon filtered to the front. The Toon leaders and seconds had all received transfer orders. Every single one of them was being given command of an army. Dragon had been stripped. After about a minute of chaos, Fly Molo led the other Toon leaders along between the bunks, heading toward the door. Of course, they had to go tell Ender what the teachers had done to him now. But to Bean's surprise, Fly stopped at his bunk and looked up at him, then glanced at the other Toon leaders behind him. Bean, somebody's got to tell Ender. Bean nodded. We thought, since you're his friend... Bean let nothing show on his face, but he was stunned. Me? Ender's friend? No more than anyone else in this room. And then he realized. In this army, Ender had everyone's love and admiration, and they all knew they had Ender's trust. But only Bean had been taken inside Ender's confidence when Ender assigned him his special squad. And when Ender wanted to stop playing the game, it was Bean to whom he had turned over his army. Bean was the closest thing to a friend they had seen Ender have since he got command of Dragon. Bean looked across at Nikolai, who was grinning his ass off. Nikolai saluted him and mouthed the word, Commander. Bean saluted Nikolai back, but could not smile, knowing what this would do to Ender. He nodded to Fly Mola, then slid off the bunk and went out the door. He didn't go straight to Ender's quarters, though. Instead, he went to Karn Karby's room. No one answered. So he went on to Rabbit Barracks and knocked. "Where's Karn?" he asked. "Graduated," said Itu, the leader of Rabbit's A-Tune. "He found out about half an hour ago." "We were in battle." "I know. 2 armies at once. You won, right?" Bean nodded. "I bet Karn wasn't the only one graduated early." "A lot of commanders," said Itu. "More than half." "Including Bonzo Madrid?" "I mean, he graduated?" "That's what the official notice said." Itu shrugged. "Everybody knows that if anything, Bonzo was probably iced. I mean, they didn't even list his assignment. Just Cartagena. His hometown. Is that iced or what? But let the teachers call it what they want." "I'll bet the total who graduated was 9, said Bean. "Eh?" Said Itu. 9. "So you know something?" "Bad news, I think," said Bean. He showed Itu his transfer orders. "Santa merda," said Itu. Then he saluted. Not sarcastically, but not enthusiastically either. "Would you mind breaking it to the others? Give them a chance to get used to the idea before I show up for real? I've got to go talk to Ender. Maybe he already knows they've just taken his entire leadership and given them armies. But if he doesn't, I've got to tell him. Every Dragon Toon leader? And every second." He thought of saying, "Sorry, Rabbit got stuck with me." But Ender would never have said anything self-belittling like that. And if Bean was going to be a commander, he couldn't start out with an apology. "I think Karn Karby had a good organization," said Bean. "So I don't expect to change any of the Toon leadership for the first week anyway, till I see how things go in practice and decide what shape we're in for the kind of battles we're going to start having now that most of the commanders are kids trained in Dragon." Itu understood immediately. "Man, it's going to be strange, isn't it? Ender trained all you guys, and now you've got to fight each other." "One thing's for sure," said Bean. "I have no intention of trying to turn Rabbit into a copy of Ender's Dragon. We're not the same kids, and we won't be fighting the same opponents. Rabbit's a good army. We don't have to copy anybody." Itu grinned. "Even if that's just bullshit, sir, it's first-rate bullshit. I'll pass it on." He saluted. Bean saluted back. Then he jogged to Ender's quarters. Ender's mattress and blankets and pillow had been thrown out into the corridor. For a moment, Bean wondered why. Then he saw that the sheets and mattress were still damp and bloody. Water from Ender's shower. Blood from Bonzo's face. Apparently, Ender didn't want them in his room. Bean knocked on the door. "Go away," said Ender softly. Bean knocked again, then again. "Come in," said Ender. Bean palmed the door open. "Go away, Bean," said Ender. Bean nodded. He understood the sentiment, but he had to deliver his message. So he just looked at his shoes and waited for Ender to ask him his business, or yell at him. Whatever Ender wanted to do. Because the other Toon leaders were wrong. Bean didn't have any special relationship with Ender. Not outside the game. Ender said nothing, and continued to say nothing. Bean looked up from the ground and saw Ender gazing at him. Not angry, just watching. What does he see in me? Bean wondered. How well does he know me? What does he think of me? What do I amount to in his eyes? That was something Bean would probably never know. And he had come here for another purpose. Time to carry it out. He took a step closer to Ender. He turned his hand so the transfer slip was visible. He didn't offer it to Ender, but he knew Ender would see it. "You're transferred?" asked Ender. His voice sounded dead, as if he'd been expecting it. "To Rabbit Army," said Bean. Ender nodded. "Karn Karby's a good man. I hope he recognizes what you're worth." The words came to Bean like a longed-for blessing. He swallowed the emotion that welled up inside him. He still had more of his message to deliver. "Karn Karby was graduated today," said Bean. "He got his notice while we were fighting our battle." "Well," said Ender. "Who's commanding Rabbit then?" He didn't sound all that interested. The question was expected, so he asked it. "Me," said Bean. He was embarrassed. A smile came inadvertently to his lips. Ender looked at the ceiling and nodded. "Of course. After all, you're only 4 years younger than the regular age." "It isn't funny," said Bean. "I don't know what's going on here. Except that the system seems to be running on sheer panic. All the changes in the game, and now this. I wasn't the only one transferred, you know. They graduated half the commanders and transferred a lot of our guys to command their armies." "Which guys?" Now Ender did sound interested. "It looks like every toon leader and every assistant." "Of course. If they decide to wreck my army, they'll cut it to the ground. Whatever they're doing, they're thorough." "You'll still win, Ender. We all know that. Crazy Tom, he said, 'You mean I'm supposed to figure out how to beat Dragon Army?' Everybody knows you're the best." His words sounded empty even to himself. He wanted to be encouraging, but he knew that Ender knew better. Still, he babbled on. "They can't break you down no matter what they already have." "They've broken trust," Bean wanted to say. "That's not the same thing. You aren't broken. They're broken." But all that came out of his mouth were empty, limping words. "No, Ender, they can't." "I don't care about their game anymore, Bean," said Ender. "I'm not going to play it anymore. No more practices. No more battles. They can put their little slips of paper on the floor all they want, but I won't go. I decided that before I went through the door today. That's why I had you go for the gate. I didn't think it would work, but I didn't care. I just wanted to go out in style." "I know that," thought Bean. "You think I didn't know that? But if it comes down to style, you certainly got that." You should have seen William B.'s face. He just stood there trying to figure out how he had lost when you only had 7 boys who could wiggle their toes and he only had 3 who couldn't. "Why should I want to see William B.'s face?" said Ender. "Why should I want to beat anybody?" Bean felt the heat of embarrassment in his face. He'd said the wrong thing. Only he didn't know what the right thing was. Something to make Ender feel better. Something to make him understand how much he was loved and honored. Only that love and honor were part of the burden Ender bore. There was nothing Bean could say that would not make it all the heavier on Ender. So he said nothing. Ender pressed his palms against his eyes. "I hurt Boneso really bad today, Bean. I really hurt him bad." "Of course. All this other stuff, that's nothing. What weighs on Ender is that terrible fight in the bathroom. The fight that your friends, your army, did nothing to prevent. And what hurts you is not the danger you were in, but the harm you did in protecting yourself." "He had it coming," said Bean. He winced at his own words. Was that the best he could come up with? But what else could he say? No problem, Ender. Of course, he looked dead to me, and I'm probably the only kid in this school who actually knows what death looks like, but no problem. Nothing to worry about. He had it coming. I knocked him out standing up, said Ender. It was like he was dead standing there. And I kept hurting him. So he did know. And yet, he didn't actually know. And Bean wasn't about to tell him. There were times for absolute honesty between friends, but this wasn't one of them. I just wanted to make sure he never hurt me again. He won't, said Bean. They sent him home. Already? Bean told him what Itu had said. All the while, he felt like Ender could see that he was concealing something. Surely it was impossible to deceive Ender Wiggin. I'm glad they graduated him, said Ender. Some graduation. They're going to bury him or cremate him or whatever they're doing with corpses in Spain this year. Spain. Pablo de Noches, who saved his life, came from Spain. And now a body was going back there. A boy who turned killer in his heart and died for it. I must be losing it, thought Bean. What does it matter that Bonzo was Spanish and Pablo de Noches was Spanish? What does it matter that anybody is anything? And while these thoughts ran through Bean's mind, he babbled, trying to talk like someone who didn't know anything, trying to reassure Ender, but knowing that if Ender believed that he knew nothing, then his words were meaningless. And if Ender realized that Bean was only faking ignorance, then his words were all lies. Was it true he had a whole bunch of guys gang up on you? Bean wanted to run from the room. He sounded so lame, even to himself. No, said Ender. It was just him and me. He fought with honor. Bean was relieved. Ender was turned so deeply inward right now that he didn't even register what Bean was saying, how false it was. I didn't fight with honor, said Ender. I fought to win. Yes, that's right, thought Bean. Fought the only way that's worth fighting, the only way that has any point. And you did. Kicked him right out of orbit. It was as close as Bean could come to telling him the truth. There was a knock on the door. Then it opened immediately without waiting for an answer. Before Bean could turn to see who it was, he knew it was a teacher. Ender looked up too high for it to be a kid. Major Anderson and Colonel Graff. Ender Wiggin, said Graff. Ender rose to his feet. Yes, sir. The deadness had returned to his voice. Your display of temper in the battle room today was insubordinate and is not to be repeated. Bean couldn't believe the stupidity of it. After what Ender had been through, what the teachers had put him through, and they have to keep playing this oppressive game with him? Making him feel utterly alone even now? These guys were relentless. Ender's only answer was another lifeless, yes, sir. But Bean was fed up. I think it was about time somebody told the teacher how we felt about what you've been doing. Anderson and Graff didn't show a sign they'd even heard him. Instead, Anderson handed Ender a full sheet of paper. Not a transfer slip. A full-fledged set of orders. Ender was being transferred out of the school. Graduated? Bean asked. Ender nodded. What took them so long? Asked Bean. You're only 2 or 3 years early. You've already learned how to walk and talk and dress yourself. What will they have left to teach you? The whole thing was such a joke. Did they really think anybody was fooled? You reprimand Ender for insubordination, but then you graduate him because you've got a war coming and you don't have a lot of time to get him ready. He's your hope of victory, and you treat him like something you scrape off your shoe. All I know is, the game's over, said Ender. He folded the paper. None too soon. Can I tell my army? There isn't time, said Graff. Your shuttle leaves in 20 minutes. Besides, it's better not to talk to them after you get your orders. It makes it easier. For them or for you? Ender asked. He turned to Bean, took his hand. To Bean, it was like the touch of the finger of God. It sent light all through him. Maybe I am his friend. Maybe he feels toward me some small part of the feeling I have for him. And then it was over. Ender let go of his hand. He turned toward the door. Wait, said Bean. Where are you going? Tactical? Navigational? Support? Command school, said Ender. Pre-command? Command. Ender was out the door. Straight to command school. The elite school whose location was even a secret. Adults went to command school. The battle must be coming very soon to skip right past all the things they were supposed to learn in tactical and pre-command. He caught Graf by the sleeve. Nobody goes to command school until they're 16, he said. Graf shook off Bean's hand and left. If he caught Bean's sarcasm, he gave no sign of it. The door closed. Bean was alone in Ender's quarters. He looked around. Without Ender in it, the room was nothing. Being here meant nothing. Yet it was only a few days ago, not even a week, when Bean had stood here and Ender told him he was getting a tune after all. For some reason, what came into Bean's mind was the moment when Poke handed him 6 peanuts. It was life that she handed to him then. Was it life that Ender gave to Bean? Was it the same thing? No. Poke gave him life. Ender gave it meaning. When Ender was here, this was the most important room in battle school. Now it was no more than a broom closet. Bean walked back down the corridor to the room that had been Karn Karbi's until today, until an hour ago. He palmed it. It opened, already programmed in. The room was empty. Nothing in it. This room is mine, thought Bean. Mine, and yet still empty. He felt powerful emotions welling up inside him. He should be excited, proud to have his own command. But he didn't really care about it. As Ender said, the game was nothing. Bean would do a decent job, but the reason he'd have the respect of his soldiers was because he would carry some of Ender's reflected glory with him, a shrimpy little Napoleon flumping around wearing a man's shoes while he barked commands in a little tiny child's voice. Cute little Caligula, little Boot, the pride of Germanicus's army. But when he was wearing his father's boots, those boots were empty, and Caligula knew it, and nothing he ever did could change that. Was that his madness? It won't drive me mad, thought Bean, because I don't covet what Ender has or what he is. It's enough that he is Ender Wiggin. I don't have to be. He understood what this feeling was, welling up in him, filling his throat, making tears stand out in his eyes, making his face burn, forcing a gasp, a silent sob. He bit on his lip, trying to let pain force the emotion away. It didn't help. Ender was gone. Now that he knew what the feeling was, he could control it. He lay down on the bunk and went into the relaxing routine until the need to cry had passed. Ender had taken his hand to say goodbye. Ender had said, "I hope he recognizes what you're worth." Bean didn't really have anything left to prove. He'd do his best with Rabbit Army because maybe at some point in the future, when Ender was at the bridge of the flagship of the human fleet, Bean might have some role to play, some way to help. Some stunt that Ender might need him to pull to dazzle the buggers. So he'd please the teachers, impress the hell out of them, so that they would keep opening doors for him until one day a door would open and his friend Ender would be on the other side of it, and he could be in Ender's army once again.
Chapter 19. Rebel.
Putting in a shield was Graf's last act, and we know there were grave concerns. Why not play it safe and at least change a shield to another army?
This is not necessarily a Bonzo Madrid situation for Bean.
But we have no assurance that it's not, sir. Colonel Graf kept a lot of information to himself, a lot of conversations with Sister Carlotta, for instance, with no memo of what was said. Graf knows things about Bean, and I can promise you about a shield as well. I think he's laid a trap for us.
Wrong, Captain Dymac. If Graf laid a trap, it was not for us.
You're sure of that?
Graf doesn't play bureaucratic games. He doesn't give a damn about you and me. If he laid a trap, it's for Bean.
Well, that's my point.
I understand your point. But Ashiel stays.
Why?
Ashiel's tests show him to be of a remarkably even temperament. He's no Bonzo Madrid. Therefore, Bean is in no physical danger. The stress seems to be psychological, a test of character. And that is precisely the area where we have the very least data about Bean, given his refusal to play the mind game, the ambiguity of the information we got from his playing with his teacher login. Therefore, I think this forced relationship with his bugbear is worth pursuing.
Bugbear or nemesis, sir?
We will monitor closely. I will not be keeping adults so far removed that we can't get there to intervene in time, the way Graf arranged it with Ender and Bonzo. Every precaution will be taken. I am not playing Russian roulette the way Graf was.
Yes, you are, sir. The only difference is that he knew he had only one empty chamber, and you don't know how many chambers are empty because he loaded the gun.
On his first morning as commander of Rabbit Army, Bean woke to see a paper lying on his floor. For a moment he was stunned at the thought that he would be given a battle before he even met his army, but to his relief the note was about something much more mundane. Because of the number of new commanders, the tradition of not joining the commander's mess until after the first victory is abolished. You are to dine in the commander's mess starting immediately. It made sense. Since they were going to accelerate the battle schedule for everyone, they wanted to have the commanders in a position to share information right from the start, and to be under social pressure from their peers as well. Holding the paper in his hand, Bean remembered how Ender had held his orders, each impossible new permutation of the game. Just because this order made sense did not make it a good thing. There was nothing sacred about the game itself that made Bean resent changes in the rules and customs, but the way the teachers were manipulating them did bother him. Cutting off his access to student information, for instance. The question wasn't why they cut it off, or even why they let him have it for so long. The question was why the other commanders didn't have that much information all along. If they were supposed to be learning to lead, then they should have the tools of leadership. And as long as they were changing the system, why not get rid of the really pernicious, destructive things they did? For instance, the scoreboards in the mess halls. Standings and scores. Instead of fighting the battle at hand, those scores made soldiers and commanders alike more cautious, less willing to experiment. That's why the ludicrous custom of fighting in formations had lasted so long. Ender can't have been the first commander to see a better way. But nobody wanted to rock the boat, to be the one who innovated and paid the price by dropping in the rankings. Far better to treat each battle as a completely separate problem, and to feel free to engage in battles as if they were play rather than work. Creativity and challenge would increase drastically, and commanders wouldn't have to worry when they gave an order to a tune or an individual whether they were causing a particular soldier to sacrifice his standing for the good of the army. Most important, though, was the challenge inherent in Ender's decision to reject the game. The fact that he graduated before he could really go on strike didn't change the fact that if he had done so, Bean would have supported him in it. Now that Ender was gone, a boycott of the game didn't make sense, especially if Bean and the others were to advance to a point where they might be part of Ender's fleet when the real battles came. But they could take charge of the game, use it for their own purposes. So, dressed in his new, and ill-fitting Rabbit Army uniform, Bean soon found himself once again standing on a table, this time in the much smaller officers' mess. Since Bean's speech the day before was already the stuff of legend, there was laughter and some catcalling when he got up. "Do people where you come from eat with their feet, Bean? Instead of getting up on tables, why don't you just grow, Bean? Put some stilts on so we can keep the tables clean." But the other new commanders, who had until yesterday been toon leaders in Dragon Army, made no catcalls and did not laugh. Their respectful attention to Bean soon prevailed, and silence fell over the room. Bean flung up an arm to point to the scoreboard that showed the standings. "Where's Dragon Army?" he asked. "They dissolved it," said Petra Arcanian. "The soldiers have been folded into the other armies, except for you guys who used to be Dragon." Bean listened, keeping his opinion of her to himself. All he could think of, though, was night before last, when she was, wittingly or not, the Judas who was supposed to lure Ender into a trap. "Without Dragon up there," said Bean, "that board means nothing. Whatever standing any of us gets would not be the same if Dragon were still there." "There's not a hell of a lot we can do about it," said Dink Meeker. "The problem isn't that Dragon is missing," said Bean. "The problem is that we shouldn't have that board at all. We're not each other's enemies. The buggers are the only enemy. We're supposed to be allies. We should be learning from each other, sharing information and ideas. We should feel free to experiment, trying new things without being afraid of how it will affect our standings. That board up there, that's the teacher's game, getting us to turn against each other, like Bonzo. Nobody here is as crazy with jealousy as he was, but come on. He was what those standings were bound to create. He was all set to beat in the brains of our best commander, our best hope against the next bugger invasion. And why? Because Ender humiliated him in the standings. Think about that. The standings were more important to him than the war against the Formics. Bonzo was crazy, said William B. So let's not be crazy, said Bean. Let's get those standings out of the game. Let's take each battle one at a time, a clean slate. Try anything you can think of to win. And when the battle is over, both commanders sit down and explain what they were thinking, why they did what they did, so we can learn from each other. No secrets. Everybody try everything, and screw the standings. There were murmurs of assent, and not just from the former dragons. That's easy for you to say, said Shen. Your standing right now is tied for last. And there's the problem right there, said Bean. You're suspicious of my motives, and why? Because of the standings. But aren't we all supposed to be commanders in the same fleet someday? Working together? Trusting each other? How sick would the IF be if all the ship captains and strike force commanders and fleet admirals spent all their time worrying about their standings instead of working together to try to beat the Formics? I want to learn from you, Shen. I don't want to compete with you for some empty rank that the teachers put up on that wall in order to manipulate us. I'm sure you guys from Dragon are all concerned about learning from us losers, said Petra. There it was, out in the open. Yes, I am concerned, precisely because I've been in Dragon Army. There are 9 of us here who know pretty much only what we learned from Ender. Well, brilliant as he was, he's not the only one in the fleet or even in the school who knows anything. I need to learn how you think. I don't need you keeping secrets from me, and you don't need me keeping secrets from you. Maybe part of what made Ender so good was that he kept all his toon leaders talking to each other, free to try things, but only as long as we shared what we were doing. There was more assent this time. Even the doubters were nodding thoughtfully. So what I propose is this. A unanimous rejection of that board up there. Not only the one in here, but the one in the soldiers' mess too. We all agree not to pay attention to it, period. We ask the teachers to disconnect the things or leave them blank. If they refuse, we bring in sheets to cover it, or we throw chairs until we break it. We don't have to play their game. We can take charge of our own education and get ready to fight the real enemy. We have to remember always who the real enemy is. Yeah, the teachers, said Dink Meeker. Everybody laughed. But then Dink Meeker stood up on the table beside Bean. I'm the senior commander here. Now they've graduated all the oldest guys. I'm probably the oldest soldier left in battle school. So I propose that we adopt Bean's proposal right now, and I'll go to the teachers to demand that the boards be shut off. Is there anyone opposed? Not a sound. That makes it unanimous. If the boards are still on at lunch, let's bring sheets to cover them up. If they're still on at dinner, then forget using chairs to vandalize. Let's just refuse to take our armies to any battles until the boards are off. Eli spoke up from where he stood in the serving line. That'll shoot our standings all the... Then Eli realized what he was saying and laughed at himself. Damn, but they've got us brainwashed, haven't they? Bean was still flushed with victory when, after breakfast, he made his way to Rabbit Barracks in order to meet his soldiers officially for the first time. Rabbit was on a midday practice schedule, so he only had about half an hour between breakfast and the first classes of the morning. Yesterday, when he talked to Itu, his mind had been on other things, with only the most cursory attention to what was going on inside Rabbit Barracks. But now he realized that, unlike Dragon Army, the soldiers in Rabbit were all of the regular age. Not one was even close to Bean's height. He looked like somebody's doll, and worse, he felt like that too, walking down the corridor between the bunks, seeing all these huge boys and a couple of girls looking down at him. Halfway down the bunks, he turned to face those he had already passed. Might as well address the problem immediately. The first problem I see, said Bean loudly, is that you're all way too tall. Nobody laughed. Bean died a little, but he had to go on. I'm growing as fast as I can. Beyond that, I don't know what I can do about it. Only now did he get a chuckle or two. But that was a relief that even a few were willing to meet him part way. Our first practice together is at 10:30. As to our first battle together, I can't predict that, but I can promise you this. The teachers are not going to give me the traditional 3 months after my assignment to a new army. Same with all the other new commanders just appointed. They gave Ender Wiggin only a few weeks with Dragon before they went into battle, and Dragon was a new army, constructed out of nothing. Rabbit is a good army with a solid record. The only new person here is me. I expect the battles to begin in a matter of days, a week at most, and I expect battles to come frequently. So for the first couple of practices, you'll really be training me in your existing system. I need to see how you work with your toon leaders, how the toons work with each other, how you respond to orders, what commands you use. I'll have a couple of things to say that are more about attitude than tactics, but by and large, I want to see you doing things as you've always done them under Karn. It would help me, though, if you practiced with intensity, so I can see you at your sharpest. Are there any questions? None. Silence. One other thing. Day before yesterday, Boneso and some of his friends were stalking Ender Wiggin in the halls. I saw the danger, but the soldiers in Dragon Army were mostly too small to stand up against the crew Boneso had assembled. It wasn't an accident that when I needed help from my commander, I came to the door of Rabbit Army. This wasn't the closest barracks. I came to you because I knew that you had a fair-minded commander in Karn Karbi, and I believed that his army would have the same attitude. Even if you didn't have any particular love for Ender Wiggin or Dragon Army, I knew that you would not stand by and let a bunch of thugs pound on a smaller kid that they couldn't beat fair and square in battle. And I was right about you. When you poured out of this barracks and stood as witnesses in the corridor, I was proud of what you stood for. I'm proud now to be one of you. That did it. Flattery rarely fails, and never does if it's sincere. By letting them know they had already earned his respect, he dissipated much of the tension, for of course they were worried that as a former dragon he would have contempt for the first army that Ender Wiggin beat. Now they knew better, and so he'd have a chance to win their respect as well. He too started clapping, and the other boys joined in. It wasn't a long ovation, but it was enough to let him know the door was open, at least a crack. He raised his hands to silence the applause, just in time since it was already dying down. I'd like to speak to the tune leaders for a few minutes in my quarters. The rest of you are dismissed till practice. Almost at once, Itu was beside him. Good job, he said. Only one mistake. What was that? You aren't the only new person here. They assigned one of the dragon soldiers to Rabbit? For a moment, Bean allowed himself to hope that it would be Nikolai. He could use a reliable friend. No such luck. No, a dragon soldier would be a veteran. I mean, this guy is new. He just got to battle school yesterday afternoon, and he was assigned here last night after you came by. A Launchie? Assigned straight to an army? Oh, we asked him about that, and he's had a lot of the same classwork. He went through a bunch of surgeries down on Earth, and he studied through it all, but you mean he's recovering from surgery too? No, he walks fine. Look, why don't you just meet him? All I need to know is, do you want to assign him to a tune or what? Let's see him. He too led him to the back of the barracks. There he was, standing beside his bunk, several inches taller than Bean remembered, with legs of even length now, both of them straight. The boy he had last seen fondling Poke minutes before her dead body went into the river. Ho, Ashiel, said Bean. Ho, Bean, said Ashiel. He grinned winningly. Looks like you're the big guy here. So to speak, said Bean. You two know each other? Said Itu. We knew each other in Rotterdam, said Ashiel. They can't have assigned him to me by accident. I never told anybody but Sister Carlotta about what he did, but how can I guess what she told the IF? Maybe they put him here because they thought both of us being from the Rotterdam streets, from the same crew, the same family, I might be able to help him get into the mainstream of the school faster. Or maybe they knew that he was a murderer who was able to hold a grudge for a long, long time and strike when least expected. Maybe they knew that he planned for my death as surely as he planned for Poke's. Maybe he's here to be my Bonzo Madrid. Except that I haven't taken any personal defense classes. And I'm half his size. I couldn't jump high enough to hit him in the nose. Whatever they were trying to accomplish by putting Ender's life at risk, Ender always had a better chance of surviving than I will. The only thing in my favor is that Ashiel wants to survive and prosper more than he wants vengeance. Since he can hold a grudge forever, he's in no hurry to act on it. And unlike Bonzo, he'll never allow himself to be goaded into striking under circumstances where he'd be identifiable as the killer. As long as he thinks he needs me, and as long as I'm never alone, I'm probably safe. Safe. He shuddered. Poke felt safe, too. Ashiel was my commander there, said Bean. He kept a group of us kids alive. Got us into the charity kitchens. Bean is too modest, said Ashiel. The whole thing was his idea. He basically taught us the whole idea of working together. I've studied a lot since then, Bean. I've had a year of nothing but books and classes, when they weren't cutting into my legs and pulverizing and regrowing my bones. And I finally know enough to understand just what a leap you helped us make. From barbarism into civilization. Bean here is like a replay of human evolution. Bean was not so stupid as to fail to recognize when flattery was being used on him. At the same time, it was more than a little useful to have this new boy, straight from Earth, already know who Bean was and show respect for him. The evolution of the pygmies, anyway, said Bean. Bean was the toughest little bastard you ever saw on the street, I gotta tell you. No, this was not what Bean needed right now. Ashiel had just crossed the line from flattery into possession. Stories about Bean as a tough little bastard would, of necessity, set Ashiel up as Bean's superior, able to evaluate him. The stories might even be to Bean's credit, but they would serve more to validate Ashiel, make him an insider far faster than he would otherwise have been. And Bean did not want Ashiel to be inside yet. Ashiel was already going on as more soldiers gathered closer to hear. The way I got recruited into Bean's crew was, "It wasn't my crew," said Bean, cutting him off. "And here in Battle School, we don't tell stories about home, and we don't listen to them either. So I'd appreciate it if you never spoke again of anything that happened in Rotterdam, not while you're in my army." He'd done the nice bit during his opening speech, but now was the time for authority. Ashiel didn't show any sign of embarrassment at the reprimand. "I get it. No problem. It's time for you to get ready to go to class," said Bean to the soldiers. "I need to confer with my toon leaders only." Bean pointed to Ambul, a Thai soldier who, according to what Bean read in the student reports, would have been a toon leader long ago, except for his tendency to disobey stupid orders. "You, Ambul. I assign you to get Ashiel to and from his correct classes and acquaint him with how to wear a flash suit, how it works, and the basics of movement in the battle room. Ashiel, you are to obey Ambul like God until I assign you to a regular toon." Ashiel grinned. "But I don't obey God." "You think I don't know that?" "The correct answer to an order from me is yes, sir." Ashiel's grin faded. "Yes, sir." "I'm glad to have you here," Bean lied. "Glad to be here, sir," said Ashiel. And Bean was reasonably sure that while Ashiel was not lying, his reason for being glad was very complicated, and certainly included by now a renewed desire to see Bean die. For the first time, Bean understood the reason Ender had almost always acted as if he was oblivious to the danger from Bonesaw. It was a simple choice, really. Either he could act to save himself, or he could act to maintain control over his army. In order to hold real authority, Bean had to insist on complete obedience and respect from his soldiers, even if it meant putting Ashiel down, even if it meant increasing his personal danger. And yet another part of him thought, Ashiel wouldn't be here if he didn't have the ability to be a leader. He performed extraordinarily well as our papa in Rotterdam. It's my responsibility now to get him up to speed as quickly as possible for the sake of his potential usefulness to the IF. I can't let my personal fear interfere with that, or my hatred of him for what he did to Poke. So even if Ashiel is evil incarnate, my job is to turn him into a highly effective soldier with a good shot at becoming a commander. And in the meantime, I'll watch my back.
Chapter 20. Trial and Error.
You brought him up to battle school, didn't you?
Sister Carlotta, I'm on a leave of absence right now. That means I've been sacked, in case you don't understand how the IF handles these things.
Sacked? A miscarriage of justice. You ought to be shot.
If the Sisters of St. Nicholas had convents, your abbess would make you do serious penance for that unchristian thought.
You took him out of the hospital in Cairo and directly into space, even though I warned you.
Didn't you notice that you telephoned me on a regular exchange? I'm on Earth. Someone else is running battle school.
He's a serial murderer now, you know. Not just the girl in Rotterdam. There was a boy there, too. The one Helga called Ulysses. They found his body a few weeks ago.
Ashiel has been in medical care for the past year.
The coroner estimates that the killing took place at least that long ago. The body was hidden behind some long-term storage near the fish market. It covered the smell, you see. And it goes on. A teacher at the school I put him in.
Ah, that's right. You put him in a school long before I did.
The teacher fell to his death from an upper story.
No witnesses, no evidence.
Exactly.
You see a trend here.
But that's my point. Ashiel does not kill carelessly, nor does he choose his victims at random. Anyone who has seen him helpless, crippled, beaten, he can't bear the shame. He has to expunge it by getting absolute power over the person who dared to humiliate him.
Oh, you're a psychologist now.
I laid the facts before an expert.
The supposed facts.
I'm not in court, Colonel. I'm talking to the man who put this killer in school with the child who came up with the original plan to humiliate him, who called for his death. My expert assured me that the chance of Ashiel not striking against Bean is 0.
It's not as easy as you think in space. No dock, you see.
Do you know how I knew you had taken him into space?
I'm sure you have your sources, both mortal and heavenly.
My dear friend, Dr. Vivian Delamar, was the surgeon who reconstructed Ashiel's leg.
As I recall, you recommended her.
Before I knew what Ashiel really was. When I found out, I called her, warned her to be careful, because my expert also said that she was in danger.
The one who restored his leg? Why?
No one has seen him more helpless than the surgeon who cuts into him as he lies there drugged to the gills. Rationally, I'm sure he knew it was wrong to harm this woman who did him so much good. But then, the same would apply to Poke, the first time he killed. If it was the first time.
So, Dr. Vivian Delamar, you alerted her. What did she see? Did he murmur a confession under anesthetic?
We'll never know. He killed her.
You're joking.
I'm in Cairo. Her funeral is tomorrow. They were calling it a heart attack until I urged them to look for a hypodermic insertion mark. Indeed, they found one, and now it's on the books as a murder. Ashiel does know how to read. He learned which drugs would do the job. How he got her to sit still for it, I don't know.
How can I believe this, Sister Carlotta? The boy is generous, gracious. People are drawn to him. He's a born leader. People like that don't kill.
Who are the dead? The teacher who mocked him for his ignorance when he first arrived in the school, showed him up in front of the class. The doctor who saw him laid out under anesthetic. The street girl whose crew took him down. The street boy who vowed to kill him and made him go into hiding. Maybe the coincidence argument would sway a jury, but it shouldn't sway you.
Yes. You've convinced me that the danger might well be real. But I already alerted the teachers at Battle School that there might be some danger. And now I really am not in charge of Battle School.
You're still in touch. If you give them a more urgent warning, they'll take steps.
I'll give the appropriate warning.
You're lying to me.
You can tell that over the phone?
You want being exposed to danger.
Sister, yes, I do. But not this much of it. Whatever I can do, I'll do.
If you let Bean come to harm, God will have an accounting from you.
He'll have to get in line, Sister Carlotta. The IF court-martial takes precedence.
Bean looked down into the air vent in his quarters and marveled that he had ever been small enough to fit in there. What was he, then? The size of a rat? Fortunately, with a room of his own now, he wasn't limited to the outflow vents. He put his chair on top of his table and climbed up to the long, thin intake vents along the wall on the corridor side of his room. The vent trim pried out as several long sections. The paneling above it was separate from the riveted wall below, and it, too, came off fairly easily. Now there was room enough for almost any kid in Battle School to shinny into the crawl space over the corridor ceiling. Bean stripped off his clothes and once again crawled into the air system. It was more cramped this time. It was surprising how much he'd grown. He made his way quickly to the maintenance area near the furnaces. He found how the lighting systems worked and carefully went around removing light bulbs and wall glow units in the areas he'd been needing. Soon there was a wide vertical shaft that was utterly dark when the door was closed, with deep shadows even when it was open. Carefully, he laid his trap.
Ashiel never ceased to be astonished at how the universe bent to his will. Whatever he wished seemed to come to him. Poke and her crew raising him above the other bullies, Sister Carlotta bringing him to the priest's school in Brussels, Dr. Delamar, straightening his leg so he could run, so he looked no different from any other boy his age. And now, here he was in battle school, and who should be his first commander but little Bean, ready to take him under his wing, help him rise within this school, as if the universe were created to serve him, with all the people in it tuned to resonate with his desires. The battle room was cool beyond belief. War in a box. Point the gun, the other kid's suit freezes. Of course, Ambul had made the mistake of demonstrating this by freezing Ashiel, and then laughing at his consternation at floating in the air, unable to move, unable to change the direction of his drift. People shouldn't do that. It was wrong, and it always gnawed at Ashiel until he was able to set things right. There should be more kindness and respect in the world. Like Bean. It looked so promising at first, but then Bean started putting him down, making sure the others saw that Ashiel used to be Bean's papa, but now he was just a soldier in Bean's army. There was no need for that. You don't go putting people down. Bean had changed. Back when Poke first put Ashiel on his back, shaming him in front of all those little children, it was Bean who showed him respect. Kill him, Bean had said. He knew then, that tiny boy, he knew that even on his back, Ashiel was dangerous. But he seemed to have forgotten that now. In fact, Ashiel was pretty sure that Bean must have told Ambul to freeze his flash suit and humiliate him in the practice room, setting him up for the others to laugh at him. I was your friend and protector, Bean, because you showed respect for me. But now I have to weigh that in the balance with your behavior here in battle school. No respect for me at all. The trouble was, the students in battle school were given nothing that could be used as a weapon, and everything was made completely safe. No one was ever alone, either, except the commanders, alone in their quarters. That was promising. But Ashiel suspected that the teachers had a way of tracking where every student was at any given time. He'd have to learn the system, learn how to evade it before he could start setting things to rights. But he knew this. He'd learn what he needed to learn. Opportunities would appear, and he, being Ashiel, would see those opportunities and seize them. Nothing could interrupt his rise until he held all the power there was to hold within his hands. Then there would be perfect justice in the world. Not this miserable system that left so many children starving and ignorant and crippled on the streets, while others lived in privilege and safety and health. All those adults who had run things for thousands of years were fools or failures. But the universe obeyed Ashiel. He and he alone could correct the abuses. On his third day in battle school, Rabbit Army had its first battle with Bean as commander. They lost. They would not have lost if Ashiel had been commander. Bean was doing some stupid, touchy-feely thing, leaving things up to the Toon leaders. But it was obvious that the Toon leaders had been badly chosen by Bean's predecessor. If Bean was to win, he needed to take tighter control. When he tried to suggest this to Bean, the child only smiled knowingly, a maddeningly superior smile, and told him that the key to victory was for each Toon leader and eventually each soldier to see the whole situation and act independently to bring about victory. It made Ashiel want to slap him. It was so stupid, so wrong-headed. The one who knew how to order things did not leave it up to others to create their little messes in the corners of the world. He took the reins and pulled, sharp and hard. He whipped his men into obedience. As Frederick the Great said, the soldier must fear his officers more than he fears the bullets of the enemy. You could not rule without the naked exercise of power. The followers must bow their heads to the leader. They must surrender their heads, using only the mind and will of the leader to rule them. No one but Ashiel seemed to understand that this was the great strength of the Buggers. They had no individual minds, only the mind of the hive. They submitted perfectly to the queen. We cannot defeat the buggers until we learn from them, become like them. But there was no point in explaining this to Bean. He would not listen. Therefore, he would never make Rabbit Army into a hive. He was working to create chaos. It was unbearable. Unbearable. Yet, just when Ashiel thought he couldn't bear the stupidity and waste any longer, Bean called him to his quarters. Ashiel was startled when he entered to find that Bean had removed the vent cover and part of the wall panel, giving him access to the air duct system. This was not at all what Ashiel had expected. "Take your clothes off," said Bean. Ashiel smelled an attempt at humiliation. Bean was taking off his own uniform. "They track us through the uniforms," said Bean. "If you aren't wearing one, they don't know where you are, except the gym and the battle room where they have really expensive equipment to track each warm body. We aren't going to either of those places, so strip." Bean was naked. As long as Bean went first, Ashiel could not be shamed by doing the same. "Ender and I used to do this," said Bean. "Everybody thought Ender was such a brilliant commander, but the truth is he knew all the plans of the other commanders because we'd go spying through the air ducts. And not just the commanders either. We found out what the teachers were planning. We always knew it in advance. Not hard to win that way." Ashiel laughed. This was too cool. Bean might be a fool, but this Ender that Ashiel had heard so much about, he knew what he was doing. "It takes 2 people, is that it? To get where I can spy on the teachers, there's a wide shaft, pitch black. I can't climb down. I need somebody to lower me down and haul me back up. I didn't know who in Rabbit Army I could trust, and then there you were, a friend from the old days." It was happening again. The universe bending to his will. He and Bean would be alone. No one would be tracking where they were. No one would know what had happened. "I'm in," said Ashiel. "Boost me up," said Bean. "You're tall enough to climb up alone." Clearly, Bean had come this way many times before. He scampered through the crawl space, his feet and butt flashing in the spill from the corridor lights. Ashiel noted where he put his hands and feet, and soon was as adept as Bean at picking his way through. Every time he used his leg, he marveled at the use of it. It went where he wanted it to go, and had the strength to hold him. Dr. Delamar might be a skilled surgeon, but even she said that she had never seen a body respond to the surgery as Ashiel's did. His body knew how to be whole, expected to be strong. All the time before, those crippled years had been the universe's way of teaching Ashiel the unbearability of disorder. And now Ashiel was perfect of body, ready to move ahead in setting things to rights. Ashiel very carefully noted the route they took. If the opportunity presented itself, he would be coming back alone. He could not afford to get lost or give himself away. No one could know that he had ever been in the air system. As long as he gave them no reason, the teachers would never suspect him. All they knew was that he and Bean were friends. And when Ashiel grieved for the child, his tears would be real. They always were, for there was a nobility to these tragic deaths, a grandeur as the great universe worked its will through Ashiel's adept hands. The furnaces roared as they came into a room where the framing of the station was visible. Fire was good. It left so little residue. People died when they accidentally fell into fire. It happened all the time. Bean crawling around alone. It would be good if they went near the furnace. Instead, Bean opened a door into a dark space. The light from the opening showed a black gap not far inside. "Don't step over the edge of that," Bean said cheerfully. He picked up a loop of very fine cord from the ground. "It's a deadline. Safety equipment. Keeps workmen from drifting off into space when they're working on the outside of the station. Ender and I set it up. It goes over a beam up there and keeps me centered in the shaft. You can't grip it in your hands. It cuts too easily if it slides across your skin. So you loop it tight around your body. No sliding, see? And brace yourself. The gravity's not that intense, so I just jump off. We measured it out, so I stop right at the level of the vents leading to the teacher's quarters. Doesn't it hurt when you stop? Like a bitch, said Bean. No pain, no gain, right? I take off the deadline, I snag it on a flap of metal, and it stays there till I get back. I'll tug on it 3 times when I get it back on. Then you pull me back up. But not with your hands. You go out the door and walk out there. When you get to the place where we came in, go around the beam there and go till you touch the wall. Just wait there until I can get myself swinging and land back here on this ledge. Then I unloop myself, and you come back in, and we leave the deadline for next time. Simple, see? Got it, said Achille. Instead of walking to the wall, it would be simple enough to just keep walking. Get Bean floating in the air where he couldn't get hold of anything. Plenty of time then to find a way to tie it off inside that dark room. With the roar of the furnaces and fans, nobody would hear Bean calling for help. Then Achille would have time to explore, figure out how to get into the furnaces, swing Bean back, strangle him, carry the body to the fire, drop the dead line down the shaft. Nobody would find it. Quite possibly, no one would ever find Bean, or if they did, his soft tissues would be consumed. All evidence of strangulation would be gone. Very neat. There'd be some improvisation, but there always was. Achille could handle little problems as they came up. Achille looped the dead line over his head, then drew it tight under his arms as Bean climbed into the loop at the other end. Set, said Achille. Make sure it's tight, so it doesn't have any slack to cut you when I hit bottom. Yes, it's tight. But Bean had to check. He got a finger under the line. Tighter, said Bean. Achille tightened it more. Good, said Bean. That's it. Do it. Do it? Bean was the one who was supposed to do it. Then the deadline went taut, and Achille was lifted off his feet. With a few more yanks, he hung in the air in the dark shaft. The dead line dug harshly into his skin. When Bean said, do it, he was talking to someone else. Someone who was already here, lying in wait. The traitorous little bastard. Achille said nothing, however. He reached up to see if he could touch the beam above him, but it was out of reach. Nor could he climb the line, not with bare hands, not with the line drawn taut by his own body weight. He wriggled on the line, starting himself swinging. But no matter how far he went in any direction, he touched nothing. No wall, no place where he might find purchase. Time to talk. What's this about, Bean? It's about Poke, said Bean. She's dead, Bean. You kissed her. You killed her. You put her in the river. Achille felt the blood run hot into his face. No one saw that. He was guessing. But then, how did he know that Achille had kissed her first, unless he saw? You're wrong, said Achille. How sad if I am. Then the wrong man will die for the crime. Die? Be serious, Bean. You aren't a killer. But the hot, dry air of the shaft will do it for me. You'll dehydrate in a day. Your mouth's already a little dry, isn't it? And then you'll just keep hanging here, mummifying. This is the intake system, so the air gets filtered and purified. Even if your body stinks for a while, nobody will smell it. Nobody will see you. You're above where the light shines from the door, and nobody comes in here anyway. No, the disappearance of Achille will be the mystery of Battle School. They'll tell ghost stories about you to frighten the launchies. Bean, I didn't do it. I saw you, Achille, you poor fool. I don't care what you say. I saw you. I never thought I'd have the chance to make you pay for what you did to her. Poke did nothing but good to you. I told her to kill you, but she had mercy. She made you king of the streets. And for that you killed her? I didn't kill her. Let me lay it out for you, Ashiel, since you're clearly too stupid to see where you are. First thing is, you forgot where you were. Back on Earth, you were used to being a lot smarter than everybody around you, but here in Battle School, everybody is as smart as you, and most of us are smarter. You think Ambul didn't see the way you looked at him? You think he didn't know he was marked for death after he laughed at you? You think the other soldiers in Rabbit doubted me when I told them about you? They'd already seen that there was something wrong with you. The adults might have missed it. They might buy into the way you suck up to them, but we didn't. And since we just had a case of one kid trying to kill another, nobody was going to put up with it again. Nobody was going to wait for you to strike. Because here's the thing. We don't give a shit about fairness here. We're soldiers. Soldiers do not give the other guy a sporting chance. Soldiers shoot in the back, lay traps and ambushes, lie to the enemy, and outnumber the other bastard every chance they get. Your kind of murder only works among civilians, and you were too cocky, too stupid, too insane to realize that. Ashiel knew that Bean was right. He had miscalculated grossly. He had forgotten that when Bean said for Poke to kill him, he had not just been showing respect for Ashiel. He had also been trying to get Ashiel killed. This just wasn't working out very well. So you have only two ways for this to end. One way, you just hang there. We take turns watching to make sure you don't figure out some way out of this until you're dead, and then we leave you and go about our lives. The other way, you confess to everything, and I mean everything, not just what you think I already know, and you keep confessing. Confess to the teachers. Confess to the psychiatrists they send you to. Confess your way into a mental hospital back on Earth. We don't care which you choose. All that matters is that you never again walk freely through the corridors of Battle School or anywhere else. So, what will it be? Dry out on the line or let the teachers know just how crazy you are. Bring me a teacher. I'll confess. Didn't you hear me explain how stupid we're not? You confess now, before witnesses, with a recorder. We don't bring some teacher up here to see you hanging there and feel all squishy sorry for you. Any teacher who comes here will know exactly what you are, and there will be about 6 Marines to keep you subdued and sedated, because, Ashiel, they don't play around here. They don't give people chances to escape. You've got no rights here. You don't get rights again until you're back on Earth. Here's your last chance. Confession time. Ashiel almost laughed out loud, but it was important for Bean to think that he had won. As for the moment, he had. Ashiel could see now that there was no way for him to remain in Battle School, but Bean wasn't smart enough just to kill him and have done. No, Bean was, completely unnecessarily, allowing him to live. And as long as Ashiel was alive, then time would move things his way. The universe would bend until the door was opened and Ashiel went free, and it would happen sooner rather than later. You shouldn't have left a door open for me, Bean, because I will kill you someday. You and everyone else who has seen me helpless here. All right, said Ashiel. I killed Poke. I strangled her and put her in the river. Go on. What more? You want to know how she wet herself and took a shit while she was dying? You want to know how her eyes bugged out? One murder doesn't get you psychiatric confinement, Ashiel. You know you've killed before. What makes you think so? Because it didn't bother you? It never bothered. Not even the first time. You just don't understand power. If it bothers you, you aren't fit to have power. I killed Ulysses, of course, but just because he was a nuisance. And I'm not a mass murderer, Bean. You lived to kill, Ashiel. spill it all, and then convince me that it really was all. But Achille had just been playing. He had already decided to tell it all. The most recent was Dr. Vivian Delamar, he said. I told her not to do the operations under total anesthetic. I told her to leave me alert. I could take it even if there was pain. But she had to be in control. Well, if she really loved control so much, why did she turn her back on me? And why was she so stupid as to think I really had a gun? By pressing hard in her back, I made it so she didn't even feel the needle go in, right next to where the tongue depressors were poking her. Died of a heart attack right there in her own office. Nobody even knew I'd been in there. You want more? I wanted all, Achille. It took 20 minutes, but Achille gave them the whole chronicle. All 7 times he had set things right. He liked it, actually, telling them like this. Nobody had ever had a chance to understand how powerful he was till now. He wanted to see their faces. That's the only thing that was missing. He wanted to see the disgust that would reveal their weakness, their inability to look power in the face. Machiavelli understood. If you intend to rule, you don't shrink from killing. Saddam Hussein knew it. You have to be willing to kill with your own hand. You can't stand back and let others do it for you all the time. And Stalin understood it too. You can never be loyal to anybody because that only weakens you. Lenin was good to Stalin, gave him his chance, raised him out of nothing to be the keeper of the gate to power. But that didn't stop Stalin from imprisoning Lenin and then killing him. That's what these fools would never understand. All those military writers were just armchair philosophers. All that military history, most of it was useless. War was just one of the tools that the great men used to get and keep their power. And the only way to stop a great man was the way Brutus did it. Bean, you're no Brutus. Turn on the light. Let me see the faces. But the light did not go on. When he was finished, when they left, there was only the light through the door, silhouetting them as they left. 5 of them, all naked but carrying the recording equipment. They even tested it to make sure it had picked up Achille's confession. He heard his own voice, strong and unwavering, proud of what he'd done. That would prove to the weaklings that he was insane. They would keep him alive, until the universe bent things to his will yet again, and set him free to reign with blood and horror on earth. Since they hadn't let him see their faces, he'd have no choice. When all the power was in his hands, he'd have to kill everyone who was in battle school at this time. That would be a good idea anyway, since all the brilliant military minds of the age had been assembled here at one time or another. It was obvious that in order to rule safely, Achille would have to get rid of everyone whose name had ever been on a battle school roster. Then there'd be no rivals, and he'd keep testing children as long as he lived, finding any with the slightest spark of military talent. Herod understood how you stay in power.
Part 6. Victor. Chapter 21. Guesswork.
We are not waiting any longer for Colonel Graff to repair the damage done to Ender Wiggin. Wiggin doesn't need tactical school for the job he'll be doing. and we need the others to move on at once. They have to get the feel of what the old ships can do before we bring them here and put them on the simulators. And that takes time.
They've only had a few games.
I shouldn't have allowed them as much time as I have. ISL is 2 months away from you, and by the time they're done with tactical, the voyage from there to FleetCom will be 4 months. That gives them only 3 months in tactical before we have to bring them to command school. 3 months in which to compress 3 years of training.
I should tell you that Bean seems to have passed Colonel Graff's last test.
Test? When I relieved Colonel Graff, I thought his sick little testing program ended as well.
We didn't know how dangerous this Ashiel was. We had been warned of some danger, but he seemed so likable. I'm not faulting Colonel Graff, you understand. He had no way of knowing.
Knowing what?
That Ashiel is a serial killer.
That should make Graff happy. Ender's count is up to 2.
I'm not joking, sir. Ashiel has 7 murders on his tally.
And he passed the screening?
He knew how to answer the psychological tests.
Please tell me that none of the 7 took place at battle school.
Number 8 would have, but Bean got him to confess.
Bean's a priest now?
Actually, sir, it was deft strategy. He outmaneuvered Ashiel, led him into an ambush, and confession was the only escape.
So, Ender, the nice middle-class American boy, kills the kid who wants to beat him up in the bathroom. And Bean, the hoodlum street kid, turns a serial killer over to law enforcement.
The more significant thing for our purposes is that Ender was good at building teams. But he beat Bonzo hand-to-hand, one-on-one. And then Bean, a loner who had almost no friends after a year in the school, he beats Ashiel by assembling a team to be his defense and his witnesses. I have no idea if Graff predicted these outcomes, but the result was that his tests got each boy to act not only against our expectations, but also against his own predilections.
Predilections? Major Anderson.
It will all be in my report.
Try to write the entire thing without using the word predilection once.
Yes, sir.
I've assigned the destroyer Condor to take the group.
How many do you want, sir?
We have need of a maximum of 11 at any one time. We have Carby, B, and Momo on their way to tactical already. But Graff tells me that of those 3, only Carby is likely to work well with Wigan. We do need to hold a slot for Ender, but it wouldn't hurt to have a spare. So send 10.
Which 10?
How the hell should I know? Well, Bean, him for sure. And the 9 others that you think would work best with either Bean or Ender in command. Whichever one it turns out to be.
One list for both possible commanders?
With Ender as the first choice. We want them all to train together. Become a team.
The orders came at 1700. Bean was supposed to board the Condor at 1800. It's not as if he had anything to pack. An hour was more time than they gave Ender. So Bean went and told his army what was happening, where he was going. "We've only had 5 games, said he too. "Got to catch the bus when it comes to the stop, ne?" said Bean. "Eh?" said he too. "Who else?" asked Ambul. "They didn't tell me. Just tactical school. We don't even know where it is. Somewhere in space," said he too. "No. Really?" It was lame, but they laughed. It wasn't all that hard a goodbye. He'd only been with Rabbit for 8 days. "Sorry we didn't win any for you," said he too. "We would have won, if I'd wanted to," said Bean. They looked at him like he was crazy. "I was the one who proposed that we get rid of the standings, stop caring who wins. How would it look if we do that and I win every time?" "It would look like you really did care about the standings," said he too. "That's not what bothers me," said another Toon leader. "Are you telling me you set us up to lose?" "No. I'm telling you I had a different priority. What do we learn from beating each other? Nothing. We're never going to have to fight human children. We're going to have to fight buggers. So what do we need to learn? How to coordinate our attacks, how to respond to each other, how to feel the course of the battle and take responsibility for the whole thing even if you don't have command. That's what I was working on with you guys. And if we won, if we went in and mopped up the walls with them using my strategy, what does that teach you? You already worked with a good commander. What you needed to do was work with each other. So I put you in tough situations, and by the end you were finding ways to bail each other out, to make it work. We never made it work well enough to win. That's not how I measured it. You made it work. When the buggers come again, they're going to make things go wrong. Besides the normal friction of war, they're going to be doing stuff we couldn't think of because they're not human. They don't think like us. So plans of attack, what good are they then? We try, we do what we can, but what really counts is what you do when command breaks down. When it's just you with your squadron, and you with your transport, and you with your beat-up strike force that's got only 5 weapons among 8 ships. How do you help each other? How do you make do? That's what I was working on. And then I went back to the officers' mess and told them what I learned, what you guys showed me. I learned stuff from them, too. I told you all the stuff I learned from them, right? Well, you could have told us what you were learning from us, said he too. They were all still a bit resentful. I didn't have to tell you. You learned it. At least you could have told us it was okay not to win. But you were supposed to try to win. I didn't tell you because it only works if you think it counts. Like when the buggers come. It'll count then, for real. That's when you get really smart, when losing means that you and everybody you ever cared about, the whole human race, will die. Look, I didn't think we'd have long together, so I made the best use of the time for you and for me. You guys are all ready to take command of armies. What about you, Bean? Asked Amble. He was smiling, but there was an edge to it. You ready to command a fleet? I don't know. It depends on whether they want to win. Bean grinned. Here's the thing, Bean, said Amble. Soldiers don't like to lose. And that, said Bean, is why losing is a much more powerful teacher than winning. They heard him. They thought about it. Some of them nodded. If you live, Bean added, and grinned at them. They smiled back. I gave you the best thing I could think of to give you during this week, said Bean, and learned from you as much as I was smart enough to learn. Thank you. He stood and saluted them. They saluted back. He left and went to Rat Army Barracks. Nikolai just got his orders, the Toon leader told him. For a moment, Bean wondered if Nikolai would be going to tactical school with him. His first thought was, no way is he ready. His second thought was, I wish he could come. His third thought was, I'm not much of a friend, to think first how he doesn't deserve to be promoted. What orders? Bean asked. He's got him an army. Hell, he wasn't even a Toon leader here. Just got here last week. Which army? Rabbit. The Toon leader looked at Bean's uniform again. Oh, I guess he's replacing you. Bean laughed and headed for the quarters he had just left. Nikolai was sitting inside with the door open, looking lost. Can I come in? Nikolai looked up and grinned. Tell me you're here to take your army back. I've got a hint for you. Try to win. They think that's important. They couldn't believe you lost all 5. You know, for a school that doesn't list standings anymore, everybody sure keeps track. I keep track of you. Nikolai, I wish you were coming with me. What's happening, Bean? Is this it? Are the buggers here? I don't know. Come on, you figure these things out. If the buggers were really coming, would they leave all you guys here in the station? Or send you back to Earth? Or evacuate you to some obscure asteroid? I don't know. Some things point to the end being really close. Other things seem like nothing important's going to happen anywhere around here. So maybe they're about to launch this huge fleet against the bugger world and you guys are supposed to grow up on the voyage. Maybe, said Bean. But the time to launch that fleet was right after the second invasion. Well, what if they didn't find out where the bugger homeworld was until now? That stopped Bean cold. Never crossed my mind, said Bean. I mean, they must have been sending signals home. All we had to do was track that direction. Follow the light, you know. That's what it says in the manuals. What if they don't communicate by light? Light may take a year to go a light year, but it's still faster than anything else. Anything else that we know about, said Nikolai. Bean just looked at him. Oh, I know. That's stupid. The laws of physics and all that. I keep thinking, that's all. I don't like to rule things out just because they're impossible. Bean laughed. Merda, Nikolai. I should have let you talk more and me talk less back when we slept across from each other. Bean, you know I'm not a genius. All genius is here, Nikolai. I was scraping by. So maybe you're not a Napoleon, Nikolai. Maybe you're just an Eisenhower. Don't expect me to cry for you. It was Nikolai's turn to laugh. I'll miss you, Bean. Thanks for coming with me to face a shield, Nikolai. Guy gave me nightmares. Me too. And I'm glad you brought the others along too. Itu, Amble, Crazy Tom. I felt like we could have used 6 more, and a shield was hanging from a wire. Guys like him, you can understand why they invented hanging. Someday, said Bean, you're going to need me the way I needed you. And I'll be there. I'm sorry I didn't join your squad, Bean. You were right, said Bean. I asked you because you were my friend, and I thought I needed a friend, but I should have been a friend too, and seen what you needed. I'll never let you down again. Bean threw his arms around Nikolai. Nikolai hugged him back. Bean remembered when he left Earth, hugging Sister Carlotta, analyzing. This is what she needs. It costs me nothing, therefore I'll give her the hug. I'm not that kid anymore. Maybe because I was able to come through for Poke after all. Too late to help her, but I still got her killer to admit it. I still got him to pay something, even if it can never be enough. Go meet your army, Nikolai, said Bean. I've got a spaceship to catch. He watched Nikolai go out the door and knew, with a sharp pang of regret, that he would never see his friend again.
Dymac stood in Major Anderson's quarters. Captain Dymac, I watched Colonel Graff indulge your constant complaints, your resistance to his orders, and I kept thinking, Dymac might be right, but I would never tolerate such lack of respect if I were in command. I'd throw him out on his ass and write insubordinate in about 40 places in his dossier. I thought I should tell you that before you make your complaint. Dymac blinked. Go ahead. I'm waiting. It isn't so much a complaint as a question. Then ask your question. I thought you were supposed to choose a team that was equally compatible with Ender and with Bean. The word equally was never used as far as I can recall. But even if it was, did it occur to you that it might be impossible? I could have chosen 40 brilliant children who would all have been proud and eager to serve under Andrew Wiggin. How many would be equally proud and eager to serve under Bean? Dymac had no answer for that. The way I analyze it, the soldiers I chose to send on this destroyer are the students who are emotionally closest and most responsive to Ender Wiggin, while also being among the dozen or so best commanders in the school. These soldiers also have no particular animosity toward Bean. So, if they find him placed over them, they'll probably do their best for him. They'll never forgive him for not being Ender. I guess that will be Bean's challenge. Who else should I have sent? Nikolai is Bean's friend, but he'd be out of his depth. Someday he'll be ready for tactical school and then command, but not yet. And what other friends does Bean have? He's won a lot of respect, and lost it again when he lost all 5 of his games. I've explained to you why Humanity doesn't need explanations, Captain Dymac. It needs winners. Ender Wiggin had the fire to win. Bean is capable of losing 5 in a row as if they didn't even matter. They didn't matter. He learned what he needed to learn from them. Captain Dymac, I can see that I'm falling into the same trap that Colonel Graff fell into. You have crossed the line from teaching into advocacy. I would dismiss you as Bean's teacher were it not for the fact that the question is already moot. I'm sending the soldiers I decided on already. If Bean is really so brilliant, he'll figure out a way to work with them. Yes, sir, said Dymac. If it's any consolation, do remember that Crazy Tom was one of the ones Bean brought along to hear Achille's confession. Crazy Tom went. That suggests that the better they know Bean, the more seriously they take him. Thank you, sir. Bean is no longer your responsibility, Captain Dymac. You did well with him. I salute you for it. Now, get back to work. Dymac saluted. Anderson saluted. Dymac left.
On the destroyer Condor, the crew had no idea what to do with these children. They all knew about the battle school, and both the captain and the pilot were battle school graduates. But after perfunctory conversation, what army were you in? Oh, in my day, Rat was the best. Dragon was a complete loser. How things change, how things stay the same. There was nothing more to say. Without the shared concerns of being army commanders, the children drifted into their natural friendship groups. Dink and Petra had been friends almost from their first beginnings in battle school, and they were so senior to the others that no one tried to penetrate that closed circle. Alai and Shen had been in Ender Wiggin's original launch group, and Vlad and Dumper, who had commanded B and E tunes and were probably the most worshipful of Ender, hung around with them. Crazy Tom, Fly Molo, and Hot Soup had already been a trio back in Dragon Army. On a personal level, Bean did not expect to be included in any of these groups, and he wasn't particularly excluded either. Crazy Tom, at least, showed real respect for Bean, and often included him in conversation. If Bean belonged to any of these groups, it was Crazy Tom's. The only reason the division into cliques bothered him was that this group was clearly being assembled, not just randomly chosen. Trust needed to grow between them all, strongly if not equally. But they had been chosen for Ender. Any idiot could see that, and it was not Bean's place to suggest that they play the onboard games together, learn together, do anything together. If Bean tried to assert any kind of leadership, it would only build more walls between him and the others than already existed. There was only one of the group that Bean didn't think belonged there, and he couldn't do anything about that. Apparently, the adults did not hold Petra responsible for her near betrayal of Ender in the corridor the evening before Ender's life-or-death struggle with Bonzo. But Bean was not so sure. Petra was one of the best of the commanders, smart, able to see the big picture. How could she possibly have been fooled by Bonzo? Of course, she couldn't have been hoping for Ender's destruction. But she had been careless at best, and at worst might have been playing some kind of game that Bean did not yet understand. So he remained suspicious of her, which wasn't good to have such mistrust, but there it was. Bean passed the 4 months of the voyage in the ship's library mostly. Now that they were out of battle school, he was reasonably sure that they weren't being spied on so intensely. The destroyer simply wasn't equipped for it. So he no longer had to choose his reading material with an eye to what the teachers would make of his selections. He read no military history or theory whatsoever. He had already read all the major writers and many of the minor ones, and knew the important campaigns backward and forward from both sides. Those were in his memory to be called upon whenever he needed them. What was missing from his memory was the big picture. How the world worked. Political, social, economic history. What happened in nations when they weren't at war. How they got into and out of wars. How victory and defeat affected them. How alliances were formed and broken. And most important of all, but hardest to find, what was going on in the world today. The destroyer library had only the information that had been current when last it docked at Interstellar Launch, ISL, which is where the authorized list of documents was made available for download. Bean could make requests for more information, but that would require the library computer to make requisitions and use communications bandwidth that would have to be justified. It would be noticed, and then they'd wonder why this child was studying matters that could have no possible concern for him. From what he could find on board, however, it was still possible to piece together the basic situation on Earth and to reach some conclusions. During the years before the first invasion, various power blocks had jockeyed for position, using some combination of terrorism, surgical strikes, limited military operations, and economic sanctions, boycotts, and embargoes to gain the upper hand, or give firm warnings, or simply express national or ideological rage. When the buggers showed up, China had just emerged as the dominant world power, economically and militarily, having finally reunited itself as a democracy. The North Americans and Europeans played at being China's big brothers, but the economic balance had finally shifted. What Bean saw as the driving force of history, however, was the resurgent Russian Empire. Where the Chinese simply took it for granted that they were and should be the center of the universe, the Russians, led by a series of ambitious demagogues and authoritarian generals, felt that history had cheated them out of their rightful place, century after century, and it was time for that to end. So it was Russia that forced the creation of the new Warsaw Pact, bringing its effective borders back to the peak of Soviet power and beyond. For this time, Greece was its ally, and an intimidated Turkey was neutralized. Europe was on the verge of being neutralized, the Russian dream of hegemony from the Pacific to the Atlantic at last within reach. And then the Formix came and cut a swath of destruction through China that left 100 million dead. Suddenly, land-based armies seemed trivial, and questions of international competition were put on hold. But that was only superficial. In fact, the Russians used their domination of the office of the Polemarch to build up a network of officers in key places throughout the fleet. Everything was in place for a vast power play the moment the buggers were defeated, or before, if they thought it was to their advantage. Oddly, the Russians were rather open about their intentions. They always had been. They had no talent for subtlety, but they made up for it with amazing stubbornness. Negotiations for anything could take decades, and meanwhile, their penetration of the fleet was nearly total. Infantry forces loyal to the Strategos would be isolated, unable to get to the places where they were needed because there would be no ships to carry them. When the war with the buggers ended, the Russians clearly planned that within hours they would rule the fleet and therefore the world. It was their destiny. The North Americans were as complacent as ever, sure that destiny would work everything out in their favor. Only a few demagogues saw the danger. The Chinese and the Muslim world were alert to the danger, and even they were unable to make any kind of stand for fear of breaking up the alliance that made resistance to the buggers possible. The more he studied, the more Bean wished that he did not have to go to tactical school. This war would belong to Ender and his friends. And while Bean loved Ender as much as any of them, and would gladly serve with them against the buggers, the fact was that they didn't need him. It was the next war, the struggle for world domination, that fascinated him. The Russians could be stopped, if the right preparations were made. But then he had to ask himself, should they be stopped? A quick, bloody but effective coup which would bring the world under a single government? It would mean the end of war among humans, wouldn't it? And in such a climate of peace, wouldn't all nations be better off? So even as Bean developed his plan for stopping the Russians, he tried to evaluate what a worldwide Russian empire would be like. And what he concluded was that it would not last. For along with their national vigor, the Russians had also nurtured their astonishing talent for misgovernment, that sense of personal entitlement that made corruption a way of life. The institutional tradition of competence that would be essential for a successful world government was non-existent. It was in China that those institutions and values were most vigorous. But even China would be a poor substitute for a genuine world government that transcended any national interest. The wrong world government would eventually collapse under its own weight. Bean longed to be able to talk these things over with someone, with Nikolai, or even with one of the teachers. It slowed him down to have his own thoughts move around in circles. Without outside stimulation, it was hard to break free of his own assumptions. One mind can think only of its own questions. It rarely surprises itself. But he made progress, slowly, during that voyage, and then during the months of tactical school. Tactical was a blur of short voyages and detailed tours of various ships. Bean was disgusted that they seemed to concentrate entirely on older designs, which seemed pointless to him. Why train your commanders in ships they won't actually be using in battle? But the teachers treated his objection with contempt, pointing out that ships were ships in the long run, and the newest vessels had to be put into service patrolling the perimeters of the solar system. There were none to spare for training children. They were taught very little about the art of pilotry, for they were not being trained to fly the ships, only to command them in battle. They had to get a sense of how the weapons worked, how the ships moved, what could be expected of them, what their limitations were. Much of it was rote learning, but that was precisely the kind of learning Bean could do almost in his sleep, being able to recall anything that he had read or heard with any degree of attention. So throughout tactical school, while he performed as well as anyone, his real concentration was still on the problems of the current political situation on Earth. For tactical school was at ISL, and so the library there was constantly being updated, and not just with the material authorized for inclusion in finite ships' libraries. For the first time, Bean began to read the writings of current political thinkers on Earth. He read what was coming out of Russia, and once again was astonished at how nakedly they pursued their ambitions. The Chinese writers saw the danger, but being Chinese, made no effort to rally support in other nations for any kind of resistance. To the Chinese, once something was known in China, it was known everywhere that mattered. And the Euro-American nations seemed dominated by a studied ignorance that to Bean appeared to be a death wish. Yet there were some who were awake, struggling to create coalitions. Two popular commentators in particular came to Bean's attention. Demosthenes at first glance seemed to be a rabble-rouser, playing on prejudice and xenophobia. But he was also having considerable success in leading a popular movement. Bean didn't know if life under a government headed by Demosthenes would be any better than living under the Russians, but Demosthenes would at least make a contest out of it. The other commentator that Bean took note of was Locke, a lofty, high-minded fellow who nattered about world peace and forging alliances. Yet amid his apparent complacency, Locke actually seemed to be working from the same set of facts as Demosthenes, taking it for granted that the Russians were vigorous enough to lead the world, but unprepared to do so in a beneficial way. In a way, it was as if Demosthenes and Locke were doing their research together, reading all the same sources, learning from all the same correspondence, but then appealing to completely different audiences. For a while, Bean even toyed with the possibility that Locke and Demosthenes were the same person. But no, the writing styles were different, and more importantly, they thought and analyzed differently. Bean didn't think anyone was smart enough to fake that. Whoever they were, these two commentators were the people that seemed to see the situation most accurately, and so Bean began to conceive of his essay on strategy in the post-Formic world as a letter to both Locke and Demosthenes. A private letter. An anonymous letter. Because his observations should be known, and these two seemed to be in the best position to bring Bean's ideas to fruition. Resorting to old habits, Bean spent some time in the library watching several officers log onto the net, and soon had 6 logins that he could use. He then wrote his letter in 6 parts, using a different login for each part, and then sent the parts to Locke and Demosthenes within minutes of each other. He did it during an hour when the library was crowded and made sure that he himself was logged into the net on his own desk in his barracks, ostensibly playing a game. He doubted they'd be counting his keystrokes and realized that he wasn't actually doing anything with his desk during that time. And if they did trace the letter back to him, well, too bad. In all likelihood, Locke and Demosthenes would not try to trace him. In his letter, he asked them not to. They would either believe him or not. They would agree with him or not. Beyond that, he could not go. He had spelled out for them exactly what the dangers were, what the Russian strategy obviously was, and what steps must be taken to ensure that the Russians did not succeed in their preemptive strike. One of the most important points he made was that the children from battle, tactical, and command school had to be brought back to Earth as quickly as possible once the buggers were defeated. If they remained in space, they would either be taken by the Russians or kept in ineffectual isolation by the IF. But these children were the finest military minds that humanity had produced in this generation. If the power of one great nation was to be subdued, it would require brilliant commanders in opposition to them. Within a day, Demosthenes had an essay on the nets calling for the battle school to be dissolved at once and all those children brought home. They have kidnapped our most promising children. Our Alexanders and Napoleons, our Rommels and Pattons, our Caesars and Fredericks and Washingtons and Saladins are being kept in a tower where we can't reach them, where they can't help their own people remain free from the threat of Russian domination. And who can doubt that the Russians intend to seize those children and use them? Or if they can't, they will certainly try, with a single well-placed missile, to blast them all to bits, depriving us of our natural military leadership. Delicious demagoguery, designed to spark fear and outrage. Bean could imagine the consternation in the military as their precious school became a political issue. It was an emotional issue that Demosthenes would not let go of, and other nationalists all over the world would fervently echo. And because it was about children, no politician could dare oppose the principle that all the children in battle school would come home the moment the war ended. Not only that, but on this issue, Locke lent his prestigious, moderate voice to the cause, openly supporting the principle of the return of the children. By all means, pay the piper, rid us of the invading rats, and then bring our children home. I saw, I wrote, and the world changed a little. It was a heady feeling. It made all the work at tactical school seem almost meaningless by comparison. He wanted to bound into the classroom and tell the others about his triumph, but they would look at him like he was crazy. They knew nothing about the world at large and took no responsibility for it. They were closed into the military world. 3 days after Bean sent his letters to Locke and Demosthenes, the children came to class and found that they were to depart immediately for command school, this time joined by Karn Karby, who had been a class ahead of them in tactical school. They had spent only 3 months at ISL, and Bean couldn't help wondering if his letters had not had some influence over the timing. If there was some danger that the children might be sent home prematurely, the IF had to make sure their prize specimens were out of reach.
Chapter 22. Reunion.
I suppose I should congratulate you for undoing the damage you did to Ender Wiggin.
Sir, I respectfully disagree that I did any damage.
Ah, good then. I don't have to congratulate you. You do realize that your status here will be as observer.
I hope that I will also have opportunities to offer advice based on my years of experience with these children.
Command School has worked with children for years.
Respectfully, sir, Command School has worked with adolescents, ambitious, testosterone-charged, competitive teenagers. And quite aside from that, we have a lot riding on these particular children, and I know things about them that must be taken into account.
All those things should be in your reports.
They are. But with all respect, is there anyone there who has memorized my reports so thoroughly that the appropriate details will come to mind the instant they're needed?
I'll listen to you, Colonel Graff. And please stop assuring me of how respectful you are whenever you're about to tell me I'm an idiot.
I thought that my leave of absence was designed to chasten me. I'm trying to show that I've been chastened.
Are there any of these details about the children that come to mind right now?
An important one, sir. Because so much depends on what Ender does or does not know, it is vital that you isolate him from the other children. During actual practices, he can be there, but under no circumstances can you allow free conversation or sharing of information.
And why is that?
Because if Bean ever comes to know about the Ansible, he'll leap straight to the core situation. He may figure it out on his own as it is. You have no idea how difficult it is to conceal information from him. Ender is more trusting. But Ender can't do his job unless he knows about the Ansible. You see, he and Bean cannot be allowed to have any free time together, any conversation that is not on point.
But if this is so, then Bean is not capable of being Ender's backup, because then he would have to be told about the Ansible.
It won't matter then.
But you yourself were the author of the proposition that only a child...
Sir, none of that applies to Bean.
Because?
Because he's not human.
Colonel Graff, you make me tired.
The voyage to command school was 4 long months, and this time they were being trained continuously, as thorough an education in the mathematics of targeting, explosives, and other weapons-related subjects as could be managed on board a fast-moving cruiser. Finally, too, they were being forged again into a team, and it quickly became clear to everyone that the leading student was Bean. He mastered everything immediately, and was soon the one whom the others turned to for explanations of concepts they didn't grasp at once. From being the lowest in status on the first voyage, a complete outsider, Bean now became an outcast for the opposite reason. He was alone in the position of highest status. He struggled with the situation, because he knew that he needed to be able to function as part of the team, not just as a mentor or expert. Now it became vital that he take part in their downtime, relaxing with them, joking, joining in with reminiscences about battle school, and about even earlier times. For now, at last, the battle school taboo against talking about home was gone. They all spoke freely of mothers and fathers who by now were distant memories, but who still played a vital role in their lives. The fact that Bean had no parents at first made the others a little shy with him, but he seized the opportunity and began to speak openly about his entire experience. Hiding in the toilet tank in the clean room, going home with the Spanish custodian, starving on the streets as he scouted for his opportunity, telling Poke how to beat the bullies at their own game, watching Ashiel, admiring him, fearing him as he created their little street family, marginalized Poke, and finally killed her. When he told them of finding Poke's body, several of them wept. Petra in particular broke down and sobbed. It was an opportunity, and Bean seized it. Naturally, she soon fled the company of others, taking her emotions into the privacy of her quarters. As soon afterward as he could, Bean followed her. "Bean, I don't want to talk." "I do," said Bean. "It's something we have to talk about. For the good of the team." "Is that what we are?" she asked. "Petra, you know the worst thing I've ever done. Ashiel was dangerous, I knew it, and I still went away and left Poke alone with him. She died for it. That burns in me every day of my life. Every time I start to feel happy, I remember Poke, how I owe my life to her, how I could have saved her. Every time I love somebody, I have that fear that I'll betray them the same way I did her. Why are you telling me this, Bean?" "Because you betrayed Ender, and I think it's eating at you." Her eyes flashed with rage. "I did not. And it's eating at you, not me. Petra, whether you admit it to yourself or not, when you tried to slow Ender down in the corridor that day, there's no way you didn't know what you were doing. I've seen you in action. You're sharp. You see everything. In some ways, you're the best tactical commander in the whole group. It's absolutely impossible that you didn't see how Bonzo's thugs were all there in the corridor, waiting to beat the crap out of Ender. And what did you do? You tried to slow him down, peel him off from the group. And you stopped me, said Petra. So it's moot, isn't it? I have to know why. You don't have to know squat. Petra, we have to fight shoulder to shoulder someday. We have to be able to trust each other. I don't trust you because I don't know why you did that. And now you won't trust me because you know I don't trust you. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. What the hell does that mean? My father said it. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Exactly. Untangle this for me. You're the one who's weaving a web for me, Bean. You know things you don't tell the rest of us. You think I don't see that? So you want me to restore your trust in me, but you don't tell me anything useful. I opened my soul to you, said Bean. You told me about your feelings. She said it with utter contempt. So good. It's a relief to know you have them, or at least to know that you think it's worth pretending to have them. Nobody's quite sure about that. But what you don't ever tell us is what the hell is actually going on here. We think you know. All I have are guesses. The teachers told you things back in Battle School that none of the rest of us knew. You knew the name of every kid in the school. You knew things about us, all of us. You knew things you had no business knowing. Bean was stunned to realize that his special access had been so noticeable to her. Had he been careless? Or was she even more observant than he had thought? I broke into the student data, said Bean. And they didn't catch you? I think they did. Right from the start. Certainly they knew about it later. And he told her about choosing the roster for Dragon Army. She flopped down on her bunk and addressed the ceiling. You chose them. All those rejects and those little launchy bastards, you chose them. Somebody had to. The teachers weren't competent to do it. So Ender had the best. He didn't make them the best, they already were the best. The best that weren't already in armies. I'm the only one who was a launchy when Dragon was formed who's with this team now. You and Shen and Alai and Dink and Karn, you weren't in Dragon, and you're obviously among the best. Dragon won because they were good, yes, but also because Ender knew what to do with them. It still turns one little corner of my universe upside down. Petra, this was a trade. Was it? Explain why you weren't a Judas back in Battle School. I was a Judas, said Petra. How's that for an explanation? Bean was sickened. You can say it like that? Without shame? Are you stupid? Asked Petra. I was doing the same thing you were doing, trying to save Ender's life. I knew Ender had trained for combat, and those thugs hadn't. I was also trained. Boneso had been working these guys up into a frenzy, but the fact is, they didn't like Boneso very much. He had just pissed them off at Ender. So if they got in a few licks against Ender right there in the corridor where Dragon Army and other soldiers would get into it right away, where Ender would have me beside him in a limited space so only a few of them could come at us at once, I figured that Ender would get bruised, get a bloody nose, but he'd come out of it okay. And all those walking scabies would be satisfied. Boneso's ranting would be old news. Boneso would be alone again. Ender would be safe from anything worse. You were gambling a lot on your fighting ability. And Ender's. We were both damn good then, and in excellent shape. And you know what? I think Ender understood what I was doing, and the only reason he didn't go along with it was you. Me? He saw you plunging right into the middle of everything. You'd get your head beaten in, that was obvious. So he had to avoid the violence then. Which means that because of you, he got set up the next day when it really was dangerous. When Ender was completely alone with no one for backup. So why didn't you explain this before? Because you were the only one besides Ender who knew I was setting him up, and I didn't really care what you thought then, and I'm not that concerned about it now. It was a stupid plan, said Bean. It was better than yours, said Petra. Well, I guess when you look at how it all turned out, we'll never know how stupid your plan was. But we sure know that mine was shot to hell. Petra flashed him a brief, insincere grin. Now, do you trust me again? Can we go back to the intimate friendship we've shared for so long? You know something, Petra? All that hostility is wasted on me. In fact, it's bad aim on your part to even try it, because I'm the best friend you've got here. Oh, really? Yes, really. Because I'm the only one of these boys who ever chose to have a girl as his commander. She paused a moment, staring at him blankly before saying, I got over the fact that I'm a girl a long time ago. But they didn't. And you know they didn't. You know that it bothers them all the time that you're not really one of the guys. They're your friends, sure, at least Dink is, but they all like you. At the same time, there were what, a dozen girls in the whole school? And except for you, none of them were really top-flight soldiers. They didn't take you seriously. Ender did, said Petra. And I do, said Bean. The others all know what happened in the corridor, you know. It's not like it was a secret. But you know why they haven't had this conversation with you? Why? Because they all figured you were an idiot and didn't realize how close you came to getting Ender pounded into the deck. I'm the only one who had enough respect for you to realize that you would never make such a stupid mistake by accident. I'm supposed to be flattered. You're supposed to stop treating me like the enemy. You're almost as much of an outsider in this group as I am. And when it comes down to actual combat, you need someone who will take you as seriously as you take yourself. Do me no favors. I'm leaving now. About time. And when you think about this more and you realize I'm right, you don't have to apologize. You cried for Poke, and that makes us friends. You can trust me, and I can trust you, and that's all. She was starting some retort as he left, but he didn't stick around long enough to hear what it was. Petra was just that way. She had to act tough. Bean didn't mind. He knew they'd said the things they needed to say. Command school was at FleetCom, and the location of FleetCom was a closely guarded secret. The only way you ever found out where it was to be assigned there, and very few people who had been there ever came back to Earth. Just before arrival, the kids were briefed. FleetCom was in the wandering asteroid Eros, and as they approached, they realized that it really was in the asteroid. Almost nothing showed on the surface except the docking station. They boarded the shuttle bug, which reminded them of school buses, and took the 5-minute ride down to the surface. There the shuttle bug slid inside what looked like a cave. A snake-like tube reached out to the bug and enclosed it completely. They got out of the shuttle bug into near-zero gravity, and a strong air current sucked them like a vacuum cleaner up into the bowels of Eros. Bean knew at once that this place was not shaped by human hands. The tunnels were all too low, and even then the ceilings had obviously been raised after the initial construction, since the lower walls were smooth and only the top half-meter showed tool marks. The buggers made this, probably when they were mounting the second invasion. What was once their forward base was now the center of the international fleet. Bean tried to imagine the battle required to take this place. The buggers scuttering along the tunnels, the infantry coming in with low-power explosives to burn them out, flashes of light, and then cleanup, dragging the formic bodies out of the tunnels and bit by bit converting it into a human space. This is how we got our secret technologies, thought Bean. The buggers had gravity-generating machines. We learned how they worked and built our own, installing them in the battle school and wherever else they were needed. But the IF never announced the fact, because it would have frightened people to realize how advanced their technology was. What else did we learn from them? Bean noticed how even the children hunched a little to walk through the tunnels. The headroom was at least 2 meters, and not one of the kids was nearly that tall, but the proportions were all wrong for human comfort, so the roof of the tunnels seemed oppressively low, ready to collapse. It must have been even worse when we first arrived, before the roofs were raised. Ender would thrive here. He'd hate it, of course, because he was human. But he'd also use the place to help him get inside the minds of the buggers who built it. Not that you could ever really understand an alien mind. But this place gave you a decent chance to try. The boys were bunked up in 2 rooms. Petra had a smaller room to herself. It was even more bare here than battle school, and they could never escape the coldness of the stone around them. On Earth, stone had always seemed solid, but in space it seemed downright porous. There were bubble holes all through the stone, and Bean couldn't help feeling that air was leaking out all the time. Air leaking out and cold leaking in, and perhaps something else. The larvae of the buggers chewing like earthworms through the solid stone, crawling out of the bubble holes at night when the room was dark, crawling over their foreheads and reading their minds, and... He woke up, breathing heavily, his hand clutching his forehead. He hardly dared to move his hand. Had something been crawling on him? His hand was empty. He wanted to go back to sleep, but it was too close to reveille for him to hope for that. He lay there thinking. The nightmare was absurd. There could not possibly be any buggers alive here. But something made him afraid. Something was bothering him, and he wasn't sure what. He thought back to a conversation with one of the technicians who serviced the simulators. Beans had malfunctioned during practice, so that suddenly the little points of light that represented his ships moving through 3-dimensional space were no longer under his control. To his surprise, they didn't just drift on in the direction of the last orders he gave. Instead, they began to swarm, to gather, and then changed color as they shifted to be under someone else's control. When the technician arrived to replace the ship that had blown, Bean asked him why the ships didn't just stop or keep drifting. "It's part of the simulation," the technician said. "What's being simulated here is not that you're the pilot or even the captain of these ships. You're the admiral. So inside each ship there's a simulated captain and a simulated pilot, and so when your contact got cut off, they acted the way the real guys would act if they lost contact. See? That seems like a lot of trouble to go to." "Look, we've had a lot of time to work on these simulators," said the technician. "They're exactly like combat." "Except," said Bean, "the time lag." The technician looked blank for a moment. "Oh, right. The time lag. Well, that just wasn't worth programming in." And then he was gone. It was that moment of blankness that was bothering Bean. These simulators were as perfect as they could make them, exactly like combat, and yet they didn't include the time lag that came from light-speed communications. The distances being simulated were large enough that most of the time there should be at least a slight delay between a command and its execution, and sometimes it should be several seconds. But no such delay was programmed in. All communications were being treated as instantaneous. And when Bean asked about it, his question was blown off by the teacher who first trained them on the simulators. "It's a simulation. Plenty of time to get used to the light speed delay when you train with the real thing." That sounded like typically stupid military thinking even at the time, but now Bean realized it was simply a lie. If they programmed in the behavior of pilots and captains when communications were cut off, they could very easily have included the time lag. The reason these ships were simulated with instantaneous response was because that was an accurate simulation of conditions they would meet in combat. Lying awake in the darkness, Bean finally made the connection. It was so obvious once he thought of it. It wasn't just gravity control they got from the buggers. It was faster than light communication. It's a big secret from people on Earth, but our ships can talk to each other instantaneously. And if the ships can, why not fleet comm here on Eros? What was the range of communication? Was it truly instantaneous regardless of distance, or was it merely faster than light, so that at truly great distances it began to have its own time lag? His mind raced through the possibilities, and the implications of those possibilities. Our patrol ships will be able to warn us of the approaching enemy fleet long before it reaches us. They've probably known for years that it was coming and how fast. That's why we've been rushed through our training like this. They've known for years when the third invasion would begin. And then another thought. If this instantaneous communication works regardless of distance, then we could even be talking to the invasion fleet we sent against the Formic home planet right after the second invasion. If our starships were going near light speed, the relative time differential would complicate communication, but as long as we're imagining miracles, that would be easy enough to solve. We'll know whether our invasion of their world succeeded or not moments afterward. Why, if the communication is really powerful, with plenty of bandwidth, FleetCom could even watch the battle unfold, or at least watch a simulation of the battle and... A simulation of the battle. Each ship in the expeditionary force sending back its position at all times. The communications device receives that data and feeds it into a computer, and what comes out is the simulation we've been practicing with. We are training to command ships in combat, not here in the solar system, but light years away. They sent the pilots and the captains, but the admirals who will command them are still back here, at FleetCom. They had generations to find the right commanders, and we're the ones. It left him gasping, this realization. He hardly dared to believe it, and yet it made far better sense than any of the other more plausible scenarios. For one thing, it explained perfectly why the kids had been trained on older ships. The fleet they would be commanding had launched decades ago, when those older designs were the newest and the best. They didn't rip us through battle school and tactical school because the bugger fleet is about to reach our solar system. They're in a hurry because our fleet is about to reach the bugger's world. It was like Nikolai said. You can't rule out the impossible, because you never know which of your assumptions about what was possible might turn out in the real universe to be false. Bean hadn't been able to think of this simple, rational explanation because he had been locked in the box of thinking that light speed limited both travel and communication. But the technician let down just the tiniest part of the veil they had covering the truth, and because Bean finally found a way to open his mind to the possibility, he now knew the secret. Sometime during their training, any time at all, without the slightest warning, without ever even telling us they're doing it, they can switch over and we'll be commanding real ships in a real battle. We'll think it's a game, but we'll be fighting a war. And they don't tell us because we're children. They think we can't handle it, knowing that our decisions will cause death and destruction. That when we lose a ship, real men die. They're keeping it a secret to protect us from our own compassion. Except me. Because now I know. The weight of it suddenly came upon him, and he could hardly breathe, except shallowly. Now I know. How will it change the way I play? I can't let it, that's all. I was already doing my best. Knowing this won't make me work harder or play better. It might make me do worse. Might make me hesitate. Might make me lose concentration. Through their training, they had all learned that winning depended on being able to forget everything but what you were doing at that moment. You could hold all your ships in your mind at once, but only if any ship that no longer matters could be blocked out completely. Thinking about dead men, about torn bodies having the air sucked out of their lungs by the cold vacuum of space. Who could still play the game knowing that this was what it really meant? The teachers were right to keep this secret from us. That technician should be court-martialed for letting me see behind the curtain. I can't tell anyone. The other kids shouldn't know this. And if the teachers know that I know it, they'll take me out of the game. So I have to fake it. No. I have to disbelieve it. I have to forget that it's true. It isn't true. The truth is what they've been telling us. The simulation is simply ignoring light speed. They trained us on old ships because the new ones are all deployed and can't be wasted. The fight we're preparing for is to repel invading Formix, not to invade their solar system. This was just a crazy dream, pure self-delusion. Nothing goes faster than light, and therefore information can't be transmitted faster than light. Besides, if we really did send an invasion fleet that long ago, they don't need little kids to command them. Mazer Rackham must be with that fleet. No way would it have launched without him. Mazer Rackham is still alive, preserved by the relativistic changes of near light-speed travel. Maybe it's only been a few years to him. And he's ready. We aren't needed. Bean calmed his breathing. His heart rate slowed. I can't let myself get carried away with fantasies like that. I would be so embarrassed if anyone knew the stupid theory I came up with in my sleep. I can't even tell this as a dream. The game is as it always was. Reveille sounded over the intercom. Bean got out of bed, a bottom bunk this time, and joined in as normally as possible with the banter of Crazy Tom and Hot Soup, while Fly Molo kept his morning surliness to himself and Ally did his prayers. Bean went to mess and ate as he normally ate. Everything was normal. It didn't mean a thing that he couldn't get his bowels to unclench at the normal time, that his belly gnawed at him all day, and at mealtime he was faintly nauseated. That was just lack of sleep. Near the end of 3 months on Eros, their work on the simulators changed. There would be ships directly under their control, but they also had others under them to whom they had to give commands out loud, besides using the controls to enter them manually. Like combat, said their supervisor. In combat, said Ally, we'd know who the officers serving under us were. That would matter if you depended on them to give you information. But you do not. All the information you need is conveyed to your simulator and appears in the display. So you give your orders orally as well as manually. Just assume that you will be obeyed. Your teachers will be monitoring the orders you give to help you learn to be explicit and immediate. You will also have to master the technique of switching back and forth between crosstalk among yourselves and giving orders to individual ships. It's quite simple, you see. Turn your heads to the left or right to speak to each other, whichever is more comfortable for you. But when your face is pointing straight at the display, your voice will be carried to whatever ship or squadron you have selected with your controls. And to address all the ships under your control at once, head straight forward and duck your chin, like this. What happens if we raise our heads? Asked Shen. Ally answered before the teacher could. Then you're talking to God. After the laughter died down, the teacher said, Almost right, Ally. When you raise your chin to speak, you'll be talking to your commander. Several spoke at once. Our commander? You did not think we were training all of you to be supreme commander at once, did you? No. For the moment, we will assign one of you at random to be that commander, just for practice. Let's say, the little one. You. Bean. I'm supposed to be commander? Just for the practices. Or is he not competent? You others will not obey him in battle? The others answered the teacher with scorn. Of course Bean was competent. Of course they'd follow him. But then he never did win a battle when he commanded Rabbit Army, said Fly Molo. Excellent. That means that you will all have the challenge of making this little one a winner in spite of himself. If you do not think that is a realistic military situation, you have not been reading history carefully enough. So it was that Bean found himself in command of the 10 other kids from battle school. It was exhilarating, of course, for neither he nor the others believed for one moment that the teacher's choice had been random. They knew that Bean was better at the simulator than anybody. Petra was the one who said it after practice one day. Hell, Bean, I think you have this all in your head so clear you could close your eyes and still play. It was almost true. He did not have to keep checking to see where everyone was. It was all in his head at once. It took a couple of days for them to handle it smoothly, taking orders from Bean and giving their own orders orally along with the physical controls. There were constant mistakes at first, heads in the wrong position so that comments and questions and orders went to the wrong destination. But soon enough it became instinctive. Bean then insisted that others take turns being in the command position. "I need practice taking orders just like they do," he said, "and learning how to change my head position to speak up and sideways." The teacher agreed, and after another day, Bean had mastered the technique as well as any of the others. Having other kids in the master seat had another good effect as well. Even though no one did so badly as to embarrass himself, it was clear that Bean was sharper and faster than anyone else, with a keener grasp of developing situations and a better ability to sort out what he was hearing and remember what everybody had said. "You're not human," said Petra. "Nobody can do what you do." "Am so human," said Bean mildly. "And I know somebody who can do it better than me." "Who's that?" she demanded. "Ender." They all fell silent for a moment. "Yeah, well, he ain't here," said Vlad. "How do you know?" said Bean. "For all we know, he's been here all along." "That's stupid," said Dink. "Why wouldn't they have him practice with us? Why would they keep it a secret?" "Because they like secrets," said Bean. "And maybe because they're giving him different training. And maybe because it's like Sinterklaas. They're going to bring him to us as a present." "And maybe you're full of merda," said Dumper. Bean just laughed. Of course it would be Ender. This group was assembled for Ender. Ender was the one all their hopes were resting on. The reason they put Bean in that master position was because Bean was the substitute. If Ender got appendicitis in the middle of the war, it was Bean they'd switch the controls to. Bean who'd start giving commands, deciding which ships would be sacrificed, which men would die. But until then it would be Ender's choice, and for Ender it would only be a game. No deaths, no suffering, no fear, no guilt. Just a game. Definitely it's Ender. And the sooner the better. The next day, their supervisor told them that Ender Wiggin was going to be their commander starting that afternoon. When they didn't act surprised, he asked why. "Because Bean already told us."
They want me to find out how you've been getting your inside information, Bean. Graf looked across the table at the painfully small child who sat there looking at him without expression.
"I don't have any inside information," said Bean.
"You knew that Ender was going to be the commander."
"I guessed," said Bean. "Not that it was hard. Look at who we are. Ender's closest friends, Ender's toon leaders. He's the common thread. There were plenty of other kids you could have brought here, probably about as good as us. But these are the ones who'd follow Ender straight into space without a suit if he told us he needed us to do it."
"Nice speech, but you have a history of sneaking."
"Right. When would I be doing this sneaking? When are any of us alone? Our desks are just dumb terminals and we never get to see anybody else log on, so it's not like I can capture another identity. I just do what I'm told all day, every day. You guys keep assuming that we kids are stupid, even though you chose us because we're really, really smart. And now you sit there and accuse me of having to steal information that any idiot could guess."
"Not any idiot."
That was just an expression.
"Bean," said Graf, "I think you're feeding me a line of complete bullshit."
"Colonel Graf, even if that were true, which it isn't, so what? So I found out Ender was coming. I'm secretly monitoring your dreams. So what? He'll still come. He'll be in command. He'll be brilliant, and then we'll all graduate and I'll sit in a booster seat in a ship somewhere and give commands to grown-ups in my little boy voice until they get sick of hearing me and throw me out into space."
"I don't care about the fact that you knew about Ender. I don't care that it was a guess."
"I know you don't care about those things."
"I need to know what else you've figured out."
"Colonel," said Bean, sounding very tired, Doesn't it occur to you that the very fact that you're asking me this question tells me there's something else for me to figure out, and therefore greatly increases the chance that I will figure it out?
Graf's smile grew even broader. That's just what I told the officer who assigned me to talk to you and ask these questions. I told him that we would end up telling you more just by having the interview than you would ever tell us, but he said, "The kid is 6, Colonel Graf."
I think I'm 7.
He was working from an old report and hadn't done the math.
Just tell me what secret you want to make sure I don't know, and I'll tell you if I already knew it.
Very helpful.
Colonel Graf, am I doing a good job?
Absurd question. Of course you are.
If I do know anything that you don't want us kids to know, have I talked about it? Have I told any of the other kids? Has it affected my performance in any way?
No.
To me, that sounds like a tree falling in the forest where no one can hear. If I do know something because I figured it out, but I'm not telling anybody else and it's not affecting my work, then why would you waste time finding out whether I know it? Because after this conversation, you may be sure that I'll be looking very hard for any secret that might be lying around where a 7-year-old might find it. Even if I do find such a secret, though, I still won't tell the other kids, so it still won't make a difference. So why don't we just drop it?
Graf reached under the table and pressed something. "All right," said Graf. "They've got the recording of our conversation, and if that doesn't reassure them, nothing will."
Reassure them of what? And who's them?
Bean, this part is not being recorded.
Yes, it is, said Bean.
I turned it off.
Please.
In fact, Graf was not altogether sure that the recording was off. Even if the machine he controlled was off, that didn't mean there wasn't another. "Let's walk," said Graf.
I hope not outside.
Graf got up from the table, laboriously because he'd put on a lot of weight and they kept Eros at full gravity, and led the way out into the tunnels. As they walked, Graf talked softly. "Let's at least make them work for it," he said.
Fine, said Bean.
"I thought you'd want to know that the IF is going crazy because of an apparent security leak. It seems that someone with access to the most secret archives wrote letters to a couple of net pundits who then started agitating for the children of Battle School to be sent home to their native countries."
What's a pundit? Asked Bean.
My turn to say, please, I think. Look, I'm not accusing you. I just happen to have seen a text of the letters sent to Locke and Demosthenes. They're both being closely watched, as I'm sure you would expect. And when I read those letters, interesting, the differences between them, by the way, very cleverly done, I realized that there was not really any top-secret information in there beyond what any child in Battle School knows. No, the thing that's really making them crazy is that the political analysis is dead on, even though it's based on insufficient information. From what is publicly known, in other words, the writer of those letters couldn't have figured out what he figured out. The Russians are claiming that somebody's been spying on them and lying about what they found, of course. But I accessed the library on the destroyer Condor and found out what you were reading. And then I checked your library use on the ISL while you were in tactical school. You've been a busy boy.
I try to keep my mind occupied.
You'll be happy to know that the first group of children has already been sent home.
But the war's not over.
You think that when you start a political snowball rolling, it will always go where you wanted it to go? You're smart, but you're naive, Bean. Give the universe a push, and you don't know which dominoes will fall. There are always a few you never thought were connected. Someone will always push back a little harder than you expected. But still, I'm happy that you remembered the other children and set the wheels in motion to free them.
But not us.
The IF has no obligation to remind the agitators on Earth that tactical school and command school are still full of children.
I'm not going to remind them.
I know you won't. No, Bean. I got a chance to talk to you because you panicked some of the higher-ups with your educated guess about who would command your team. But I was hoping for a chance to talk to you because there are a couple of things I wanted to tell you, besides the fact that your letter had pretty much the desired effect.
I'm listening, though I admit to no letter.
First, you'll be fascinated to know the identity of Locke and Demosthenes.
Identity? Just one?
One mind, two voices. You see, Bean, Ender Wiggin was born third in his family. A special waiver, not an illegal birth. His older brother and sister are just as gifted as he is, but for various reasons were deemed inappropriate for battle school. But the brother, Peter Wiggin, is a very ambitious young man. With the military closed off to him, he's gone into politics. Twice.
He's Locke and Demosthenes, said Bean.
He plans the strategy for both of them, but he only writes Locke. His sister Valentine writes Demosthenes.
Bean laughed. Now it makes sense.
So, both your letters went to the same people.
If I wrote them.
And it's driving poor Peter Wiggin crazy. He's really tapping into all his sources inside the fleet to find out who sent those letters. But nobody in the fleet knows either. The 6 officers whose logins you used have been ruled out, and as you can guess, nobody is checking to see if the only 7-year-old ever to go to tactical school might have dabbled in political epistolary in his spare time.
Except you.
Because, by God, I'm the only person who understands exactly how brilliant you children actually are.
How brilliant are we? Bean grinned.
Our walk won't last forever, and I won't waste time on flattery. The other thing I wanted to tell you is that Sister Carlotta, being unemployed after you left, devoted a lot of effort to tracking down your parentage. I can see 2 officers approaching us right now who will put an end to this unrecorded conversation, and so I'll be brief. You have a name, Bean. You are Julian Delphiki.
That's Nikolai's last name.
Julian is the name of Nikolai's father, and of your father. Your mother's name is Elena. You are identical twins. Your fertilized eggs were implanted at different times, and your genes were altered in one very small but significant way. So, when you look at Nikolai, you see yourself as you would have been had you not been genetically altered and had you grown up with parents who loved you and cared for you.
Julian Delphiki, said Bean.
Nikolai is among those already heading for Earth. Sister Carlotta will see to it that when he is repatriated to Greece, he is informed that you are indeed his brother. His parents already know that you exist. Sister Carlotta told them. Your home is a lovely place, a house on the hills of Crete overlooking the Aegean. Sister Carlotta tells me that they are good people, your parents. They wept with joy when they learned that you exist. And now our interview is coming to an end. We were discussing your low opinion of the quality of teaching here at command school.
How did you guess?
You're not the only one who can do that.
The 2 officers, an admiral and a general, both wearing big, false smiles, greeted them and asked how the interview had gone.
You have the recording, said Graff, including the part where Bean insisted that it was still being recorded.
And yet the interview continued. I was telling him, said Bean, about the incompetence of the teachers here at command school. Incompetence? Our battles are always against exceptionally stupid computer opponents. And then the teachers insist on going through long, tedious analyses of these mock combats, even though no enemy could possibly behave as stupidly and predictably as these simulations do. I was suggesting that the only way for us to get decent competition here is if you divide us into 2 groups and have us fight each other." The 2 officers looked at each other. "Interesting point," said the general. "Moot," said the admiral. "Ender Wiggin is about to be introduced into your game. We thought you'd want to be there to greet him." "Yes," said Bean. "I do." "I'll take you," said the admiral. "Let's talk," the general said to Graff. On the way, the admiral said little, and Bean could answer his chat without thought. It was a good thing, for he was in turmoil over the things that Graff had told him. It was almost not a surprise that Locke and Demosthenes were Ender's siblings. If they were as intelligent as Ender, it was inevitable that they would rise into prominence, and the nets allowed them to conceal their identity enough to accomplish it while they were still young. But part of the reason Bean was drawn to them had to be the sheer familiarity of their voices. They must have sounded like Ender, in that subtle way in which people who have lived long together pick up nuances of speech from each other. Bean didn't realize it consciously, but unconsciously it would have made him more alert to those essays. He should have known, and at some level he did know. But the other, that Nikolai was really his brother? How could he believe that? It was as if Graff had read his heart and found the lie that would penetrate most deeply into his soul and told it to him. "I'm Greek? My brother happened to be in my launch group, the boy who became my dearest friend? Twins? Parents who love me? Julian Delphiki? No, I can't believe this. Graff has never dealt honestly with us. Graff was the one who did not lift a finger to protect Ender from Bonzo. Graff does nothing except to accomplish some manipulative purpose. My name is Bean. Pope gave me that name, and I won't give it up in exchange for a lie." They heard his voice first, talking to a technician in another room. "How can I work with squadron leaders I never see?" "And why would you need to see them?" asked the technician. "To know who they are, how they think. You'll learn who they are and how they think from the way they work with the simulator. But even so, I think you won't be concerned. They're listening to you right now. Put on the headset so you can hear them." They all trembled with excitement, knowing that he would soon hear their voices as they now heard his. "Somebody say something," said Petra. "Wait till he gets the headset on," said Dink. "How will we know?" asked Vlad. "Me first," said Eli. A pause. A new, faint hiss in their earphones. "Salam," Eli whispered. "Eli," said Ender. "And me," said Bean. "The dwarf." "Bean," said Ender. Yes, thought Bean, as the others talked to him. That's who I am. That's the name that is spoken by the people who know me.
Chapter 23. Ender's Game.
General, you are the strategos. You have the authority to do this, and you have the obligation.
I don't need disgraced former battle school commandants to tell me my obligations.
If you do not arrest the Polemarch and his conspirators...
Colonel Graff, if I do strike first, then I will bear the blame for the war that ensues.
Yes, you would, sir. Now tell me, which would be the better outcome? Everybody blames you, but we win the war, or nobody blames you because you've been stood up against the wall and shot after the Polemarch's coup results in worldwide Russian hegemony.
I will not fire the first shot.
A military commander not willing to strike preemptively when he has firm intelligence...
The politics of the thing.
If you let them win, it's the end of politics.
The Russians stopped being the bad guys back in the 20th century.
Whoever is doing the bad things, that's the bad guy. You're the sheriff, sir. Whether people approve of you or not, do your job.
With Ender there, Bean immediately stepped back into his place among the Toon leaders. No one mentioned it to him. He had been the leading commander, he had trained them well, but Ender had always been the natural commander of this group, and now that he was here, Bean was small again. And rightly so, Bean knew. He had led them well, but Ender made him look like a novice. It wasn't that Ender's strategies were better than Bean's. They weren't, really. Different sometimes, but more often Bean watched Ender do exactly what he would have done. The important difference was in the way he led the others. He had their fierce devotion instead of the ever so slightly resentful obedience Bean got from them, which helped from the start. But he also earned that devotion by noticing not just what was going on in the battle, but what was going on in his commanders' minds. He was stern, sometimes even snappish, making it clear that he expected better than their best. And yet he had a way of giving an intonation to innocuous words, showing appreciation, admiration, closeness. They felt known by the one whose honor they needed. Bean simply did not know how to do that. His encouragement was always more obvious, a bit heavy-handed. It meant less to them because it felt more calculated. It was more calculated. Ender was just himself. Authority came from him like breath. They flipped a genetic switch in me and made me an intellectual athlete. I can get the ball into the goal from anywhere on the field, but knowing when to kick, knowing how to forge a team out of a bunch of players. What switch was it that was flipped in Ender Wiggins' genes? Or is that something deeper than the mechanical genius of the body? Is there a spirit? And is what Ender has a gift from God? We follow him like disciples. We look to him to draw water from the rock. Can I learn to do what he does? Or am I to be like so many of the military riders I've studied, condemned to be second-raters in the field, remembered only because of their chronicles and explanations of other commanders' genius? Will I write a book after this, telling all about how Ender did it? Let Ender write that book. Or Graf. I have work to do here, and when it's done, I'll choose my own work and do it as well as I can. If I'm remembered only because I was one of Ender's companions, so be it. Serving with Ender is its own reward. But how it stung to see how happy the others were, and how they paid no attention to him at all, except to tease him like a little brother, like a mascot. How they must have hated it when he was their leader. And the worst thing was, that's how Ender treated him too. Not that any of them were ever allowed to see Ender. But during their long separation, Ender had apparently forgotten how he once relied on Bean. It was Petra that he leaned on most, and Alai, and Dink, and Shen. The ones who had never been in an army with him. Bean and the other Toon leaders from Dragon Army were still used, still trusted. But when there was something hard to do, something that required creative flair, Ender never thought of Bean. Didn't matter. Couldn't think about that. Because Bean knew that along with his primary assignment as one of the squadron chiefs, he had another, deeper work to do. He had to watch the whole flow of each battle, ready to step in at any moment should Ender falter. Ender seemed not to guess that Bean had that kind of trust from the teachers, but Bean knew it. And if sometimes it made him a little distracted in fulfilling his official assignments, if sometimes Ender grew impatient with him for being a little late, a little inattentive, that was to be expected. For what Ender did not know was that at any moment, if the supervisor signaled him, Bean could take over and continue Ender's plan, watching over all of the squadron leaders, saving the game. At first, that assignment seemed empty. Ender was healthy, alert. But then came the change. It was the day after Ender mentioned to them casually that he had a different teacher from theirs. He referred to him as Mazer once too often, and Crazy Tom said he must have gone through hell growing up with that name. When he was growing up, said Ender, the name wasn't famous. Anybody that old is dead, said Shen. Not if he was put on a light-speed ship for a lot of years and then brought back. That's when it dawned on them. Your teacher is the Mazer Rackham? You know how they say he's a brilliant hero, said Ender. Of course they knew. What they don't mention is he's a complete hard-ass. And then the new simulation began, and they got back to work. Next day, Ender told them that things were changing. So far, we've been playing against the computer or against each other. But starting now, every few days, Mazer himself and a team of experienced pilots will control the opposing fleet. Anything goes. A series of tests, with Mazer Rackham himself as the opponent. It smelled fishy to Bean. These aren't tests. These are setups, preparations for the conditions that might come when they face the actual bugger fleet near their home planet. The IF is getting preliminary information back from the expeditionary fleet, and they're preparing us for what the buggers are actually going to throw at us when battle is joined. The trouble was, no matter how bright Mazer Rackham and the other officers might be, they were still human. When the real battle came, the buggers were bound to show them things that humans simply couldn't think of. Then came the first of these tests, and it was embarrassing how juvenile the strategy was. A big globe formation surrounding a single ship. In this battle, it became clear that Ender knew things that he wasn't telling them. For one thing, he told them to ignore the ship in the center of the globe. It was a decoy. But how could Ender know that? Because he knew that the buggers would show a single ship like that, and it was a lie. Which means that the buggers expect us to go for that one ship. Except, of course, that this was not really the buggers. This was Mazer Rackham. So why would Rackham expect the buggers to expect humans to strike for a single ship? Bean thought back to those vids that Ender had watched over and over in battle school. All the propaganda film of the second invasion. They never showed the battle because there wasn't one. Nor did Mazer Rackham command a strike force with a brilliant strategy. Mazer Rackham hit a single ship and the war was over. That's why there's no video of hand-to-hand combat. Mazer Rackham killed the Queen. And now he expects the buggers to show a central ship as a decoy because that's how we won last time. Kill the Queen, and all the buggers are defenseless. Mindless. That's what the vids meant. Ender knows that, but he also knows that the buggers know that we know it, so he doesn't fall for their sucker bait. The second thing that Ender knew, and they didn't, was the use of a weapon that hadn't been in any of their simulations till this first test. Ender called it Dr. Device, and then said nothing more about it, until he ordered Ally to use it where the enemy fleet was most concentrated. To their surprise, the thing set off a chain reaction that leapt from ship to ship until all but the most outlying Formic ships were destroyed. And it was an easy matter to mop up those stragglers. The playing field was clear when they finished. Why was their strategy so stupid? Asked Bean. That's what I was wondering, said Ender. But we didn't lose a ship, so that's okay. Later, Ender told them what Mazer said. They were simulating a whole invasion sequence, and so he was taking the simulated enemy through a learning curve. Next time they'll have learned. It won't be so easy. Bean heard that, and it filled him with alarm. An invasion sequence? Why a scenario like that? Why not warm-ups before a single battle? Because the buggers have more than one world, thought Bean. Of course they do. They found Earth and expected to turn it into yet another colony, just as they've done before. We have more than one fleet. One for each Formic world. And the reason they can learn from battle to battle is because they, too, have faster-than-light communication across interstellar space. All of Bean's guesses were confirmed. He also knew the secret behind these tests. Mazer Rackham wasn't commanding a simulated bugger fleet. It was a real battle, and Rackham's only function was to watch how it flowed and then coach Ender afterward on what the enemy strategies meant and how to counter them in future. That was why they were giving most of their commands orally. They were being transmitted to real crews of real ships who followed their orders and fought real battles. Any ship we lose, thought Bean, means that grown men and women have died. Any carelessness on our part takes lives. Yet they don't tell us this precisely because we can't afford to be burdened with that knowledge. In wartime, commanders have always had to learn the concept of acceptable losses. But those who keep their humanity never really accept the idea of acceptability. Bean understood that. It gnaws at them. So they protect us child soldiers by keeping us convinced that it's only games and tests. Therefore, I can't let on to anyone that I do know. Therefore, I must accept the losses without a word, without a visible qualm. I must try to block out of my mind the people who will die from our boldness, whose sacrifice is not of a mere counter in a game, but of their lives. The tests came every few days, and each battle lasted longer. Allied joked that they ought to be fitted with diapers so they didn't have to be distracted when their bladder got full during a battle. Next day, they were fitted out with catheters. It was Crazy Tom who put a stop to that. Come on, just get us a jar to pee in. We can't play this game with something hanging off our dicks. Jars it was after that. Bean never heard of anyone using one, though. And though he wondered what they provided for Petra, no one ever had the courage to brave her wrath by asking. Bean began to notice some of Ender's mistakes pretty early on. For one thing, Ender was relying too much on Petra. She always got command of the core force, watching 100 different things at once, so that Ender could concentrate on the feints, the ploys, the tricks. Couldn't Ender see that Petra, a perfectionist, was getting eaten alive by guilt and shame over every mistake she made? He was so good with people, and yet he seemed to think she was really tough, instead of realizing that toughness was an act she put on to hide her intense anxiety. Every mistake weighed on her. She wasn't sleeping well, and it showed up as she got more and more fatigued during battles. But then maybe the reason Ender didn't realize what he was doing to her was that he too was tired. So were all of them. Fading a little under the pressure, and sometimes a lot. Getting more fatigued, more error-prone as the tests got harder, as the odds got longer. Because the battles were harder with each new test, Ender was forced to leave more and more decisions up to others. Instead of smoothly carrying out Ender's detailed commands, the squadron leaders had more and more of the battle to carry on their own shoulders. For long sequences, Ender was too busy in one part of the battle to give new orders in another. The squadron leaders who were affected began to use crosstalk to determine their tactics until Ender noticed them again. And Bean was grateful to find that while Ender never gave him the interesting assignments, some of the others talked to him when Ender's attention was elsewhere. Crazy Tom and Hot Soup came up with their own plans, but they routinely ran them past Bean. And since, in each battle, he was spending half his attention observing and analyzing Ender's plan, Bean was able to tell them, with pretty good accuracy, what they should do to help make the overall plan work out. Now and then, Ender praised Tom or Soup for decisions that came from Bean's advice. It was the closest thing to praise that Bean heard. The other Toon leaders and the older kids simply didn't turn to Bean at all. He understood why. They must have resented it greatly when the teachers placed Bean above them during the time before Ender was brought in. Now that they had their true commander, they were never again going to do anything that smacked of subservience to Bean. He understood, but that didn't keep it from stinging. Whether or not they wanted him to oversee their work, whether or not his feelings were hurt, that was still his assignment, and he was determined never to be caught unprepared. As the pressure became more and more intense, as they became wearier and wearier, more irritable with each other, less generous in their assessment of each other's work, Bean became all the more attentive because the chances of error were all the greater. One day Petra fell asleep during battle. She had let her force drift too far into a vulnerable position, and the enemy took advantage, tearing her squadron to bits. Why didn't she give the order to fall back? Worse yet, Ender didn't notice soon enough either. It was Bean who told him. Something's wrong with Petra. Ender called out to her. She didn't answer. Ender flipped control of her 2 remaining ships to Crazy Tom and then tried to salvage the overall battle. Petra had, as usual, occupied the core position, and the loss of most of her large squadron was a devastating blow. Only because the enemy was overconfident during mop-up was Ender able to lay a couple of traps and regain the initiative. He won, but with heavy losses. Petra apparently woke up near the end of the battle and found her controls cut off, with no voice until it was all over. Then her microphone came on again and they could hear her crying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tell Ender I'm sorry. He can't hear me. I'm so sorry." Bean got to her before she could return to her room. She was staggering along the tunnel, leaning against the wall and crying, using her hands to find her way because she couldn't see through her tears. Bean came up and touched her. She shrugged off his hand. "Petra," said Bean, "fatigue is fatigue. You can't stay awake when your brain shuts down. It was my brain that shut down. You don't know how that feels because you're always so smart you could do all our jobs and play chess while you're doing it. Petra, he was relying on you too much. He never gave you a break. He doesn't take breaks either, and I don't see him." "Yes, you do. It was obvious there was something wrong with your squadron for several seconds before somebody called his attention to it. And even then he tried to rouse you before assigning control to somebody else. If he'd acted faster, you would have had 6 ships left, not just 2. You pointed it out to him. You were watching me, checking up on me. Petra, I watch everybody. You said you'd trust me, but you don't. And you shouldn't. Nobody should trust me." She broke into uncontrollable sobbing, leaning against the stone of the wall. A couple of officers showed up then, led her away. Not to her room. Graf called him in soon afterward. "You handled it just right," said Graf. "That's what you're there for." "I wasn't quick either," said Bean. "You were watching. You saw where the plan was breaking down. You called Ender's attention to it. You did your job. The other kids don't realize it, and I know that has to gall you. I don't care what they notice, but you did the job. On that battle, you get the save, whatever the hell that means. It's baseball." "Oh, yeah. That wasn't big on the streets of Rotterdam. Can I please go sleep now?" "In a minute." "Bean, Ender's getting tired. He's making mistakes. It's all the more important that you watch everything. Be there for him. You saw how Petra was. We're all getting fatigued. Well, so is Ender. Worse than anyone. He cries in his sleep. He has strange dreams. He's talking about how Mazer seems to know what he's planning, spying on his dreams. You telling me he's going crazy? I'm telling you that the only person he pushed harder than Petra is himself. Cover for him, Bean. Back him up. I already am. You're angry all the time, Bean." Graf's words startled him. At first he thought, "No, I'm not." Then he thought, "Am I?" Ender isn't using you for anything important, and after having run the show, that has to piss you off, Bean. But it's not Ender's fault. Mazer has been telling Ender that he has doubts about your ability to handle large numbers of ships. That's why you haven't been getting the complicated, interesting assignments. Not that Ender takes Mazer's word for it, but everything you do, Ender sees it through the lens of Mazer's lack of confidence. Mazer Rackham Mazer Rackham knows exactly what you are and what you can do. But we had to make sure Ender didn't assign you something so complicated you couldn't keep track of the overall flow of the game. And we had to do it without telling Ender you're his backup. So why are you telling me this? When this test is over and you go on to real commands, we'll tell Ender the truth about what you were doing, and why Mazer said what he said. I know it means a lot to you to have Ender's confidence, and you don't feel like you have it, and so I wanted you to know why. We did it. Why this sudden bout of honesty? Because I think you'll do better knowing it. I'll do better believing it, whether it's true or not. You could be lying. So do I really know anything at all from this conversation? Believe what you want, Bean. Petra didn't come to practice for a couple of days. When she came back, of course, Ender didn't give her the heavy assignments anymore. She did well at the assignments she had, but her ebullience was gone. Her heart was broken. But damn it, she had slept for a couple of days. They were all just the tiniest bit jealous of her for that, even though they'd never willingly trade places with her. Whether they had any particular god in mind, they all prayed, "Let it not happen to me." Yet at the same time, they also prayed the opposite prayer. "Oh, let me sleep. Let me have a day in which I don't have to think about this game." The tests went on. How many worlds did these bastards colonize before they got to Earth, Bean wondered. And are we sure we have them all? And what good does it do to destroy their fleets when we don't have the forces there to occupy the defeated colonies? Or do we just leave our ships there, shooting down anything that tries to boost from the surface of the planet? Petra wasn't the only one to blow out. Vlad went catatonic and couldn't be roused from his bunk. It took 3 days for the doctors to get him awake again, and unlike Petra, he was out for the duration. He just couldn't concentrate. Bean kept waiting for Crazy Tom to follow suit, but despite his nickname, he actually seemed to get saner as he got wearier. Instead, it was Fly Molo who started laughing when he lost control of his squadron. Ender cut him off immediately, and for once he put Bean in charge of Fly's ships. Fly was back the next day, no explanation, but everyone understood that he wouldn't be given crucial assignments now. And Bean became more and more aware of Ender's decreasing alertness. His orders came after longer and longer pauses now, and a couple of times his orders weren't clearly stated. Bean immediately translated them into a more comprehensible form, and Ender never knew there had been confusion. But the others were finally becoming aware that Bean was following the whole battle, not just his part of it. Perhaps they even saw how Bean would ask a question during a battle, make some comment that alerted Ender to something that he needed to be aware of, but never in a way that sounded like Bean was criticizing anybody. After the battles, 1 or 2 of the older kids would speak to Bean. Nothing major, just a hand on his shoulder, on his back, and a couple of words. "Good game. Good work. Keep it up. Thanks, Bean." He hadn't realized how much he needed the honor of others until he finally got it. "Bean, this next game, I think you should know something." "What?" Colonel Graff hesitated. "We couldn't get Ender awake this morning. He's been having nightmares. He doesn't eat unless we make him. He bites his hand in his sleep, bites it bloody. And today we couldn't get him to wake up. We were able to hold off on the test, so he's going to be in command as usual, but not as usual. I'm ready. I always am." "Yeah, but look, advance word on this test is that it's hopeless. Anything you can do to help. Any suggestion. This doctored device thing, Ender hasn't let us use it in a long time. The enemy learned enough about how it works that they never let their ships get close enough together for a chain reaction to spread. It takes a certain amount of mass to be able to maintain the field. Basically, right now, it's just ballast. Useless. It would have been nice if you'd told me how it works before now. There are people who don't want us to tell you anything, Bean. You have a way of using every scrap of information to guess 10 times more than we want you to know. It makes them a little leery of giving you those scraps in the first place. Colonel Graff, you know that I know that these battles are real. Mazer Rackham isn't making them up. When we lose ships, real men die." Graff looked away. "And these are men that Mazer Rackham knows, ne?" Graff nodded slightly. You don't think Ender can sense what Mazer is feeling? I don't know the guy. Maybe he's like a rock, but I think that when he does his critiques with Ender, he's letting his anguish. Ender feels it. Because Ender is a lot more tired after a critique than before it. He may not know what's really going on, but he knows that something terrible is at stake. He knows that Mazer Rackham is really upset with every mistake Ender makes. Have you found some way to sneak into Ender's room? I know how to listen to Ender. I'm not wrong about Mazer, am I? Graff shook his head. Colonel Graff, what you don't realize, what nobody seems to remember, that last game in battle school where Ender turned his army over to me, that wasn't a strategy. He was quitting. He was through. He was on strike. You didn't find that out because you graduated him. The thing with Bonzo finished him. I think Mazer Rackham's anguish is doing the same thing to him now. I think even when Ender doesn't consciously know that he's killed somebody, he knows it deep down, and it burns in his heart. Graff looked at him sharply. I know Bonzo was dead. I saw him. I've seen death before, remember? You don't get your nose jammed into your brain and lose 2 gallons of blood and get up and walk away. You never told Ender that Bonzo was dead, but you're a fool if you think he doesn't know. And he knows, thanks to Mazer, that every ship we've lost means good men are dead. He can't stand it, Colonel Graff. You're more insightful than you get credit for, Bean, said Graff. I know. I'm the cold, inhuman intellect, right? Bean laughed bitterly. Genetically altered. Therefore, I'm just as alien as the buggers. Graff blushed. No one's ever said that. You mean you've never said it in front of me, knowingly? What you don't seem to understand is, sometimes you have to just tell people the truth and ask them to do the thing you want, instead of trying to trick them into it. Are you saying we should tell Ender the game is real? No! Are you insane? If he's this upset when the knowledge is unconscious, what do you think would happen if he knew that he knew? He'd freeze up. But you don't freeze up. Is that it? You should command this next battle? You still don't get it, Colonel Graff. I don't freeze up because it isn't my battle. I'm helping. I'm watching. But I'm free. Because it's Ender's game. Bean's simulator came to life. It's time, said Graff. Good luck. Colonel Graff, Ender may go on strike again. He may walk out on it. He might give up. He might tell himself it's only a game and I'm sick of it. I don't care what they do to me. I'm done. That's in him to do that. When it seems completely unfair and utterly pointless. What if I promised him it was the last one? Bean put on his headset as he asked, would it be true? Graff nodded. Yeah, well, I don't think it would make much difference. Besides, he's Mazer's student now, isn't he? I guess. Mazer was talking about telling him that it was the final exam. Mazer is Ender's teacher now, Bean mused. And you're left with me. The kid you didn't want. Graff blushed again. That's right, he said. Since you seem to know everything, I didn't want you. Even though Bean already knew it, the words still hurt. But Bean, said Graff, the thing is, I was wrong. He put a hand on Bean's shoulder and left the room. Bean logged on. He was the last of the squadron leaders to do so. Are you there? Asked Ender over the headsets. All of us, said Bean. Kind of late for practice this morning, aren't you? Sorry, said Ender. I overslept. They laughed. Except Bean. Ender took them through some maneuvers, warming up for the battle. And then it was time. The display cleared. Bean waited, anxiety gnawing at his gut. The enemy appeared in the display. Their fleet was deployed around a planet that loomed in the center of the display. There had been battles near planets before, but every other time the world was near the edge of the display. The enemy fleet always tried to lure them away from the planet. This time there was no luring. Just the most incredible swarm of enemy ships imaginable. Always staying a certain distance away from each other, thousands and thousands of ships followed random, unpredictable, intertwining paths, together forming a cloud of death around the planet. This is the home planet, thought Bean. He almost said it aloud, but caught himself in time. This is a simulation of the bugger defense of their home planet. They've had generations to prepare for us to come. All the previous battles were nothing. These Formics can lose any number of individual buggers, and they don't care. All that matters is the Queen, like the one Mazer Rackham killed in the second invasion. And they haven't put a Queen at risk in any of these battles. Until now. That's why they're swarming. There's a Queen here. Where? On the planet's surface, thought Bean. The idea is to keep us from getting to the planet's surface. So that's precisely where we need to go. Dr. Device needs mass. Planets have mass. Pretty simple. Except that there was no way to get this small force of human ships through that swarm and near enough to the planet to deploy Dr. Device. For if there was anything that history taught, it was this. Sometimes the other side is irresistibly strong, and then the only sensible course of action is to retreat in order to save your force to fight another day. In this war, however, there would be no other day. There was no hope of retreat. The decisions that lost this battle, and therefore this war, were made 2 generations ago when these ships were launched, an inadequate force from the start. The commanders who set this fleet in motion may not even have known then that this was the bugger's home world. It was no one's fault. They simply didn't have enough of a force even to make a dent in the enemy's defenses. It didn't matter how brilliant Ender was. When you have only one guy with a shovel, you can't build a dike to hold back the sea. No retreat. No possibility of victory, no room for delay or maneuver, no reason for the enemy to do anything but continue to do what they were doing. There were only 20 starships in the human fleet, each with 4 fighters. And they were the oldest design, sluggish compared to some of the fighters they'd had in earlier battles. It made sense. The bugger homeworld was probably the farthest away, so the fleet that got there now had left before any of the other fleets. Before the better ships came online. 80 fighters. Against 5,000, maybe 10,000 enemy ships. It was impossible to determine the number. Bean saw how the display kept losing track of individual enemy ships, how the total count kept fluctuating. There were so many it was overloading the system. They kept winking in and out like fireflies. A long time passed. Many seconds, perhaps a minute. By now, Ender usually had them all deployed, ready to move. But still there was nothing from him but silence. A light blinked on Bean's console. He knew what it meant. All he had to do was press a button, and control of the battle would be his. They were offering it to him because they thought that Ender had frozen up. He hasn't frozen up, thought Bean. He hasn't panicked. He has simply understood the situation, exactly as I understand it. There is no strategy. Only he doesn't see that this is simply the fortunes of war, a disaster that can't be helped. What he sees is a test set before him by his teachers, by Mazer Rackham, a test so absurdly unfair that the only reasonable course of action is to refuse to take it. They were so clever, keeping the truth from him all this time. But now was it going to backfire on them? If Ender understood that it was not a game, that the real war had come down to this moment, Then he might make some desperate effort, or with his genius he might even come up with an answer to a problem that, as far as Bean could see, had no solution. But Ender did not understand the reality, and so to him it was like that day in the battle room, facing two armies, when Ender turned the whole thing over to Bean and, in effect, refused to play. For a moment, Bean was tempted to scream the truth. It's not a game. It's the real thing. This is the last battle. We've lost this war after all. But what would be gained by that? Except to panic everyone. Yet it was absurd to even contemplate pressing that button to take over control himself. Ender hadn't collapsed or failed. The battle was unwinnable. It should not even be fought. The lives of the men on those ships were not to be wasted on such a hopeless charge of the Light Brigade. I'm not General Burnside at Fredericksburg. I don't send my men off to senseless, hopeless, meaningless death. If I had a plan, I'd take control. I have no plan. So for good or ill, it's Ender's game, not mine. And there was another reason for not taking over. Bean remembered standing over the supine body of a bully who was too dangerous to ever be tamed, telling Poke, "Kill him now, kill him." I was right. And now, once again, the bully must be killed. Even though I don't know how to do it, we can't lose this war. I don't know how to win it, but I'm not God. I don't see everything. And maybe Ender doesn't see a solution either, but if anyone can find one, if anyone can make it happen, it's Ender. Maybe it isn't hopeless. Maybe there's some way to get down to the planet's surface and wipe the buggers out of the universe. Now is the time for miracles. For Ender, the others will do their best work. If I took over, they'd be so upset, so distracted, that even if I came up with a plan that had some kind of chance, it would never work because their hearts wouldn't be in it. Ender has to try. If he doesn't, we all die. Because even if they weren't going to send another fleet against us, after this they'll have to send one. Because we beat all their fleets in every battle till now. If we don't win this one with finality, destroying their capability to make war against us, then they'll be back. And this time they'll have figured out how to make Dr. Device themselves. We have only the one world. We have only the one hope. Do it, Ender. There flashed into Bean's mind the words Ender said in their first day of training as Dragon Army. Remember, the enemy's gate is down. In Dragon Army's last battle, when there was no hope, that was the strategy that Ender had used, sending Bean's squad to press their helmets against the floor around the gate and win. Too bad there was no such cheat available now. Deploying Dr. Device against the planet's surface to blow the whole thing up, that might do the trick. You just couldn't get there from here. It was time to give up. Time to get out of the game, to tell them not to send children to do grown-ups' work. It's hopeless. We're done. Remember, Bean said ironically, the enemy's gate is down. Fly Molo, Hot Soup, Vlad, Dumper, Crazy Tom. They grimly laughed. They had been in Dragon Army. They remembered how those words were used before. But Ender didn't seem to get the joke. Ender didn't seem to understand that there was no way to get Dr. Device to the planet's surface. Instead, his voice came into their ears, giving them orders. He pulled them into a tight formation, cylinders within cylinders. Bean wanted to shout, "Don't do it! There are real men on those ships, and if you send them in, they'll die. A sacrifice with no hope of victory." But he held his tongue, because in the back of his mind, in the deepest corner of his heart, he still had hope that Ender might do what could not be done. And as long as there was such a hope, the lives of those men were, by their own choice when they set out on this expedition, expendable. Ender set them in motion, having them dodge here and there through the ever-shifting formations of the enemy swarm. Surely the enemy sees what we're doing, thought Bean. Surely they see how every third or fourth move takes us closer and closer to the planet. At any moment the enemy could destroy them quickly by concentrating their forces. So why weren't they doing it? One possibility occurred to Bean. The buggers didn't dare concentrate their forces close to Ender's tight formation, because the moment they drew their ships that close together, Ender could use Dr. Device against them. And then he thought of another explanation. Could it be that there were simply too many bugger ships? Could it be that the Queen or Queens had to spend all their concentration, all their mental strength just keeping 10,000 ships swarming through space without getting too close to each other? Unlike Ender, the Bugger Queen couldn't turn control of her ships over to subordinates. She had no subordinates. The individual buggers were like her hands and her feet. Now she had hundreds of hands and feet, or perhaps thousands of them, all wiggling at once. That's why she wasn't responding intelligently. Her forces were too numerous. That's why she wasn't making the obvious moves, setting traps, blocking Ender from taking his cylinder ever closer to the planet with every swing and dodge and shift that he made. In fact, the maneuvers the buggers were making were ludicrously wrong. For as Ender penetrated deeper and deeper into the planet's gravity well, the buggers were building up a thick wall of forces behind Ender's formation. They're blocking our retreat. At once, Bean understood a third and most important reason for what was happening. The buggers had learned the wrong lessons from the previous battles. Up to now, Ender's strategy had always been to ensure the survival of as many human ships as possible. He had always left himself a line of retreat. The buggers, with their huge numerical advantage, were finally in a position to guarantee that the human forces would not get away. There was no way at the beginning of this battle to predict that the buggers would make such a mistake. Yet throughout history, great victories had come as much because of the losing army's errors as because of the winner's brilliance in battle. The buggers have finally learned that we humans value each and every individual human life. We don't throw our forces away because every soldier is the queen of a one-member hive. But they've learned this lesson just in time for it to be hopelessly wrong. For we humans do, when the cause is sufficient, spend our own lives. We throw ourselves onto the grenade to save our buddies in the foxhole. We rise out of the trenches and charge the entrenched enemy and die like maggots under a blowtorch. We strap bombs on our bodies and blow ourselves up in the midst of our enemies. We are, when the cause is sufficient, insane. They don't believe we'll use Dr. Device because the only way to use it is to destroy our own ships in the process. From the moment Ender started giving orders, it was obvious to everyone that this was a suicide run. These ships were not made to enter an atmosphere. And yet to get close enough to the planet to set off Dr. Device, they had to do exactly that. Get down into the gravity well and launch the weapon just before the ship burns up. And if it works, if the planet is torn apart by whatever force it is in that terrible weapon, the chain reaction will reach out into space and take out any ships that might happen to survive. Win or lose, there'd be no human survivors from this battle. They've never seen us make a move like that. They don't understand that, yes, humans will always act to preserve their own lives. Except for the times when they don't. In the buggers' experience, autonomous beings do not sacrifice themselves. Once they understood our autonomy, the seed of their defeat was sown. In all of Ender's study of the buggers, in all his obsession with them over the years of his training, did he somehow come to know that they would make such deadly mistakes? I did not know it. I would not have pursued this strategy. I had no strategy. Ender was the only commander who could have known, or guessed, or unconsciously hoped that when he flung out his forces, the enemy would falter, would trip, would fall, would fail. Or did he know at all? Could it be that he reached the same conclusion as I did? That this battle was unwinnable? That he decided not to play it out? That he went on strike? That he quit? And then my bitter words, "The enemy's gate is down," triggered his futile, useless gesture of despair, sending his ships to certain doom because he did not know that there were real ships out there, with real men aboard, that he was sending to their deaths? Could it be that he was as surprised as I was by the mistakes of the enemy? Could our victory be an accident? No. For even if my words provoked Ender into action, he was still the one who chose this formation, these feints and evasions, this meandering route. It was Ender whose previous victories taught the enemy to think of us as one kind of creature, when we are really something quite different. He pretended all this time that humans were rational beings, when we are really the most terrible monsters these poor aliens could ever have conceived of in their nightmares. They had no way of knowing the story of blind Samson, who pulled down the temple on his own head to slay his enemies. On those ships, thought Bean, there are individual men who gave up homes and families, the world of their birth, in order to cross a great swatch of the galaxy and make war on a terrible enemy. Somewhere along the way, they're bound to understand that Ender's strategy requires them all to die. Perhaps they already have. And yet they obey and will continue to obey the orders that come to them. As in the famous charge of the Light Brigade, these soldiers give up their lives, trusting that their commanders are using them well. While we sit safely here in these simulator rooms, playing an elaborate computer game, they are obeying, dying so that all of humankind can live. And yet we who command them, we children in these elaborate game machines, have no idea of their courage, their sacrifice. We cannot give them the honor they deserve because we don't even know they exist. Except for me. There sprang into Bean's mind a favorite scripture of Sister Carlotta's. Maybe it meant so much to her because she had no children. She told Bean the story of Absalom's rebellion against his own father, King David. In the course of a battle, Absalom was killed. When they brought the news to David, it meant victory. It meant that no more of his soldiers would die. His throne was safe. His life was safe. But all he could think about was his son, his beloved son, his dead boy. Bean ducked his head so his voice would be heard only by the men under his command. And then, for just long enough to speak, he pressed the override that put his voice into the ears of all the men of that distant fleet. Bean had no idea how his voice would sound to them. Would they hear his childish voice, or were the sounds distorted so they would hear him as an adult, or perhaps as some metallic, machine-like voice? No matter. In some form, the men of that distant fleet would hear his voice, transmitted faster than light. God knows how. "Oh, my son Absalom," Bean said softly, knowing for the first time the kind of anguish that could tear such words from a man's mouth. My son Absalom. Would God I could die for thee, O Absalom, my son. My sons." He had paraphrased it a little, but God would understand. Or if he didn't, Sister Carlotta would. Now, thought Bean. Do it now, Ender. You're as close as you can get without giving away the game. They're beginning to understand their danger. They're concentrating their forces. They'll blow us out of the sky before our weapons can be launched. All right. Everybody except Petra's squadron, said Ender. Straight down as fast as you can. Launch Doctor device against the planet. Wait till the last possible second. Petra, cover as you can. The squadron leaders, Bean among them, echoed Ender's commands to their own fleets. And then there was nothing to do but watch. Each ship was on its own. The enemy understood now and rushed to destroy the plummeting humans. Fighter after fighter was picked off by the inrushing ships of the Formic fleet. Only a few human fighters survived long enough to enter the atmosphere. Hold on, thought Bean. Hold on as long as you can. The ships that launched too early watched their doctor device burn up in the atmosphere before it could go off. A few other ships burned up themselves without launching. 2 ships were left. One was in Bean's squadron. "Don't launch it," said Bean into his microphone, head down. "Set it off inside your ship. God be with you." Bean had no way of knowing whether it was his ship or the other that did it. He only knew that both ships disappeared from the display without launching. And then the surface of the planet started to bubble. Suddenly, a vast eruption licked outward toward the last of the human fighters, Petra's ships, on which there might or might not still be men alive to see death coming at them, to see their victory approach. The simulator put on a spectacular show as the exploding planet chewed up all the enemy ships, engulfing them in the chain reaction. But long before the last ship was swallowed up, all the maneuvering had stopped. They drifted, dead, like the dead bugger ships in the vids of the second invasion. The queens of the hive had died on the planet's surface. The destruction of the remaining ships was a mere formality. The buggers were already dead. Bean emerged into the tunnel to find that the other kids were already there, congratulating each other and commenting on how cool the explosion effect was, and wondering if something like that could really happen. "Yes," said Bean. "It could." "As if you know," said Fly Molo, laughing. "Of course I know it could happen," said Bean. "It did happen." They looked at him uncomprehendingly. "When did it happen? I never heard of anything like that. Where could they have tested that weapon against a planet?" "I know. They took out Neptune." "It happened just now," said Bean. "It happened at the home world of the buggers. We just blew it up. They're all dead." They finally began to realize that he was serious. They fired objections at him. He explained about the faster-than-light communications device. They didn't believe him. Then another voice entered the conversation. "It's called the Ansible." They looked up to see Colonel Graff standing a ways off down the tunnel. "Is Bean telling the truth? Was that a real battle?" "They were all real," said Bean. "All the so-called tests. Real battles. Real victories. Right, Colonel Graff? We were fighting the real war all along." "It's over now," said Graff. "The human race will continue. The buggers won't." They finally believed it, and became giddy with the realization. "It's over. We won. We weren't practicing. We were actually commanders." And then, at last, a silence fell. "They're all dead?" asked Petra. Bean nodded. Again, they looked at Graff. "We have reports. All life activity has ceased on all the other planets. They must have gathered their queens back on their home planet. When the queens die, the buggers die. There is no enemy now." Petra began to cry, leaning against the wall. Bean wanted to reach out to her, but Dink was there. Dink was the friend who held her, comforted her. Some soberly, some exultantly, they went back to their barracks. Petra wasn't the only one who cried, but whether the tears were shed in anguish or in relief, no one could say for sure. Only Bean did not return to his room, perhaps because Bean was the only one not surprised. He stayed out in the tunnel with Graff. "How's Ender taking it?" "Badly," said Graff. "We should have broken it to him more carefully, but there was no holding back. In the moment of victory..." "All your gambles paid off," said Bean. "I know what happened, Bean," said Graff. "Why did you leave control with him?" How did you know he'd come up with a plan?" "I didn't," said Bean. "I only knew that I had no plan at all." "But what you said. The enemy's gate is down. That's the plan Ender used." "It wasn't a plan," said Bean. "Maybe it made him think of a plan, but it was him. It was Ender. You put your money on the right kid." Graff looked at Bean in silence, then reached out and put a hand on Bean's head, tousled his hair a little. "I think perhaps you pulled each other across the finish line." "It doesn't matter, does it?" said Bean. "It's finished anyway. And so is the temporary unity of the human race." "Yes," said Graff. He pulled his hand away, ran it through his own hair. "I believed in your analysis. I tried to give warning. If the Strategos heeded my advice, the Polemarch's men are getting arrested here on Eros and all over the fleet." "Will they go peacefully?" asked Bean. "We'll see," said Graff. The sound of gunfire echoed from some distant tunnel. "Guess not," said Bean. They heard the sound of men running in step, and soon they saw them, a contingent of a dozen armed Marines. Bean and Graff watched them approach. "Friend or foe?" "They all wear the same uniform," said Graff. "You're the one who called it, Bean. Inside those doors," he gestured toward the doors to the kids' quarters, "those children are the spoils of war. In command of armies back on Earth, they're the hope of victory. You are the hope." The soldiers came to a stop in front of Graff. "We're here to protect the children, sir," said their leader. "From what?" "The Polemarch's men seem to be resisting arrest, sir," said the soldier. "The Strategos has ordered that these children be kept safe at all costs." Graff was visibly relieved to know which side these troops were on. "The girl is in that room over there. I suggest you consolidate them all into those 2 barrack rooms for the duration." "Is this the kid who did it?" asked the soldier, indicating Bean. "He's one of them." "It was Ender Wiggin who did it," said Bean. "Ender was our commander." "Is he in one of those rooms?" asked the soldier. "He's with Mazer Rackham," said Graff. "And this one stays with me." The soldier saluted. He began positioning his men in more advanced positions down the tunnel, with only a single guard outside each door to prevent the kids from going out and getting lost somewhere in the fighting. Bean trotted along beside Graff as he headed purposefully down the tunnel, beyond the farthest of the guards. If the Strategos did this right, the Ansibles have already been secured. I don't know about you, but I want to be where the news is coming in. And going out. "Is Russian a hard language to learn?" asked Bean. "Is that what passes for humor with you?" asked Graff. It was a simple question. "Bean, you're a great kid, but shut up, okay?" Bean laughed. "Okay. You don't mind if I still call you Bean?" "It's my name." "Your name should have been Julian Delphiki. If you'd had a birth certificate, that's the name that would have been on it." "You mean that was true? Would I lie about something like that?" Then, realizing the absurdity of what he had just said, they laughed. Laughed long enough to still be smiling when they passed the detachment of Marines protecting the entrance to the Ansible complex. "You think anybody will ask me for military advice?" asked Bean. "Because I'm going to get into this war, even if I have to lie about my age and enlist in the Marines."
Chapter 24. Homecoming.
"I thought you'd want to know. Some bad news."
There's no shortage of that, even in the midst of victory.
When it became clear that the IDL had control of Battle School and was sending the kids home under IF protection, the new Warsaw Pact apparently did a little research and found that there was one student from Battle School who wasn't under our control. A shield.
But he was only there a couple of days.
He passed our tests. He got in. He was the only one they could get.
Did they get him?
All the security there was designed to keep inmates inside. 3 guards dead, all the inmates released into the general population. They've all been recovered, except one.
So he's loose.
I wouldn't call it loose exactly. They intend to use him.
Do they know what he is?
No. His records were sealed. A juvenile, you see. They weren't coming for his dossier.
They'll find out. They don't like serial killers in Moscow either.
He's hard to pin down. How many died before any of us suspected him?
The war is over for now.
And the jockeying for advantage in the next war has begun.
With any luck, Colonel Graff, I'll be dead by then.
I'm not actually a colonel anymore, Sister Carlotta.
They're really going to go ahead with that court-martial?
An investigation, that's all. An inquiry.
I just don't understand why they have to find a scapegoat for victory.
I'll be fine. The sun still shines on planet Earth.
But never again on their tragic world.
Is your God also their God, Sister Carlotta? Did he take them into heaven?
He's not my God, Mr. Graff. But I am his child, as are you. I don't know whether he looks at the Formics and sees them, too, as his children.
Children. Sister Carlotta, the things I did to these children.
You gave them a world to come home to.
All but one of them.
It took days for the Polemarch's men to be subdued, but at last FleetCom was entirely under the Strategos' command, and not one ship had been launched under rebel command. A triumph. The hegemon resigned as part of the truce, but that only formalized what had already been the reality. Bean stayed with Graff throughout the fighting as they read every dispatch and listened to every report about what was happening elsewhere in the fleet and back on Earth. They talked through the unfolding situation, tried to read between the lines, interpreted what was happening as best they could. For Bean, the war with the buggers was already behind him. All that mattered now was how things went on Earth. When a shaky truce was signed, temporarily ending the fighting, Bean knew that it would not last. He would be needed. Once he got to Earth, he could prepare himself to play his role. Ender's war is over, he thought. This next one will be mine. While Bean was avidly following the news, the other kids were confined to their quarters under guard, and during the power failures in their part of Eris, they did their cowering in darkness. Twice there were assaults on that section of the tunnels, but whether the Russians were trying to get at the kids or merely happened to probe in that area, looking for weaknesses, no one could guess. Ender was under much heavier guard, but didn't know it. Utterly exhausted and perhaps unwilling or unable to bear the enormity of what he had done, he remained unconscious for days. Not till the fighting stopped did he come back to consciousness. They let the kids get together then, their confinement over for now. Together they made the pilgrimage to the room where Ender had been under protection and medical care. They found him apparently cheerful, able to joke. But Bean could see a deep weariness, a sadness in Ender's eyes that it was impossible to ignore. The victory had cost him deeply, more than anybody. More than me, thought Bean, even though I knew what I was doing, and he was innocent of any bad intent. He tortures himself, and I move on. Maybe because to me the death of Poke was more important than the death of an entire species that I never saw. I knew her. She has stayed with me in my heart. The buggers I never knew. How can I grieve for them? Ender can. After they filled Ender in on the news about what happened while he slept, Petra touched his hair. "You okay?" she asked. "You scared us. They said you were crazy, and we said they were crazy." "I'm crazy," said Ender, "but I think I'm okay." There was more banter, but then Ender's emotions overflowed, and for the first time any of them could remember, they saw Ender cry. Bean happened to be standing near him, and when Ender reached out, it was Bean and Petra that he embraced. The touch of his hand, the embrace of his arm, they were more than Bean could bear. He also cried. "I missed you," said Ender. "I wanted to see you so bad." "You saw us pretty bad," said Petra. She was not crying. She kissed his cheek. "I saw you magnificent," said Ender. "The ones I needed most, I used up soonest. Bad planning on my part." "Everybody's okay now," said Dink. "Nothing was wrong with any of us that 5 days of cowering in blacked-out rooms in the middle of a war couldn't cure." "I don't have to be your commander anymore, do I?" asked Ender. "I don't want to command anybody again." Bean believed him, and believed also that Ender never would command in battle again. He might still have the talents that brought him to this place, but the most important ones didn't have to be used for violence. If the universe had any kindness in it, or even simple justice, Ender would never have to take another life. He had surely filled his quota. "You don't have to command anybody," said Dink, "but you're always our commander." Bean felt the truth of that. There was not one of them who would not carry Ender with them in their hearts, wherever they went, whatever they did. What Bean didn't have the heart to tell them was that on Earth, both sides had insisted that they be given custody of the hero of the war, young Ender Wiggin, whose great victory had captured the popular imagination. Whoever had him would not only have the use of his fine military mind, they thought, but would also have the benefit of all the publicity and public adulation that surrounded him, that filled every mention of his name. So as the political leaders worked out the truce, they reached a simple and obvious compromise. All the children from Battle School would be repatriated, except Ender Wiggin. Ender Wiggin would not be coming home. Neither party on Earth would be able to use him. That was the compromise. And it had been proposed by Locke, by Ender's own brother. When he learned that, it made Bean seethe inside, the way he had when he thought Petra had betrayed Ender. It was wrong. It couldn't be borne. Perhaps Peter Wiggin did it to keep Ender from becoming a pawn, to keep him free. Or perhaps he did it so that Ender could not use his celebrity to make his own play for political power. Was Peter Wiggin saving his brother, or eliminating a rival for power? "Someday I'll meet him and find out," thought Bean. "And if he betrayed his brother, I'll destroy him." When Bean shed his tears there in Ender's room, he was weeping for a cause the others did not yet know about. He was weeping because, as surely as the soldiers who died in those fighting ships, Ender would not be coming home from the war. "So," said Ally, breaking the silence, "what do we do now? The bugger war's over, and so's the war down there on Earth, and even the war here. What do we do now?" "We're kids," said Petra. "They'll probably make us go to school. It's a law. You have to go to school till you're 17. They all laughed until they cried again. They saw each other off and on again over the next few days. Then they boarded several different cruisers and destroyers for the voyage back to Earth. Bean knew well why they traveled in separate ships. That way no one would ask why Ender wasn't on board. If Ender knew before they left that he was not going back to Earth, he said nothing about it.
Elena could hardly contain her joy when Sister Carlotta called, asking if she and her husband would both be at home in an hour. "I'm bringing you your son," she said. "Nikolai, Nikolai, Nikolai." Elena sang the name over and over again in her mind, with her lips. Her husband, Julian, too, was almost dancing as he hurried about the house, making things ready. Nikolai had been so little when he left. Now he would be so much older. They would hardly know him. They would not understand what he had been through. But it didn't matter. They loved him. They would learn who he was all over again. They would not let the lost years get in the way of the years to come. "I see the car!" cried Julian. Elena hurriedly pulled the covers from the dishes so that Nikolai could come into a kitchen filled with the freshest, purest food of his childhood memories. Whatever they ate in space, it couldn't be as good as this. Then she ran to the door and stood beside her husband as they watched Sister Carlotta get out of the front seat. Why didn't she ride in back with Nikolai? No matter. The back door opened, and Nikolai emerged, unfolding his lanky young body. So tall he was growing, yet still a boy. There was a little bit of childhood left for him. "Run to me, my son." But he didn't run to her. He turned his back on his parents. He was reaching into the back seat. A present, perhaps? No. Another boy. A smaller boy, but with the same face as Nikolai. Perhaps too careworn for a child so small, but with the same open goodness that Nikolai had always had. Nikolai was smiling so broadly he could not contain it. But the small one was not smiling. He looked uncertain, hesitant. "Julian," said her husband. Why would he say his own name? "Our second son," he said. "They didn't all die, Elena. One lived." All hope of those little ones had been buried in her heart. It almost hurt to open that hidden place. She gasped at the intensity of it. "Nikolai met him in battle school," he went on. "I told Sister Carlotta that if we had another son, you meant to name him Julian." "You knew," said Elena. "Forgive me, my love. But Sister Carlotta wasn't sure then that he was ours, or that he would ever be able to come home. I couldn't bear it, to tell you of the hope, only to break your heart later." "I have 2 sons," she said. "If you want him," said Julian. "His life has been hard, but he's a stranger here. He doesn't speak Greek. He's been told that he's coming just for a visit, that legally he is not our child, but rather a ward of the state. We don't have to take him in if you don't want to, Elena." "Hush, you foolish man," she said. Then, loudly, she called out to the approaching boys. "Here are my 2 sons, home from the wars. Come to your mother. I have missed you both so much, and for so many years." They ran to her then, and she held them in her arms, and her tears fell on them both, and her husband's hands rested upon both boys' heads. Her husband spoke. Elena recognized his words at once, from the Gospel of St. Luke. But because he had only memorized the passage in Greek, the little one did not understand him. No matter. Nikolai began to translate into Common, the language of the fleet, and almost at once the little one recognized the words and spoke them correctly, from memory, as Sister Carlotta had once read it to him years before. "Let us eat and be merry. For this my son was dead, and is alive again. He was lost, and is found." Then the little one burst into tears, and clung to his mother, and kissed his father's hand. "Welcome home, little brother," said Nikolai. "I told you they were nice."